local units in West Bengal and elsewhere. And these local units in election time often provide the workers for the BJP. BJP in that sense has an advantage that no other Indian party does. The communists used to in the past, but no longer can they rely on a group that's attached to it, which they support. The BJP does, the RSS. Now, the RSS is separate from the BJP, and they get very upset if you sort of compare the two, but they do support the BJP in many ways. One is supplying them with workers during election time, and that was true this time. They have no problem getting workers to get people out to vote and to advertise what the BJP is standing for. Other parties in India do. They don't have the workers. BJP has an infrastructure that is missing in many other parties.
Walter Anderson, my final question to you. I want to ask you, what does this mean nationally for the Bharatiya Janata Party now and for Indian politics as such, specifically ahead of Uttar Pradesh? Remember, in just about 12 months, UP will go to polls. It's very significant. The gateway to Parliament, the gateway to 2029 is Uttar Pradesh. What does this mean nationally?
Well, nationally, of course, it strengthens the BJP, gives it more self-confidence about where it's going. And you mentioned Uttar Pradesh. In fact, I spoke last night with a friend of mine in the BJP from Uttar Pradesh. And they're already using the results of the elections to advertise themselves, that they are the party of the future and that they can do much for India. And of course, there are a lot of Bengalis who live in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, in many ways, the clerical upper class in the UP cities are Bengalis, and they will be influenced by the results of these elections. In fact, the person I spoke to is a Bengali himself who has lived in Allahabad for a long time, and there's a large Bengali community in Allahabad. So I think you're going to have a more self-confident BJP because of this, and you're going to have others looking at what they did and how they're going to rule. In fact, I'd be curious to see who their chief minister is going to be. I have a sense who it might be, but it's going to be interesting. I don't think any of the prospective chief ministers has been chosen yet, though there's an assumption that some of them will step into either existing positions or official positions or party positions.
Walter Anderson, thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing that perspective. Extremely important and critical assessment coming in from Walter Anderson. Remember, one of India's foremost commentators on the RSS, an author, and of course a leading political scientist. Let me hand back now to Poonam and Nabila, who will take us through. We're waiting for Shashi Tharoor. There's also, of course, a very special conversation, viewers, with S. Gurumurthy.
Thank you so much for that, Rahul. Even as results are trickling in from across those 4 states and 1 union territory, we now have news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where TVK chief Vijay, we're given to understand, has won from both his seats. Perambur and Trichy East has been declared in favour of Vijay. Both those seats have been won by the man who sees himself as the next chief minister, in all likelihood will be the next chief minister of the state. He is about 10 seats short. Where those seats, where those MLAs, where that support is going to come from, that's really the big question that we're tracking. Udayanidhi Stalin too has managed to retain his seat of Chepauk, that, remember, was a DMK bastion. Unlike his father in Kolattur, which despite being a DMK bastion, the DMK did face some setback there. As of the latest trends, MK Stalin, the incumbent chief minister, who was very confident that they're returning to power, was trailing in that seat of Kolattur. Purnima now joins us, getting us more details. Purnima, what's the latest that you can tell us as far as MK Stalin's seat is concerned? Vijay and Udayanidhi both have won, is what we're
Absolutely. Of the 16 constituencies in Chennai, only 2 so far are won by the DMK. The remaining goes to TVK. Remember, Chennai has always been a DMK bastion, but this time in Kolattur, DMK President MK Stalin lost this time, and the difference in that was at least 7,000 to 8,000 votes, and it's won by the TVK candidate in Kolattur. Interestingly, in Chennai this time TVK has outperformed and they've won 14 of the 16. Udayanidhi has won in Chepauk. Shekhar Babu has also won in Harbour constituency. Virugambakam leads in Perambur and he wins the Perambur constituency. So what we are coming to you from Vijay's residence. He's he's going to leave from his residence, go to Loyola Counting Center to collect the winning certificate, and then he's likely to visit his father S.A. Chandrasekhar as well. So this is the residence that leads to Vijay. Police deployment is there, and Vijay is going to leave from here to the Loyola Counting Center. But so far TVK has not crossed the halfway mark. All eyes on the numbers and whether TVK will be able to form government with the help of smaller parties. All eyes on the post-poll alliance talks that will begin anytime soon.
And it'll be interesting where he cobbles that support from. Doors are open for Vijay from across parties, including from the Congress party, many of whom within the Tamil Nadu state unit believe that they should have allied with the TVK in the first place, and that would have ensured them a better tally this time around. Well, we'll have to wait and watch as to what transpires there. For the moment though, Purnima, thank you so much for getting us the latest. On that note, time for a quick break, but on the other side, we'll get you details of what's transpiring in the rest of the 3 states. Do stay tuned for that.
Oh, the barbarians are at the doors of our states now. Now, these are influential commentators, so we should not even think that this influence will not work, because they work in an ecosystem of Western democracies which do not like the rise of a democracy like India. So that ecosystem which they inhabit, that echo chamber that they inhabit, will push forth these people, fund them, fund their movies which will run in film festivals, give them awards. Those people will find their shows on Netflix. It is this kind of a echo which will happen from those countries will happen here. It took just about 6 hours for those commentators in India to repeat what happened in the New York Times. So we should never ever think that these things don't work in consonance with each other.
No, but Mrs. Gandhi did not call anybody
Dr.
basket
Raman.
of deplorables in 77. She accepted the verdict.
So did Mr. Vajpayee. There are many people who have done this, who have gone back home and gone back to the drawing board and come back.
Dr. Raman. Yes.
Exactly.
I mean,
All leaders do
my
that.
point is again going about what the other side would say or the other side would do. Look, at the end of the day, the BJP and the right have now well over a decade and a half. I'm not even looking at the Vajpayee era. Now it's well over a decade. Now, can you point to 3 particular states where they've been in power for more than 10 years and say that these states have made dramatic progress over the states that, you know, were being held back by all these regressive thoughts and so on? Unfortunately, some of the fastest growing states in India happen to be in the south. Many of them happen to be opposition ruled.
Yes.
So my point is, this whole narrative might work at the elections, but,
No, but
quite frankly,
I want to make a point here. So, historically, that has been true long before BJP came to power.
Yep.
And that was true for Maharashtra and for Gujarat as well, right? The difference is that the reason why the BJP continues to win is that in the states in the north, which were so far behind, there's been a paradigmic shift in what's in the, especially for the poor, especially with the social welfare net. And that's where the difference has been. You look at UP now, you look at UP now and look at almost all industrial statistics, UP has really moved up the ladder.
Madhya Pradesh.
In multiple levels.
Bihar was scary going out of the airport.
Where identity politics works, where casteist politics works, where it's very easy to deflect the attention from core people's issues. And you know, like Karl Marx said, religion is the opium of the masses. You tell them to engage in religion, you tell them to engage in communalism and divide society on religious and caste grounds. These guys are jobless, and you feed them a dream of religion. They will be absolutely fed on opium, and they believe this is the gospel.
No, has Vijay? No, 1 minute. Has Vijay fed them an opium of religion, ma'am, in Tamil Nadu? No, so if Vijay wins, it's not a problem.
Thank you so much for staying with us. It's a historic day for the BJP. The bastion of West Bengal in the east has been breached. We're seeing a hat-trick in Assam. Tamil Nadu may have been a disappointment for the BJP, but for TVK, it's a blockbuster like perhaps Vijay has never seen before. But talking about the state of Assam, Prime Minister Modi's direct connection with especially the tea garden workers in Assam seems to have worked in their favor. At least that's what the BJP believes. This is what we've learned from our sources within the BJP, that as far as the upper Assam region is concerned, Prime Minister Modi's personal touch, his outreach to the tea garden workers is translated into hard political capital, which is why several Congress pockets, several strongholds of the Congress in that particular region have now turned saffron. So not only is there much to celebrate for the BJP over this hat-trick in Assam, but the fact that they've almost doubled their tally from last time around, they've breached into Congress's strongholds. The number that you see at the bottom of your screens, 101 is where the BJP is currently at in Assam. 21 is what the Congress is reduced to. The Congress believed that this time around anti-incumbency would help them come to power in Assam. Clearly, they were far off the mark as far as reading what the ground situation was concerned. Anindya, my colleague, will be joining us shortly. He is at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. And in just a short while from now, we are going to be seeing a sea of saffron at that BJP headquarters as well. The Prime Minister is going to be celebrating, leading that celebration, in fact, for the BJP and every single Karyakarta of the BJP who has worked tirelessly in these three states to ensure that the BJP manages to win the seats that they have. Even in Kerala, the BJP has managed to win 3 seats. That's something that the BJP is also celebrating. So the Prime Minister is going to be taking to the podium at the BJP headquarters, as we usually see the Prime Minister leading the BJP, the country, into celebrating this triumph that we are seeing in Bengal especially. Anindya, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details of what really the mood is at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital. Over to you, Anindya. Have BJP supporters, BJP leaders already started trickling in?
Well, absolutely. You can see around look, and very tough to control of people around me. I mean, high-pitched songs, high-pitched, songs, and Bengali songs. That's very crazy here in the national capital here in Delhi. And people, supporters, leaders, national general secretaries, they have been busy for welcome the Prime Minister. Nadu's placard is here, and people are dancing to the theme song of Bengali BJP. And remember, everything has been tuned to Bengal. There has been a sweep in Assam as well. There has been a sweep in Puducherry as well. But regardless of that, the takeaway has been the sweep in Bengal, because Bengal has been an Achilles heel of the BJP. It has been the birthplace of and people are very happy, and that extrinsic movement can be that manifestation can be seen through these moments of joy. And Prime Minister is expected probably in an hour from now at 6 in the Upadhyay Marg. If I can quickly go across to this gentleman, कैसे लग रहा है?
आज सही मायने में बंगाल आज आजाद हुआ है. आज ममता बनर्जी के गुंडा राज से आज आजाद हुआ है. सही मायने में आज बंगाल आजाद हुआ है. जितने भी घुसपैठिए थे बंगाल में, वो बांग्लादेश में भेजे जाएंगे, और ये बंगाल के लिए.
We had a long conversation with him about the future of Tamil Nadu, NDA, and whether or not the DMK is on the wane. Professor Gurumurthy is of the opinion, irrespective of how the results fall out, there is the indication of a Dravidian sunset being on the wane. Rahul Shivshankar with me, even as we go across to Professor Gurumurthy. Namaskaram, sir. Now, did you envisage, as editor Tughlaq, did you envisage or did you forecast the TVK and Vijay walking away with all the spoils in this election?
Actually, when my Axis India put out those numbers, it almost tallied with one of our assessments in the Tughlaq. I was shocked because in Tughlaq all kinds of views appear. In fact, most of the electoral predictions of Tughlaq goes against the Tughlaq's editorial views. This has been there from 2014. In fact, many people used to abuse Cho Ramaswamy because he was supporting Vajpayee, and the Tughlaq studies were showing that BJP was losing in Tamil Nadu. So this keeps on going. The fact is that Vijay was a very mysterious phenomenon in Tamil Nadu politics. But that it would turn into a winning situation, I never anticipated. But that there is a very powerful underlying anti-establishment wave that I always recognized. I thought that the DADMK and BJP and the Patadi Makkal Katchi, PMK, being a more credible combination to win politically, I thought that anti-establishment sentiments would accrue to their benefit. In fact, I always felt the anti-establishment feelings that Vijay and Seeman were building up were partly for the benefit of ADMK. But it now looks that the electorate did not see ADMK as the viable alternative. They perhaps thought it is going to be like the DMK, let us try a new man. Two important fallouts. Both DMK and ADMK began paying money from 2019 for 2009 for buying votes. And in fact, many honest politicians like GK Vasan used to cry, how are we going to survive in politics if you are going to pay 1,000, 2,000? I am told one DMK candidate paid 5,000 rupees per vote. Vijay's victory has established that you need not pay money to buy vote. This is a very, very important message that Tamil Nadu has got after the Tirumangalam formula which was established in 2009. It's a very positive development for Tamil Nadu politics. This is the first. Second thing is that a completely new person who till now doesn't look like a very serious politician, who looks like a part-time politician, has now come to gobble up a near majority. And the important point is that it is a crowd which he has converted into success, with no backbone, no hierarchy, no party structure. And I would be surprised if he would know all the 110 or so members who are getting elected. He may not even know their names, and he would not have even occasion to meet them and talk to them. Whether there is any party structure to deal with them also, we don't know. These are all his big challenges. How is he going to run the government, form a ministry? It's a big question mark. But definitely he will form the government because the Congress is ready to support him. And PMK is only a matter of time. They will take a decision. And VCK is already, I think I saw a statement that they are willing to support him. So he is forming the government. But what kind of government it will be in the context of the governments that were formed earlier by people who were rooted in politics, who had a structure, who had experienced people with him. Even MG Ramachandran brought in very experienced leaders from the DMK and made them ministers.
Right.
And so did Jayalalitha. This is his problem of Vijay.
What do you think the people saw in Vijay that they believe the other leaders did not have, or they lacked the characteristics? And we've also seen Stalin lose, was on the verge of it actually. So I want to understand this from you, number one. Number two, what does this mean for the extant political order in Tamil Nadu? Are we moving towards something different than we envisaged? And where does the BJP fit into all of this?
You see, as I had always maintained, Tamil Nadu has been moving away from Dravidian roots. Dravidian means anti-India, whether it is direct or indirect. All their symbolisms, all their policies, all their pronouncements would try to keep Tamil Nadu separate from the rest of India. This, of course, the main narrative, main drive, main force had come from the DMK. And the ADMK had been it is not exactly a supporter, but it is not an opponent also. See, you have an opposition party which is not an opponent of the anti-national content of the ruling party. You see a very ideal combination, because the nationalist votes go to the pseudo-Dravidian party, which is the ADMK. The game was between the two.
Right.
Vijay has broken it. It's the first and the most important point. The announcement that Tamil Nadu is no more Dravidian is made by Vijay. This is the first point. The second point is that both these Dravidian parties are declining, because if you look at the DMK, only those who are above 40 are DMK. Those who are above 30 are ADMK. I mean, you can empirically you can make a check. The three parties which are drawing youths are, of course, Vijay has come lost. First, Annamalai drew for the BJP, and then Seeman, and now Vijay. So these are the people who will be the future of the Tamil politics. In this, the nationalist orientation can be provided only by the BJP. The BJP went for a shortcut after 2024. If they had persisted with Annamalai, the results would have been very different. I am not saying the BJP would have won, but the BJP would have shown a very substantial number, maybe 25-30 seats.
Sir, you were actually trolled, and many accused you of trying to dissuade Annamalai from pursuing a solo thing and BJP to go with the ADMK. That's what happened. You are now saying that BJP should have continued with Annamalai.
Actually, I'll tell you, I held a completely contrary view. Because the meeting took place in my house, and afterwards these things were implemented. I hear abuse even today from Annamalai's close followers that I am the one who destroyed the BJP in Tamil Nadu. But actually that is not the truth. There were political compulsions for the BJP to get into alliance with the ADMK at its own cost. History will reveal what is the reason, because that reason is no more relevant today. So it was relevant at that point in time. So I said, I am not there to take a decision for BJP. I only say this is a wrong decision. Don't take that decision. Do you mean to say anyone who has a relationship with BJP leadership can go more than this to say that this is a wrong decision, don't take this decision? When they take decision, go and abuse in public? I am not. I have given my views. That is what happened in 2025 when the shift took place.
So,
but today I am being blamed for this.
Well, sir, just set that apart, but politics still is very much personality based, isn't it, sir, in Tamil Nadu? Now it revolves around this pole, that is Vijay. In that mix, how does the BJP, who does it project if we are going to still, personalities are still going to dominate? You've talked about Seeman, you've talked about, you've now talked about Vijay, of course. Who does the BJP then project, sir?
You see, I wouldn't say the entire Tamil Nadu politics is based on personalities. A chunk of it is based on principles, certain feelings for the country, certain feelings for Tamil culture. You know, it is a mix. Personalities are able to leverage on this. This is how I would put it. Of course, Vijay is not one of those. It's a very accidental explosion in Tamil Nadu politics. The BJP has, if at all any nationalist party has any future, any potential, it is the BJP. There is RSS cadre. There is a very large amount of Hindu feelings which are generating in Tamil Nadu, and Vijay as a Christian, and with the church heavily supporting him, and he compromising in the same way as the DMK and taking pro-minority line, will provide the principled political space for the BJP. And I am 100% sure that Annamalai will be the person who will be leading the BJP. On that there is no doubt. The BJP will have to rebuild around Annamalai. But it is not that Annamalai will be like a person leading the party. It is Annamalai and the party leading together.
That's true, but Professor Gurumurthy, many believe that the BJP has undone itself. All the hard work that was done between 23 to 24 and 25 has been undone now because the entire vote, the alternative vote, has now moved to TVK. For the BJP to come back and to perhaps create a Annamalai versus Vijay scenario in 2031 is near impossible now. You agree, disagree?
I disagree, because it is not just personality. It is about the Hindu cultural content of Tamil Nadu politics and also the nationalist orientation, and both are not capable of being leveraged by Vijay. He is partly, in fact we put a cartoon in the Tughlaq, then he formed the party, that we agree with all the principles of the BJP, of the DMK, but DMK is our enemy. So, he is in a very difficult situation. His narrative is going to be very difficult, whether it is on NEET, whether it is on Hindi, whether it is on anything, he follows the same DMK.
Yeah.
So, align it with, there is a nationalist current, cultural current, Hindu current in Tamil Nadu politics, which only the BJP can.
So should the BJP immediately now say we will fight alone only in Tamil Nadu, move away from the ADMK, because it seems to have suffered because of allying with the ADMK?
They need not say it. Why should they say it? They must begin doing it, because you have 2029 is parliamentary election should be the target. You must now begin building. You must build the narrative. That narrative will be unique to the BJP in Tamil Nadu politics, with de-Dravidianized Tamil Nadu politics, but still holding on to some of the remnants of Dravidian politics in action. I think it opens up a huge possibility for the BJP.
And how quickly, sir, does this possibility open up? Are we looking at the BJP rebounding in 2029? Are we looking at the AIADMK and DMK coming back in some form? Or are we now seeing perhaps the beginning of the end of the AIADMK and DMK? Now, there is somebody who anecdotally said that parties that end up third in Tamil Nadu politics go out of the equation. So, the AIADMK seems to be at number 3 right now, or the formation seems to be number 3 at this moment. So, are we going to see the end of the AIADMK completely? Perhaps it might even get filtered into the BJP, and the DMK itself might just sort of also unravel. Is that a possibility at all?
You see, I'll tell you, I will write a preface to what you said. The DMK and AIADMK provide strength to each other. It is because of the DMK, the AIADMK is a strong party, because the anti-DMK mindset of the people above 40s is represented by the AIADMK. If the DMK declines, the AIADMK will decline. I mean, this is on that there is we need not have any doubt. But the DMK's decline is because it has become a family property. It suffers from all the disadvantages of a family property. It cannot generate a capable leader. Udayanidhi becoming a leader shows how the DMK has declined, because the DMK always had very towering leaders, very capable leaders. So the DMK is dissipating, ideologically dissipating, but it always had a good organization. That is why it survived. That organization was taken over, and the huge money power and of course the state power, the DMK. So DMK's decline will force AIADMK's decline.
Gurumurthy sir, two quick questions. One, sir, on Tamil Nadu, and then we'll quickly talk about Bengal. Tamil Nadu, had the BJP won Bihar before they had to take the decision on the alliance with ADMK, would the approach have been different?
I think so.
Okay.
If for instance the decision had to be taken in say January this year or December last year, it would have been a very different decision.
Interesting.
So let me finally ask you before we let you go. I know you probably have a lot more to do, like write the editorial for the Tughlaq, so I'm not going to hold you back. But I just want to ask you, sir, we're seeing, if you just remove yourself a little bit and look at the larger picture today, you've had Puducherry, the NDA retains, Assam, BJP returns. In Bengal, the BJP has broken into new territory. What does this do for national politics, sir, as we get pictures of, I think that is Vijay, there in the corner of our screens? Yes, Mr. Gurumurthy.
See, let us leave Puducherry aside. I will take Bengal. If we had not won Bengal, and with it would destabilize the entire region. It's actually the changes that have taken place in Bangladesh that would have been partly undone if Mamata had come to power, because she was promoting all the elements who will unsettle Bangladesh, and the entire region would have been unsettled if the extremist Islamic people whom these Mamata was promoting and the Islamic psyche she was promoting, the anti-Hindu Islamic psyche she was promoting is not just an electoral issue, it's a civilizational issue, security issue for the entire region. So I don't regard Bengal election as a state election.
Right.
It is almost a civilizational war, and it has stabilized the entire region. If think that BJP had not won Bengal and Assam, imagine the national security issues. So you think it is an electoral victory? It's a huge shift in that area. Bangladesh will feel relieved that there won't be any support for the wrong elements in Bangladesh from Bengal.
Right.
In the same way Assam. You look at the totality, even Rohingya issue, which Burma is suffering from, is a big relief, because the security apparatus in Bengal and Assam being in the hands of the central government without being divided between the state and the center, with the state police not knowing how to act and completely being in the hands of such wrong minds, huge shift.
True, sir.
So we have to look at it as a national security issue.
True, sir. Anga, Banga, Kalinga, Pragjyotish, Manipur, Tripura, Meghalaya. So all around the international borders, and of course there is Sikkim. So then there is a certain level of layer of protection now.
Only Punjab is left.
They now have to secure it.
Only Punjab is left.
Punjab, that will come. But Gurumurthy sir, thank you. Thank you for your time. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Amazing insights. And let's hope that the direction going forward is positive and in the right manner going forward in terms of the discourse, political discourse in Tamil Nadu. Thank you for speaking with us. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us.
Oh, the barbarians are at the doors of our states now. Now, these are influential commentators, so we should not even think that this influence will not work, because they work in an ecosystem of Western democracies which do not like the rise of a democracy like India. So that ecosystem which they inhabit, that echo chamber that they inhabit, will push forth these people, fund them, fund their movies which will run in film festivals, give them awards. Those people will find their shows on Netflix. It is this kind of a echo which will happen from those countries will happen here. It took just about 6 hours for those commentators in India to repeat what happened in the New York Times. So we should never ever think that these things don't work in consonance with each other.
No, but Mrs. Gandhi did not call anybody
Dr.
basket
Raman.
of deplorables in 77. She accepted the verdict.
So did Mr. Vajpayee. There are
Exactly.
many people who have done this,
Top
who have
leaders.
gone back home and gone back to the drawing board and come back.
Dr. Raman,
and-
yes.
All leaders do
My point is again going about what the other side would say or the other side would do. Look, at the end of the day, the BJP and the right have now well over a decade and a half. I'm not even looking at the Vajpayee era. Now it's well over a decade. Now, can you point to 3 particular states where they've been in power for more than 10 years and say that these states have made dramatic progress over the states that, you know, were being held back by all these regressive thoughts and so on? Unfortunately, some of the fastest growing states in India happen to be in the south. Many of them happen to be opposition ruled.
Yes.
So my point is, this whole narrative might work at the elections, but,
No, but I want to make a point here. So, historically, that has been true long before BJP came to power.
Yep.
And that was true for Maharashtra and for Gujarat as well, right? The difference is that the reason why the BJP continues to win is that in the states in the north, which were so far behind, there's been a paradigmic shift in what in the, especially for the poor, especially with the social welfare net, and that's where the difference has been. You look at UP now. You look at UP now, and look at almost all industrial statistics. UP has really moved up the ladder.
Madhya
In
Pradesh.
multiple levels.
Bihar was, it was scary
See,
going
you're
out of the
talking
airport.
where identity politics works, where casteist politics works, where it's very easy to deflect the attention from core people's issues. And you know, like Karl Marx said, religion is the opium of the masses.
my
You tell
God.
them
But
to engage in religion.
Saira, the point
You tell
is
them
that
to
this is
engage
more-
in communalism
Saira, I think
and divide
a lot of people have made the
society
mistake of
on
thinking that
religious
BJP
and
is
caste
only
ground.
winning.
Obviously,
Himanta
these
Saira
guys,
is just
these
leading
guys are
BJP is
jobless,
winning because
and
of other
you
reasons.
feed them a dream
The
of
compromise of
religion.
health, but that's
They will be
not-
absolutely fed on
Saira,
opium,
people
and they
will
believe
fall-
this is the gospel.
people-
No,
people will fall from
has Vijay, no, one minute, has Vijay fed them
He is a
an
political
opium of
effect.
religion,
No,
ma'am, in
I'm
Tamil
not
Nadu.
talking- Tamil
No,
Nadu
so
is
if
a
Vijay
different-
wins, it's not a problem.
No,
If Vijay wins,
caste
if
and
the Aam
religion
Aadmi
has
Party wins, it's
never
not a
been
problem.
an
But if the
issue.
BJP wins by an overwhelming mandate, then it's a
Caste and
polarized campaign and you
religion has
brainwash the
never been an issue
voter.
in the
No,
South.
please, the
Caste
left,
and
no,
religion
this
has
is the
never been
reason
said
why,
that.
this is the
People-
reason why perhaps
those
that the
who
left
have an
is
issue are
losing all
outliers.
relevance, ma'am, because you are
outliers.
not able to wake up to the fact. You've allied with the ISF. That's not an Islamist party. The left allied with the ISF in Bengal. How are you going out and trying to be so charitable about all of
Early
this?
on in the day, Smita said something very important, which is that, you know, if after every defeat and even after victories, the kind of brainstorming that BJP does, the kind of, you know, going back to the drawing board that BJP does, the opposition doesn't do, which is why we keep after
No, the opposition is like too many cooks. and
Okay,
that's why the problem.
well, viewers,
That's the problem.
we're going to be
They
taking
can't
a
do
short
what BJP
break,
does
but
and
not
central
before,
government.
not before we leave you with these pictures. This is Vijay, viewers, a look back really on his rise and his politics.
Tamil Nadu has a new political blockbuster. Vijay, the superstar millions call Talapati, has delivered his biggest hit yet. At the ballot box, the mass hero is now a mass leader.
அரசியல் ஒன்றும் சினி ஃபீல்டு இல்லையே, பேட்டில் ஃபீல்ட் ஆச்சு, கொஞ்சம் சீரியஸா தானே இருக்கும்.
Not just a stunning electoral debut, he has disrupted Tamil Nadu's deeply entrenched political structure that has long prided itself on Dravidian identity.
என்னோட உயிர் வணக்கங்கள், என்னோட உயிர் வணக்கங்கள்.
Vijay's debut victory.
Oh, the barbarians are at the doors of our states now. Now, these are influential commentators, so we should not even think that this influence will not work, because they work in an ecosystem of Western democracies which do not like the rise of a democracy like India. So that ecosystem which they inhabit, that echo chamber that they inhabit, will push forth these people, fund them, fund their movies which will run in film festivals, give them awards. Those people will find their shows on Netflix. It is this kind of a echo which will happen from those countries will happen here. It took just about 6 hours for those commentators in India to repeat what happened in the New York Times. So we should never ever think that these things don't work in consonance with each other.
No, but Mrs. Gandhi did not call anybody
Dr.
basket of deplorables in 77. She accepted the verdict.
So did Mr. Vajpayee.
Exactly.
There are many people who have done this, who have gone back home and gone back to the drawing board and come back.
Dr. Raman, yes.
My point is again going about what the other side would say or the other side would do. Look, at the end of the day, the BJP and the right have now well over a decade and a half. I'm not even looking at the Vajpayee era. Now it's well over a decade. Now, can you point to 3 particular states where they've been in power for more than 10 years and say that these states have made dramatic progress over the states that, you know, were being held back by all these regressive thoughts and so on? Unfortunately, some of the fastest growing states in India happen to be in the south. Many of them happen to be opposition ruled.
Yes.
So, my point is this whole narrative might work at the elections. But,
no, but I want to make a point here. So, historically, that has been true long before BJP came to power. And that was...
Thank you so much for staying with us. These visuals that you see on your screens are from the BJP headquarters, which is going to turn completely saffron. BJP party workers, karyakartas there on ground. Nitin Nabeen basking in the glory of his first election won as the BJP president. Prime Minister Modi also going to be making his way for that victory lap at the BJP headquarters. We'll get you all of that mood coming in from on ground here in the national capital as a triumphant victory coming in West Bengal, and of course a hat-trick in Assam for the BJP. A celebratory mode indeed at the BJP headquarters. Time for a quick break though. We'll come back in just a few minutes.
Oh, the barbarians are at the doors of our states now. Now, these are influential commentators, so we should not even think that this influence will not work, because they work in an ecosystem of Western democracies which do not like the rise of a democracy like India. So that ecosystem which they inhabit, that echo chamber that they inhabit, will push forth these people, fund them, fund their movies which will run in film festivals, give them awards. Those people will find their shows on Netflix. It is this kind of a echo which will happen from those countries will happen here. It took just about 6 hours for those commentators in India to repeat what happened in the New York Times. So we should never ever think that these things don't work in consonance with each other.
No, but Mrs. Gandhi did not call anybody basket
Raman.
of deplorables in 77. She accepted the verdict.
So did Mr. Vajpayee. There are many people who have done this, who have gone back home and gone back to the drawing board and come back.
Dr. Raman, yes.
My point is again going about what the other side would say or the other side would do. Look, at the end of the day, the BJP and the right have now well over a decade and a half. I'm not even looking at the Vajpayee era. Now it's well over a decade. Now, can you point to 3 particular states where they've been in power for more than 10 years and say that these states have made dramatic progress over the states that, you know, were being held back by all these regressive thoughts and so on? Unfortunately, some of the fastest growing states in India happen to be in the south. Many of them happen to be opposition ruled.
Yes.
So, my point is this whole narrative might work at the elections. But,
no, but I want to make a point here. So, historically, that has been true long before BJP came to power. And that was true for Maharashtra and for Gujarat as well, right? The difference is that the reason why the BJP continues to win is that in the states in the north, which were so far behind, there's been a paradigmic shift in what's in the, especially for the poor, especially with the social welfare net. And that's where the difference has been. You look at UP now, you look at UP now and look at almost all industrial statistics, UP has really moved up the ladder.
Madhya Pradesh.
Multiple levels.
Bihar it was scary going out of the airport.
Where identity politics works, where casteist politics works, where it's very easy to deflect the attention from core people's issues. And like Karl Marx said, religion is the opium of the masses. You tell them to engage in religion. You tell them to engage in communalism and divide society on religious and caste grounds. These guys are jobless, and you feed them a dream of religion. They will be absolutely fed on opium, and they believe this is the gospel.
No, has Vijay? No, 1 minute. Has Vijay fed them an opium of religion, ma'am, in Tamil Nadu? No, so if Vijay wins, it's not a problem. If the Aam Aadmi Party wins, it's not a problem. But if the BJP wins by an overwhelming mandate, then it's a polarized campaign and you brainwash the voter. No, please, the left. No, this is the reason why. This is the reason why perhaps that the left is losing all relevance, ma'am, because you are not able to wake up to the fact. You've allied with the ISF. That's not an Islamist party. The left allied with the ISF in Bengal. How are you going out and trying to be so charitable about all of this?
Early on in the day, Smita said something very important, which is that, if after every defeat and even after victories, the kind of brainstorming that BJP does, the kind of, going back to the drawing board that BJP does, the opposition doesn't do, which is why we keep after
the opposition is like too many cooks.
Okay, viewers,
that's the problem.
We're going to be taking a short break, but not before we leave you with these pictures. This is Vijay, viewers, a look back really on his rise and his politics.
Thanks for tuning into CNN News 18. This is a marathon run on the big election day. I have with me Shashi Tharoor, Congress MP, who is beaming with happiness after the UDF win in Kerala. Thanks very much for speaking to us, Shashi Tharoor. Did you really expect this kind of victory for the UDF in Kerala? It's certainly a sweeping victory for the party, I'd say.
No, I mean, we were very impressed with the public reaction, but even I think the majority of us would have expected a comfortable win, but not such a thumping majority. To get 100 seats is unprecedented. In fact, nobody has won with a margin like this in a very long time, and I will say it's a tremendously clear message from the people of Kerala that they were looking for change, and they've got it now.
Okay, but who do you attribute, or what do you attribute this victory to?
No, the anti-incumbency is real, and that there's 10 years of misgovernance behind us, but at the same time, it's not the whole explanation. I think they realized that the UDF was serious about transforming Kerala, that things cannot go on the way they've been going, where things had come to a terrible pass. The state is in fiscal crisis, it's been plunged into debt, it's surviving on liquor excise, lotteries and remittances from the Gulf. You can't run a state like that. We needed to be completely transformative, invite in investment, find new sources of revenue generation, grow the economy, and thereby give opportunities to our young people who currently are flocking away from the state to other states and other countries because they feel they have no opportunities here. All of this is something the UDF understood and was part of our campaign, and people, I think, said, let's give these guys a chance to help change the state. And I'm really serious. I genuinely believe this could be a 1991 moment for the Kerala economy. It's an opportunity to really dump the failures of the recent past and completely bring Kerala into the 21st century as a safe place for investment and as a place where jobs and growth can be the new slogans and not the red flags and the communist ideology.
Okay. But Mr. Tharoor, all the miseries of Kerala can't be attributed to the LDF. It's largely seen a revolving door sentiment in Kerala. Once the UDF, then the LDF, and vice versa. So where did the Congress fall short in creating jobs, opportunities? Because the unemployment rate in Kerala is the highest across the country.
I think we have the highest youth unemployment in Kerala in in the whole of India after Kashmir. So it really is very, very grim that youth are so unemployed that they feel they have to leave the state. And this is what we want to change. We want to be generating jobs in Kerala. To do that, we need to bring in investment, because only investment will generate jobs and generate growth as well, which in turn will help the revenues of the state, which is otherwise broke. This is a state government that literally is so completely immersed in debt that it runs out of money by September, October, has to borrow to pay salaries and the Onam bonus every year. It's a disgrace. So we really have to fix the finances of the state very, very seriously.
No, but I do want to stress and ask you yet again, why did the Congress effectively fail to bring in those policies?
Nabila, this is why I spoke about a 1991 moment. Just as 1991 under Dr. Manmohan Singh and Prime Minister Narasimha Rao was a break from the business as usual policies even of previous Congress governments, so also 2026 must make a break from all the previous approaches which worked at one time, have failed to work in recent years, and which have left the state in the present disastrous condition it's in.
Okay. Well, of course, a question you may be diplomatic about, but who's the CM face for the UDF? We know you have a few faces, but we want to hear it from you.
Of course, we have plenty of faces. And the good thing about the Congress is it's no shortage of talent. There are lots of faces in the party, people with tremendous abilities and experience who can contribute significantly to the future of Kerala. And I think they're ready now to be given a chance to work their magic in the state. And I do believe that whoever the High Command picks after, of course, consulting the elected MLAs, whoever does it will have a very strong team to work with. And the result should be a transformative government coming into office in the next few days.
But we need some names, Mr. Tarun. Give us some names. K.C. Venugopal, we hear the Chanakya for Kerala this time we hear. V.D. Satheesan, the oldest face of the Congress, who the IUML wants to be made as CM. And let's say yourself, maybe?
Why maybe? Not at all. You've added me. I'm just an MP in Delhi, and you've left out Ramesh Chennithala, who was the former PCC chief in LOP, and he is also one of the contenders. You've left out Muralidharan, who was a former PCC chief here. You've left out a number of bright young people, including the current PCC chief, Sunny Joseph. So I'd say there's absolutely no point throwing, picking names out of a hat. Leave it to the High Command. They will know what they need to do to get Kerala back on track.
Okay. Let's speak of BJP quickly. Whatever said, your win is impressive, but the BJP's breakthrough is fairly impressive. They've managed 3 seats in the latest that we saw. Did you expect it?
No, the specific seat that Rajiv won has been recognized for some years now as a BJP seat. It was won by Mr. O. Rajagopal in the 2016 elections. That is the grand old man of the BJP. He won that seat already in 2016. He lost it in 2021 and Rajiv has reclaimed it in 2026. But it's been a very, very strong BJP seat. And as the MP from Thiruvananthapuram, even when I had a lack majority, for example, in the 2019 elections, that one MLA constituency I could not win. So I can tell you that Nemam is not a surprise. I think Chatanur is a bit more of a surprise, and that there may be local factors one would have to look at as to why the BJP candidate did as well as he did. But frankly, in an assembly of 140, will 2 MLAs make that much of a difference or have any impact on governance? You have to tell me honestly, Nabila. We have a huge majority, a clear mandate from the people of Kerala, and I don't think we need to be deterred by whether the BJP has 1 or 2 or 3 MLAs. They can certainly, congratulate themselves on having broken their duck. There was 0 up to now in this last assembly, but I'm not sure that alone is worth the kind of attention you are giving it in this conversation.
Okay. Since you're speaking frankly, may I ask you, the little friction that I hear within the UDF, there are claims that the IUML is calling shots. The claims are that IUML is holding the Congress so tight that without them you can't do, and they're asking for a big share of the cabinet berth. They're pushing for a chief minister's face, that's VD Satheesan. So some factions within the UDF not very happy with this equation.
No, look, let me stress very, very strongly that every party in the UDF will have to be accountable for its own leadership choices. And we don't express views on other parties' leaders, and we don't expect that they would express views on our leadership. When it comes to the UDF government, obviously the allies will be consulted because it will be the chief minister of all the parties. But don't forget that Congress winning something like 62 seats so far suggests that it will have a whole, such an astonishing weight in the government that every ally will recognize that the Congress can go ahead even without that ally participating if necessary. And that means the allies will speak, I'm sure, with a consciousness that they can't dictate terms. It's only the collective interest of the UDF that's going to prevail. And I have no doubt that the way in which this is going to work out will be cabinet portfolios being distributed in proportion to the strength of all parties, but with some respect for individual one-party members and so on also to be accommodated, and that the Congress will inevitably have the bulk of the portfolios, the bulk of the ministries, the chief minister position. That's natural. When you're talking about 62 with one party and 38 or 39 with 8 or 9 other parties, and clearly you know where the weight lies.
Yeah. Okay. Finally, Mr. Tharoor, neighbouring state of Tamil Nadu, the TVK's win, of course, very impressive there. Sweeping victory that TVK has had in his state. The third front has managed to truly wipe out the Dravidian parties. In your view, do you believe the Congress would be open to an alliance with the TVK? That's the chatter.
Nabila, let me say first of all, I don't deal with Tamil Nadu, so you really are asking the wrong person. I can only answer in terms of generalities that yes, there was a pre-poll alliance, and that means that the Congress has stayed loyal to its ally right through the election process, including when the discussions went on about whether the alliance should be renewed. And I would say that that's a very healthy sign that both these parties have stayed together in so many elections. I've been in politics now in India for 17 odd years, and I've won 4 elections, and throughout this time in my neighboring state I've seen DMK and Congress pretty much working together. So I can say that we have a situation next door where there are established patterns. At the same time, what Mr. Vijay has done is quite transformative as well, because this will be the first time in I think 6 decades that no party with the word Dravida in the title is going to be in power in Tamil Nadu. That's quite extraordinary. It was always between DMK and ADMK all the time. Now suddenly neither of them is the ruling party, it's the TVK. And that is something that is a huge game changer in Tamil Nadu politics, obviously. As far as what happens with the Congress's decision making here from now, I will leave it to those who are dealing with Tamil Nadu to talk about it.
All right. And finally, before I let you go, your word on Bengal saffronized, a tsunami, BJP tsunami in Bengal, Assam back to victory.
Again, same story that I must say I don't deal with those states, but I will say that the BJP victory in Assam was not entirely unexpected. We hoped to have done better than we did, but I don't think by the time it came to voting, I don't think any of us was truly expecting to come to power in Assam. However, in Bengal, the rout by the BJP seems much more than political observers had actually expected. And that is quite astonishing that you really have seen the kind of numbers we're talking about. You know, it was when the BJP entered the 2016 elections, they did so as a 0-seat party in Bengal, and they won 8 seats. By 21, they had taken that 8 to 77, and now by 26, they seem to have won 194. That's impressive kind of growth by any yardstick. And I think we should all study how they did this and see what lessons we can all learn. They're very professional in their election management. And that's something which more and more political parties are going to have to be. In Kerala, we have been very professional, very thorough, and we've also been able to tap into the pulse of the people, and the people have responded in the way they have in Kerala. Whether we can take this forward elsewhere remains to be seen, but I'm thinking of Punjab next year as perhaps a perfect opportunity to replicate the strength of our message here.
Lovely. I wish you and the UDF all the very best. Thank you very much, Mr. Tharoor.
Those victims of violence, especially women victims of violence, that were thrust with injustice.
This was an election, Mamata versus Janata, and we started during the campaign, 4 May, Mamata gayi.
SIR নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে।
Namaste, Jai Hind, good evening, welcome. It is whistle podu moment in Tamil Nadu because the TVK has taken pole position. The single largest party contesting without any alliance right now is in position to form government with some small allies. These are pictures of Joseph Vijay, Talapati Vijay or Vijay Anna as he's popularly known among those who have voted for him, going down there, going across, leaving his residence, perhaps going to the party office. He's been mobbed by fans, youngsters. Look at the average age of the people who are braving traffic incidents and trying to go through, squeeze between cars at signals to try and get a picture of Vijay. Vijay rolling down, smiling, waving his hands. That's what it is. And then rolling those windows back again as more and more people are showing their thumbs up. This is the moment in Tamil Nadu which perhaps defines that there is an alternative option. They want to look beyond the Dravidian options, and that's what Dr. Tharoor just now was mentioning. For the first time in a long time, the party in power does not have the word Dravida in its name. Purnima Murli joins us with more. Yes, Purnima.
All eyes on the developments that will take place here. Vijay is yet to get the majority. So all eyes on the exact numbers and the post-poll alliance talks that may follow. Right now, Vijay has left his residence. The visuals on your screen. That's Vijay is first going to visit his parents. His parents reside in Besant Nagar, Adyar. He'll go there and then he'll go to the Loyola Counting Center to collect the certificate. So these are the developments that are taking place. But a lot of action here. This is the first time that we have an alternative to the Dravidian party that is likely to form the government.
What is the inside news, Purnima? Who are the parties ready to support him? Who is he going to reach out for support?
Well, sources say that we've been speaking to Congress leaders from Tamil Nadu. They say that they are open to supporting the TVK, and then we also have parties like PMK by Anbumani Ramdas. So they are also waiting and watching. These are the numbers that are likely to play out in the next 24 hours. We could see some developments, but Congress, PMK, they are on the cards as far as TVK alliance goes. They are open to having a post-poll alliance with TVK and also to support TVK to form the government is what sources from Tamil Nadu, especially Congress sources from Tamil Nadu.
But will that be acceptable to Vijay, or will he look at some other options? Because PMK 6, Congress 6, TVK 107, that's 119. So just 2 above, and that's not going to give them too much of stability. Meanwhile, the DMK is at 72, the ADMK plus is at 55. So is he going to look at a far more stable option?
Well, DMK is ruled out because TVK, Vijay, time and again have said that their political enemy is the DMK, and 2026 election is a fight between the DMK and the TVK. They did not attack the ADMK as much as they did as far as DMK is concerned. Therefore, they will be looking at any party except for the DMK is what we are given to understand, right. Which is why next 4 hours will be crucial as far as Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, Rahul Shiv Shankar. Yeah.
these are the pictures on the right of your screens, viewers, of the finance minister and then of course of Amit Shah. We are going to show you those pictures. You're also going to see other cabinet ministers of the NDA because viewers, as you know, the Prime Minister is expected there any moment. By about 7 we are told the Prime Minister will come through, and you can already see some of those big names there collected to basically set the stage. But I just want to bring back Purnima once and have a quick conversation with her on what really is acceptable as far as the TVK is concerned. To support. Who are they looking at? Do they have preferences? Are they even amenable to go with the Congress? Remember, there was talk in the past that the Congress wanted to tie up, but the TVK said no. So tell us a little bit about that. Purnima, if you can hear me. Okay, I don't quite know if we have her, but that's Amit Shah there being greeted at the BJP headquarters. What a match he's played, viewers. What a match. I'll tell you, viewers, Amit Shah, after the first phase, decided that there was no question of him moving out of Bengal. Till the last vote of the second phase was polled, viewers, he sat in Kolkata. He has travelled extensively through the state, and this has been almost, viewers, a project that he has nurtured for the last 7 years. It all began in 2019 when he injected himself energetically onto the pollscape, and under his directions, viewers, the BJP went from 3 to 77. Those were the COVID years. There was a limitation on how much you could actually campaign. There was a lot that was left to be desired as far as ensuring voter safety and so on and so forth because of the pandemic pressures. But since then, viewers, Bengal has been central focus, and he's delivered. The Prime Minister entrusted this to him, he's delivered, and now he is there at the headquarters being literally, viewers, surrounded by a sea of supporters who see him as the architect of this win.
True. May the force be with you. If you're a Star Wars fan, today is May the 4th. If you like that joke and the pun. That was intended. Good evening to all our guests. They are all here. And it's been, the force has been, or the force has been with BJP on the 4th of May. That's what in Assam and in Bengal, what a turnaround. Nitin Nabin as BJP president, he is now, what a victory for him. Bhupinder Yadav, the Pradesh in charge in Bengal, what a phenomenal turnout for him and performance. And of course to the thousands of Karyakartas of the BJP and the RSS who have spent the last 6 months plus on ground trying to do this grass work. That has been phenomenal. Of course, with the SIR that the EC conducted, etc., etc. Smita Prakash also with us this evening. What a story here for the BJP as we look at the pictures in the center. Bengal, nobody thought that bastion could be breached, and it's been breached. And Assam retained with 100. They've done a literal Vaibhav Suryavanshi. That's what the Assam team BJP has done. Scored and hit the opposition out of the park. It's just been phenomenal. Sumant Raman, GVL Narasimha Rao, Nalin Mehta, Tehseen Poonawala, Amitabh Tiwari. The vibe is good, Amitabh Tiwari. 3 में से 4 में से 3 सही बैठ गया.
आपका सपोर्ट है.
3.5. Because I think we put it out there that the DMK is not coming to power. The DMK is not coming to power.
In fact, look, let me tell you, Anand, this was a exercise fraught in all sorts of dangers. On the other side stood the guillotine of the TMC. Let me tell you that, viewers, not a very polite party. Do I need to dredge out all those videos that their great representatives at the center have put out over the last few years, viewers, trolling, mounting hate, sending cops to arrest journalists?
You got an FIR
and any just,
right?
several. And I know somebody who had to literally, viewers, the only way he could survive in journalism was to throw his lot in. And viewers, I'll tell you, this ecosystem, today it's easy for certain people to come out and say that, oh, you had FIRs against you and so forth. But let me tell you, viewers, this ecosystem badgered Narendra Modi all these years, saying that he is the dictator, he is the fascist, You don't know what's been going on in your states, viewers, but those voters do, and they have voted. DMK, in Tamil Nadu, viewers, you just have to ask the local press there.
Correct. Yeah.
If they open their mouth, YouTubers and so forth, some of them have had Terror Act imposed on them. And this is not just happening in these two geographies. There's Telangana also, viewers. They're living up to the great traditions of Indian democracy that the left has left us in this country, viewers.
So two celebrations.
So let me tell you, this gentleman, Amitabh Tiwari, risked life and limb virtually. And the day he put out his exit poll for Tamil Nadu, there were people insinuating that he had...
On March 30th.
Yes,
30th
opinion poll rather. Yes, not even the exit poll. Opinion poll, people insinuated that he was on the take. Yes, getting money from the AIDMK, that he had people, his business partners and so forth. Viewers, the extent to which they went. And on the other side, viewers, there were pollsters who decided that they wouldn't want to risk the wrath of the TMC, so they didn't even come out with their exit poll. They let it go. That's how much conviction they had in their own beliefs, viewers. So this was an exercise fraught with danger. And Amitabh, you have come out trumps.
Thank you, sir. You have also
3.5 out of 4, not easy.
You have also supported.
Some do the dance, and we do democracy. So let's keep it that way. But Shubir Bhaumik, Chetan Bhagat and Manojit Mandal, thank you very much. Now Manojit Mandal again, who's continued to hold the flag for the Trinamool Congress, whether or not he's off or on the spokesperson's list. So that's also
TMC man.
That's also there. Now lots of run-ins that we've had on debates, etc. But you got to respect somebody's conviction. Now, the cephalogist in you, is he surprised with TVK, GVL Narasimha Rao? See, Smita Prakash is out of the studio, talk time maybe less. Smita Prakash, not deliberate, it just happens when the crowd is bored. In the morning it happened with GVL. So I'm just making it up with him. Yes?
Yeah, Anand, I think the Tamil Nadu, until the polls happened, until at least a couple of days before polls happened, there was no buzz about TVK really doing so well. And it was seen to be a party which will make a debut but not make strong waves. But post polling on April 23rd, there has been a strong buzz all over Tamil Nadu. The TVK is really coming up in big numbers. I think I would also like to compliment Amitabh for at least saying that the DMK would not return and DMK would suffer a very big defeat. Most polls have shown DMK winning and TVK, couple of polls have shown TVK in a very strong lead. But let me tell you, after the trends or results that have come in so far, Congress has no role to play. They might be itching to really find a role for themselves with not even half a dozen seats. 5 seats, the Congress is not in a position to influence this result at all.
Allow me, since he's the only BJP guy here, I have to shake his hands for one thing. You know, they broke an account, opened account in God's own country. So finally, Bhagwan ne darwaza khola.
You see, West Bengal also, we had only 2 MLAs. 10 years ago, West Bengal, we had only two MLAs. So wait for 5 years.
Beware of people who have just opened their account.
We will be in government in Kerala also. It will take time, but we will certainly.
वो सुबह कभी तो आएगी. Let's say that. But sir, अभी तो छोड़ दो लैपटॉप. हो गया सर. अब किसने? आप कौन सा नंबर घोट रहे हो? आप कहाँ पे? कौन सा iteration है? Is it the TVK iteration or is it some other iteration?
Look, I think what we've seen today is a political earthquake in West Bengal. You can now drive from Haryana right up to Meghalaya on the eastern border without having to go through a non-saffron state.
Sir, Haryana मत चलो. Sir, नहीं, वो Kutch to Kibittu कह रहा हूँ. Kutch to Kibittu, from the first village to the last. You can.
So what the project in West Bengal with the BJP has achieved today is the culmination of Bengal was the final frontier for the BJP in the east. I think it brings to fruition the process of regeneration of the BJP post 2024, a revamp of the BJP if you like. Today I think Narendra Modi is more powerful politically than he was before the 2024 elections. And this opens up the way to the UP election now next year in February, March. which is the next big test for the BJP ahead of the 2029 Lok Sabha elections, you have lost two major opponents in the India alliance, Mamata and Stalin. So that has a huge implication for national politics. So this is therefore a political earthquake in both terms, even though BJP didn't win.
Sir, Rajya Sabha round bhi aa raha na? Next round of Rajya Sabha, presidential elections are going to come.
So the strength in the states will matter a lot.
Yeah, and imagine when they decided to go with the ADMK, the BJP had not won Bihar. They had no clue about what's going to happen in Bengal. At that time, they stitched this alliance with the ADMK. Had they won Bihar by then, Smita Prakash, the story may have been different. That's perhaps what Gurumurthy sir just now gave us the headline, that he was not for severing or joining up with the ADMK. He wanted the BJP to pursue with Annamalai, but they said there are larger considerations that need to happen. Larger consideration, and now even he says that the BJP should go back to Annamalai and do it on their own.
Please see what he said then, see what he's saying now.
No, true. He said that there are compulsions, things which I could not say out loud. I got trolled, because the meeting happened at my house. He said all of that. But he said I couldn't say it because there was a larger consideration. And then he says that had this decision had to be taken in December or Jan, the decision would have been totally different. The outlook would have been totally different. December 2025, Jan 2026, outlook would have been different. So, but 2031, could it be Vijay versus Annamalai? Don't know.
No, the larger objective was to oust DMK.
I think that's also another part. Yes. The larger objective was to ensure the DMK loses or trounce the DMK. Yes, Smita Prakash.
Can you hear me?
बाउंस हो रहा है, दो जगह आपका लिंक खुला है. हाँ, अब बोलिए.
Okay, so what?
The Zoom, the link that you opened is opened on two of your devices, and that's why the feedback is happening. So you'll have to shut it down. Okay, we'll sort it out. We'll sort it out. Those are pictures of Vijay coming out. Okay, this is the Jayalalitha moment. 2016, Jayalalitha came out in a van with a light shining on her face. First time in about 12 to 14 months that she had come out and made an appearance. I was there. Now that moment, the spotlight is on Vijay. And look at the crowd that is running around. These are lots of youngsters who are there, Sumant Raman. A lot of young crowd. But this is not going to be easy. He will have to hit the ground running. Campaigning and being a part-time politician is different. Now the Jananayagan is truly a Jananayagan. So it's not real. It's real.
Some of the promises, Anand, are quite honestly scary. 2,500 rupees
8 grams of gold.
8 grams of gold, 2,500 rupees for...
At today's prices,
yes,
that's almost a lakh 50,000.
And, free bus travel, which, with the DMK, it was restricted to women in the cities. Now he says you can go anywhere in the state.
He's not going to be able to deliver. It's like Mamdani in New York. Remember, sometimes that happens. You have a personality, they just come and people believe him. And they make promises like, like everybody in New York is going to get an apartment and
25 lakh,
and then they can't
25 lakh health
and then he's going to have to find someone to
insurance cover of 25 lakh for every family.
I don't think he's going to do it on day one. Yeah. He would have said that I will do it over the period of my governance, and that's what he is going to try and perhaps focus on at this point. But the challenge is that he's not run government before. He's got to have a whole host of people. It's a brand new team, and it's not going to be easy, Tehseen.
It's a good problem to have. It's not.
It's a good problem to have.
It's not. I'll tell you the one thing he can be successful in if he does, and this is if you need guts. But this is not the Mamdani approach. This is the Argentinian approach. But it requires guts to do it. If he can go there and kick out 50% of bureaucrats, kick them out, not use them. This country. Biggest problems is not politicians. This country's biggest problem is bureaucrats. For every solution that a politician has, a bureaucrat will create a problem. For every solution. This country is run by bureaucrats. I mean,
why certain things cannot be done.
Why everything cannot be done. Exactly. And they will convince you, and he took the name of a gentleman, and that is typically bureaucrat, because the gentleman also served in RBI. He was, and I don't want to divert too much, he said during the COVID crisis, print more money. Then he came and said, I was the one who said don't print more money. The bureaucrat will do that. You know the gentleman I'm talking about. So what I'm trying to say is that bureaucracy will destroy. So if he can take this step, keep bureaucracy out.
Okay. I just would like to put a qualifier. Not all bureaucrats are good. not all bureaucrats are bad.
But
Now
they all
the
create
bureaucracy as a
problems.
system is also when political parties will change, leadership will change, but the administration continues because of the bureaucrats. So there are great good bureaucrats too, viewers, and we should not let them, we should not broad brush everybody. But yes, every neta has a problem with the bureaucrat. You ask the bureaucrat, they'll say I have a problem with the neta. So that swings both ways. But they have to ensure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted. That's their job.
And the bureaucrats in Tamil Nadu now are a completely confused lot. You have DMK bureaucrats, you have ADMK bureaucrats. You don't have TVK bureaucrats.
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh arrives at the BJP headquarters with stay of the 2 Smita Prakash, are you through? Can you hear?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, a couple of things.
Sir, give us
which
talk time and then come to you, sir. Yeah.
Couple of things which I wanted to point out. One, when you're talking about the bureaucracy, the West Bengal Chief Secretary, he's issued orders to all department secretaries and head offices to ensure that no important paper or file is removed or damaged or taken out from the offices. It is so bizarre. You don't see this happening in any state. You were talking about Tamil Nadu bureaucracy not knowing which way it goes. It happens, this uthal-puthal happens for about a week. But look at this, they're saying don't take out files, which is such a bizarre thing to do, because this kind of bizarre stuff has been happening in West Bengal. Too, Nalin was talking about the UPA having lost two major leaders in this, Stalin gone as well as West Bengal mein Mamata gone. But the UPA has lost 3. Remember, there is Nitish Kumar also who has shifted out. So 3 stalwarts have left the UPA. Fine, the Congress has won one state, at least there's one chief minister, but it is significant that the UPA has been damaged, a body blow in this election. So, you know, the narrative which the opposition had, that 2024 general election, the BJP is like absolutely, if that aura of invincibility of the BJP is finished and it's been dented. This in some way was like a midterm poll, in the sense like a kind of a referendum. We don't have referendum in our constitution, but it's a kind of a referendum whether that dent was temporary or structural. So if it is temporary,
Mamaji is dancing. Mamaji is dancing in Guwahati. And he's become very popular doing that.
This man fronted that.
Today he's the BJP in Assam has done a Vaibhav Suryavanshi. I keep saying that because 102 there in a 2-horse race largely.
Historic mandate. And every time BJP has been in power for 10 years, every election the BJP's victory margin is increasing. This is what is really historic.
लेकिन उससे बड़ा तो आपने ये किया, अभिषेक शर्मा का meets Travis Head has happened in the West Bengal. 205. How is that possible? Nobody has thought they'll cross the 200 mark. But there were those who said कि if it goes one way, it will go one way. And that's exactly what happened.
We discussed and we said in the last 3, post 2024, I mentioned every election is a very decisive mandate. People are not giving unclear, indecisive verdicts. So we certainly expected it to be a very big win. But crossing 200 is something. Whether it's Maharashtra,
right. When you are winning as opposition party, you win big. And when all states are facing so much anti-incumbency, how are you or what have you done to crack the code of pro-incumbency?
As I told you the other day, maximum governance. Maximum.
If it's a bad government, no, they do.
We don't really. It's not just to win a simple majority. You never.
You know what you do? You do after within 3 years, you will do one internal poll. खराब है, मूड खराब है, 18 महीने पहले पूरी सरकार बदल दो, कैबिनेट मंत्री बदल दो, सब बदल दो, सरकार बदल दो, change the whole, rotate it, beat them out.
We are here to deliver.
No, but Trinamool changed 74 sitting MLAs, and that does not work.
No, that is at the time of the election. Yeah.
It is likely to be old guard.
In their case, Gujarat, the government changed. They changed the chief minister, changed the whole cabinet.
Can we just take a pause and go across to Purnima? Because what we're also seeing are historic scenes. Of course, there is Himanta Biswa Sarma who's having a nice party out there with his supporters, and that's so wonderful to see Indian politicians dancing. Dancing.
This is Trump.
Rahul, he is Assamese, he has to dance Bihu.
I'll tell you.
This is how it is.
I'll tell you, bonding with the people who make it all possible is very, very important. And, we're seeing this. This is, we see.
And I'll tell you one thing. We are not giving him credit for Bengal, but it is a neighboring state. Okay, BJP won there. Last time BJP did not win Bengal. They are very connected. A lot of Bengali people in Assam, they are hearing reports.
Of course.
And there is definitely massive pro-incumbency.
I think the
100
BJP,
seats,
you see,
and now that
BJP
news must have
interlinks.
percolated that give BJP a chance. It worked in Assam. It's time to give a chance.
We want to campaign in Assam also.
One second, gentlemen, this is a male panchayat here. Just 1 second. I want to go across to Purnima, because from Purnima I need to get important insights. Now we are seeing Vijay. Look at the mad rush and crush around Vijay. Purnima, what's happening? I believe that Vijay is going to his party headquarters or something like that. Can you tell us what's happening?
Well, we are at Vijay's parents' residence. It's here in Adyar, and you can see a lot of people here waiting for the last 1-2 hours. Vijay is going to come here first, and then he will head to Loyola Counting Center to collect the certificate. We'll have to wait and see what TVK's next move is, because so far they've not crossed the halfway mark, and there are smaller parties that are in fact telling us that they are open to an alliance with TVK. All eyes on those developments. The next 24 hours will be crucial.
Purnima, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, gratitude to the voters of Tamil Nadu who supported the NDA in Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. We'll always remain at the forefront in addressing people's issues and improving their lives. Congratulations to TVK on their impressive performance. The centre will leave no stone unturned in furthering the progress of Tamil Nadu and the well-being of their people. What does that mean?
We are with you. 1 second. It was the same promise to DMK, but then they did not work hand in hand with the central
I'm
government.
asking Purnima first before we listen to the BJP version. Yes, Purnima.
Well, in fact, right now we'll have to wait and see whether there will be any sort of discussions between the AIADMK and TVK. TVK still does not have the number to form the government. So all eyes on the parties that are ready to support TVK. So we'll have to wait and see if the AIADMK-led alliance is also open to that, because so far it's all speculations doing the rounds. Of course, Congress leaders are telling us that they are open to an alliance with the TVK, but all eyes on what the AIADMK and the BJP plan to do as far as Tamil Nadu goes. We'll have to wait and see whether there will be any sort of discussions between the AIADMK and the TVK, because TVK still does not have the number to form the government. So all eyes on the parties that are keen to support TVK going forward. So next 24 hours will be crucial here.
Right. September 2013, the BJP had 773 MLAs across the length and breadth of the country. Today they have 1798 MLAs. So that's the jump that they have done in the last 13 years. Now today, as we speak, the NDA is present in 22 of the 31 states in our country, 17 of which with the BJP, 5 with the allies. So it's quite literally they have encompassed the length and breadth of the country. South, in terms of Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, continues to evade them, and also Tamil Nadu, it continues to evade them. Javier, yes.
But Tamil Nadu will have to wait for your final result. It could be a friendly government in Tamil Nadu, and I am confident it will be a friendly. It will be. It will be.
ये क्या खबर है बताइए?
Let me complete. It will be a friendly government because TVK, I think, you see, this was a vote against DMK. Both NDA and TVK fought against a DMK in this election, and DMK and TMC, which took up their fight against central government, both have lost their mandate. So it will be any wise leader.
Let's ask this question to all of you. One, the DMK, TVK 107, PMK 6, Congress 6. So at this time they would 5. So they will just be at 117, right at the halfway mark. They'll know 1 or 2. So uneasy lies the alliance. If the TVK and the ADMK plus or the NDA combined, they are at 161, which is more stable and which makes more sense. Chetan Bhagat.
And that is very much likely. They will offer. Whether TVK takes it or not is a separate issue, but I think it's better to make sure you are in power for 5 years. I mean, you know, you don't want to be this just majority and then someone does a Shiv Sena on you. You know?
Those things happen. Time you tell me where are you sourcing your bundis from? Each day you are wearing a different one. It's very smart. I like the tricolor. This is yahan se.
There's a tricolor here as well. Every time the BJP tells me you're anti-India,
he is wearing his patriotism. Unless the government is stable, unless any state government is stable, it is vulnerable. We've seen it in Shiv Sena. We've seen it in Aam Aadmi Party recently. I mean, yeah, they had a big win today, but 1 year later, 2 years later, when he cannot deliver the promises and when the gold doesn't come in the mailbox, I mean,
I hope the gold's not coming in the mailbox.
Is that the reason why then a Khushbu Sundar and Anna Malai and everybody had a very, very placatory tone and a very nice tone about TVK and Vijay? Nobody had to say. Even yesterday, Khushbu Sundar spoke with Rohini Swami and she said, no. Thambi.
So, you know, the way Anna Malai started off, and we were there during 2024 elections, and BJP touched 18.5% vote share. That was the part.
No.
18%,
18.5% was the NDA. Not BJP 11.
But they have the 18.
No, they had the PM.
They had the 18.
They had the PM.
They had the 18. So Anna Malai was also responsible for that. That space today is taken by TVK. That space is now gone. Now, I think the TVK cannot go with the BJP simply because a lot of his voters are anti-BJP. However, there could be a friendly alliance when there's a friendly call from the CBI chief who's investigating him. A little friendly call over a cup of coffee.
No, I think but can I just bring some details into this? There is something strange that is happening, viewers, in West Bengal, because I am being told that as of now, counting
on the wall?
Yes, counting seems to have halted.
Counting
seems to be a
from the police and his social media, but in just a few minutes you will see with Talapati Vijay, the man that they elected here in large numbers. It's just a few minutes and it's and now can you see Talapati Vijay, the real visual of Vijay here itself. So clearly here, that is the frenzy for people to come and watch him. We've here at CNN News 18 have been reporting and telling you how the people have been absolutely given him a mandate, and here he arrives at his father's place and here to basically seek the blessings of his parents of what he has done, of bring a mandate from Tamil Nadu, and he has been able to right now get the love and affection of the people. Now what we need to see is how Talapati will now take it forward. Lots of questions to be answered, but here first he shows, and you can see clearly that first wants to meet his parents. He's also been meeting people.
Around and acknowledge the media. He may just turn around and acknowledge the media. Rohini Swami getting us the thing that he's got. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's the acknowledgement to the media.
Talapati, whistle border and whistles is all that Tamil Nadu is ringing right across. It's important to understand how...
keep these pictures on screen. I just want to alert our viewers to something very important. Rohini, just hold on there. Viewers, counting has stopped in Bhavanipur. So let's split that screen, because the last we saw was Mamata Banerjee. Get those pictures out of Mamata Banerjee heading in, darting into the counting center, viewers. And since then, not one vote has been counted. What is going on in Bhavanipur? Let's try and go across to our reporters and get a sense from the ground. Let's patch either Pallavi or Komolika. Something is strange, because those pictures there, the bottom of your screens, viewers, that's Mamata Banerjee. She gets out of the car. She's looking stony-faced. I haven't seen Mamata Banerjee looking like that. 4 rounds are left of counting. The lead is wafer thin, Anand. Yes. 5,000 some votes. She's up against Suvendu Adhikari. Suvendu Adhikari already turfed her out of Nandigram. Here, viewers, he's hoping to do a 2-0. 2-0, sir. What is going on, Professor Saab? Mamata Banerjee is not wanting. No, come on, now you can't say that it's still too early. 4 rounds are left.
I'll wait till sunset in
Delhi.
No,
forget
Kolkata, there is sunset. So I was waiting for sunset.
Delhi mein bhi ho gaya.
So now I congratulate.
There is no setting sun here. The BJP sun is rising. Please. there's not going to be a setting sun today. Metaphorically, yes. I want to answer.
Let me congratulate my good friend GVL sir.
Look at him and say it. Look at him and say it. It's been very difficult for you to bring yourself to this moment.
I'm glad TMC but still, I would say SR is the man of the match.
So 14% is the vote share drop. Okay.
Now SR, difference between TMC and BJP is barely 5-6%.
No, last time's TMC. So, I agree it's 4 now. Yeah. But last time TMC
it's 42 lakhs.
Last time versus now 14 points difference. Right? Exactly. It's dropped by 14. SR was not like they got every TMC voter away.
5%.
5% में सर 4% किया होगा ना? Very simple. Okay, even if they got 80%, even if the BJP manipulated it, also
they would really have won now. Why are you shouting now? I'm congratulating you.
Because you are putting it on SR. It's a simple quantitative argument. You're saying 5% people got affected.
Whatever, Mr. Bhagat, you cannot deprive these 3.8 lakh people of their voting rights.
3.8
lakh. But it would not have, would it have changed the
3.7 million.
3.8 lakhs, I say.
3.8 lakhs.
Okay, so would it have changed the result? Would it have changed the result?
37 lakh people, 3.7 lakh. Okay, Vijay, those are pictures of Vijay. We'll go to Bengal in a bit. Those are pictures of Vijay acknowledging and going across from his balcony to all the supporters. So that's the white shirt and khaki pant. That's what he wanted everybody to, whoever supports him, to do it. Many thought it's only about in the morning that people have gone, and after that they didn't turn up. They thought that's not, the vote support has dried out, but that's not the case. And look at that, with the spectacles and a little bit of grey showing around the stubble, there he is, Vijay, acknowledging this victory because he realizes there is a huge mountain of expectation on his shoulder. Huge mountain of expectation on his shoulder because he has to now deliver. The work begins right now for him. Even as he's collected the party certificate, the first thing is the TVK is actually slipping down in the numbers. It was at 111, it's now slipped to 106. It will have to lean on one of the bigger allies or the bigger parties now for support.
Whatever number TVK ends up with, you have to minus 1. Because Vijay has won in 2 seats.
So he has to give up.
So he has to give up 1 seat.
But one would assume that the alternative proxy candidate would also win that seat and they would take that seat.
Until then, when you form a government,
but
you need that number.
Interesting point. Number. Let's just quickly switch focus to Bengal with Mamata Banerjee and Kamalika is there with us.
We've got our reporter on the ground.
Yeah, Kamalika is there on ground. Kamalika is there.
Let's go 1 second. Let's go back to Vijay and our reporter. Yes, let's go back. Rohini is there. Rohini is there. Let's go to Rohini.
But can she hear us? Rohini.
She can. She doesn't need to. She's speaking. Rohini. Okay. What has happened there? We couldn't go back to Rohini and up the knack. That's all we wanted. She is speaking. There she is, Rohini.
There she is. Can we
Let's listen to her. So all it takes is to lower the fader up. Just move it up. Move the fader up. That's all you need to do. Director Saab. On the speaker. Okay, we're not getting those. Let me just go across to Komalika. I don't know what's happened there. Viewers, we have great pictures. We have the moment on camera. We're going to go back to Vijay. I can't understand why we can't ramp up the... okay, there it is. Anyhow, let's just try to get that. Let me go across to Komalika. Komalika, what's happening outside Bhavanipur polling center? What is happening there outside the counting center? Why is polling stopped? Can we go across to her?
Not polling, counting.
Counting.
Counting stop.
Yeah, Rahul, it seems that Mamata Banerjee's margin that was reducing and right now it's near about 4,867, 4,800 that she was leading, and then there was, it is stopped for some time, but the Trinamool Congress is alleging that there are manipulations and other things happening. I'd just like to show you the picture because this is this is almost become a fortress, the Bhavanipur Sakhavat Memorial, and from the very first of this election season, Rahul, I've been saying that this is the Kurukshetra of the Bengal battle, and till the end it seems so. Both Suvendu Adhikari, Mamata Banerjee face to face, in the counting, and there a lot of CAPFs are there, and both the sides we have, I just can't show that, but both the sides it's saffron. So absolutely it's clear that there is a saffron surge out here, and right now this is, for some time it is stopped, but what we are not getting something clearly till now from the Election Commission, but what we are getting from the sources in the EC that it will resume very soon, and there is no much problem. That's what we are getting. But this is the 16th round, after which Mamata Banerjee is leading somewhere around 4,800. Somehow her lead margin is decreasing.
Rounds to go. Komalika, how many rounds to go? This is going down to the wire, viewers, but why is it stopped? No one knows. Komalika, what is happening inside? What are you hearing from your sources? Has Mamata Banerjee sat on a dharna? We were told that she might be doing that. What's happening inside that centre?
See, what we are getting is initially what happened that Mamata Banerjee claimed that her agents they were asked to go out, and that was the moment when Mamata Banerjee came in from her residence, and after that both Mamata Banerjee and Suvendu Adhikari, they were having mobile phones with them, and that was taken by the Election Commission. They were asked not to keep that. Even after that, then 2-3 rounds went, 5 more rounds are still left. But again, there is an allegation from the Trinamool Congress that the counting is stopped and some manipulation going on. But Election Commission is saying that it will resume as soon as possible.
Right. So counting has stopped at the Bhavanipur constituency, assembly constituency. It stopped because Mamata Banerjee raised some objections. Now Komalika telling us that the counting will resume in a short while from now, but there is high drama. Another 5 rounds of counting to go, and Mamata Bandyopadhyay saw her lead being shaved from about 12,000 odd votes to just about 4,800 votes, under 5,000 votes, and that's where this whole drama started. Let's now quickly shift focus and get you the latest from the Chennai, as Vijay is now meeting his parents, perhaps celebration, a whistle podu moment. Rohini Swami from right outside that residence in Besant Nagar. Yes, Rohini.
Absolutely, that's the term, whistle poured, because everybody here inga whistle dam potundirukanga. They're just all here, and if you can see outside Talapathi's parents' house, children, people and people have been standing in line. See, it's important to understand that he came here and he thanked the people. He stood in that very balcony there and said thank you for the mandate that people have given. TVK and whistle all over the air in Chennai and Tamil Nadu.
Okay, we're going to come back to you in just a few moments. We're going to take a very quick break, viewers. We're going to see you in about 5 minutes. Stay with us, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be heading to the BJP headquarters, and we're going to get to the latest from Bhavanipur. 2 very big events, viewers. Stay tuned. Don't go away. Bengal in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party and Union Minister, Mr. Pradhan joins us. Mr. Pradhan, badhaiyo aapko. Fantastic day, historic day for the BJP, as well as, of course, for BJP also in Assam, not just in Bengal, in Assam, and of course in Puducherry, the NDA. So a great day overall for you. But Pradhanji, thank you for speaking to us. Your first reaction on the performance of the BJP in Bengal, sir.
My all salute to the decisive voters of West Bengal. For a long time they are intending, they have a strong desire to change the ruling pattern in Bengal, be it 34 years of late regime or be it 15 years of TMC's regime. There was a pattern to govern. The pattern's primary condition was to create fear psychosis, intimidate voters, do atrocity on people. By creating that fear, you own the election. This time, my biggest take of this election is due to impartial approach of Election Commission. People of West Bengal has come out in a big way. They have reposed faith and leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, policies and program of Bharatiya Janata Party, because since last 2.5 decades, we are a natural party of governance in many states. That belief extends to Bengal also. I am grateful to people of Bengal for reposing their faith in Prime Minister Modi and BJP.
Back live with the pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving at the BJP headquarters right on cue, viewers. 7 p.m. was his scheduled arrival. He is there on time. And what a day, what a moment. Ever since that languid, slow walk, which actually expressed the disappointment of Lok Sabha 2024, the confidence in the stride perhaps has only increased, and he's wearing a dhoti and coming. So celebration, and that too the very typical Bangla attire. So does he have the long end of that dhoti in his hand? We'll have to wait and watch, but there you go. That's how he's dressed and come as a tribute. There it is, as a tribute to the people of Bengal, and acknowledging the work of the Karyakartas, the celebration. And Rahul, you had opined this, that perhaps the NDA today, after Lok Sabha 2024, is the biggest ever.
Yes, at this moment, yes. If you look at geographic spread, yes, viewers. Also, let me tell you, record number of MLAs now under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's watch. Just the BJP, and I'm talking about the BJP strength is 1798. It is increased from 773 to 1798. 1,000 MLAs have been added in just 13 years. In 13 years, viewers, this is dramatic. And let me also tell you, viewers, that you have a situation. Yes, yes.
That's what we've
already said. You weren't listening. You were buried like a young teenager in your phone. That is the problem with this new generation viewers. They're all in their phone. They're not paying attention.
He's of my age.
Okay.
Who are you chatting with?
Hey,
Who are you chatting with?
Yeah, I said he arrived in traditional Bengali attire, saluting the people of Bengal.
Let's listen, viewers. A little bit. Let's boost the nat on those pictures. There you can hear it.
Baltano Sarkar, Abar. Oh, and Is this very place after the Bihar elections that the Prime Minister said Ganga Bihar se Bengal mein behti hai, setting the objective, and from thereafter immediately, and what a big bumper of an achievement for Nitin Nabin as the BJP president. Victories that have been registered, that have come after Bihar, successes that have come. Assam again,
since
a big
we're
success.
talking about West Bengal, big one in Rashbihari. Swapan Das Gupta has won Rashbihari.
Oh, congratulations, Swapan Das Gupta.
Yes, well, you know, viewers, 20th round, final round, and he has won by 20,000 votes. That's big. That's a big one in a seat like that. Very tight, small seat.
Rashbihari also saw a 20% voter turnout surge, and that was phenomenal. And we noted that with vote vibe and on new matrix. So Swapan Das Gupta, again, amazing that he was there in our studios as part of the election panel at the Bihar election, and now today he has been elected an MLA from Rashbihari, and Rashbihari is right next to Bhavanipur in Kolkata, and he's now won there. So congratulations to Swapan Das Gupta. Let's hope that and that day when he was here, he was quite circumspect in his analysis on the day of polling, exit poll, but he gave an insight which he usually doesn't. He doesn't make that reference. He said that the Hindu had an existential issue. The emotional aspect was an existential one outside of anything else. And he says, I realized that when I got down on ground. And he said that they were waiting. They had seen that this was now becoming an existential issue for them, and that's why they would have voted the way they have.
The Prime Minister on stage, next to him on his left, viewers, is Nitin Nabin, the newly crowned BJP president, and it's quite clear that he has delivered also. He started off with a massive bunch of victories actually, and that is an affirmation also of his time. You know, Napoleon always said when he was appointing a general, is he lucky or is he not? Prime Minister there, standing next to the top lead general of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the president, could be a lucky president. You never know.
Not just a lucky president,
Yes.
he's also bordering end of the millennials, beginning of the Gen Z. So he's a young leader, at least 20
And from
years
that
younger
arc, from that
than the
Ganges
current
arc.
leadership. Yeah.
Yes.
And
You
he's
see,
come from Bihar
I have
from a
to say
political
that
legacy
the
also.
Bengal victory plays into different hues across, because 2029 you're expecting a little bit of anti-incumbency in the Hindi heartland. So BJP really needs to be in control of new geographies, and with as they say, Anga, Banga and Kalinga, the BJP now has that cushion.
They
that it
also
didn't
have on the other side Prag Jyotish.
That's right, Prag
Assam.
Jyotish, and of
then
course
Meghalaya, Tripura.
Yes.
Meghalaya is part of NEDA. They have government in Manipur and Tripura. So all around the international border, which is vulnerable, they have governments and they got ability to put things in place.
And there is new opportunity to be cited perhaps in Karnataka, because also viewers, Karnataka sort of switches, so it might just fall into them very conveniently. Who knows? There's also, of course, the possibility of the BJP expanding a bit in Telangana and Andhra. Few seats here and there.
See, Karnataka is one place where they've not been able to buck
exactly.
anti-incumbency.
Yes.
Karnataka has also Paltano and they've not been able to remain steady. So that's one part they'll have to fix. South of the Vindhyas, they still have a problem. It's TDP which is holding fort in Andhra, but otherwise the BJP footprint south of the Vindhyas is not as impressive as it has in the northwest and the east.
TM being felicitated, the senior most cabinet member on his right, viewers, is Rajnath Singh.
1, 2, 3, 4,
and that's
current and past BJP presidents are there. See, JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, all past BJP president, Nitin, current BJP president, and they are all there.
This is the A team. This is the apex. This is the A team. Because Amit Shah, his role in this election cannot be at any level ignored. He has scripted this victory. He has, as he has said, even to CNN News 18, when you're speaking with us a short while back, a few months ago, he says that he was going to dedicate himself. This was his one ambition, and he has delivered that. Prime Minister's guarantee, and that's it. The NDA is the biggest ever it has been. The numbers are all there. The data is adding up. Threefold jump. Can you imagine? Since 2013 in the number of MLAs of the BJP.
Some 700 odd to about 1798, and they are also present in 22 and 22 of the 31 states as NDA. 17 BJP, 5 right now with the NDA allies or other parties. But that's just phenomenal for the BJP itself. The other part, that Amit Shah is also the Home Minister. The presence of the central forces, they're effectively trying to not just patrol the streets but keep the goons off the streets, working in tandem with the Election Commission to ensure perhaps the least violent and the most voter-friendly elections in Bengal in decades, viewers.
Let me tell you that number.
That's also phenomenal.
That number of the TMC at 81 could slip to 79. You see, it's about 78 seats, I think, which are Muslim majority seats or Muslim influenced seats in Bengal. That's all that the TMC has right now, propping it up. Because if Mamata Banerjee loses, and we don't know what's going on there, while the counting has stopped at Bhavanipur, 4 rounds left, the wafer-thin margin of 4,000. But that could become problematic. And let me just go across the table once and get a few views. Dr. Raman, let's look at the national picture, the larger picture. Anand's been reporting it since the morning. We've been looking at those numbers. NDA biggest ever. What consequence does this hold? What are the implications going into 2029? And most importantly, before that, the gateway to Delhi, Lucknow, going into Uttar Pradesh.
I think it's very significant for two reasons. I mean, defeating the Congress is one thing, which the BJP has been doing fairly routinely now. But here, there are two tough regional parties.
I'm sorry interrupting you. Let's go across to Nitin Nabeen. He is going to be speaking.
आज हम सभी आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए हैं और एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण है हम सभी के लिए। सर्वप्रथम जय मां कामाख्या, जय मां काली, जय मां भारती। आज 5 राज्यों के विधानसभा के चुनाव के संपन्न के बाद जो ऐतिहासिक समर्थन हमारे देवतुल्य जनता ने, भारत की यशस्वी जनता ने इन 5 राज्यों में जो हमें समर्थन दिया है, उसके लिए मैं हृदय की गहराई से उन तमाम 5 राज्य के लोगों को अभिनंदन करता हूं कि आपने हमारे नेतृत्व के प्रति, भाजपा और एनडीए के प्रति अपना विश्वास व्यक्त किया है। मित्रों, आज 4 जून का दिन है, नतीजे आए हैं और ये नतीजे 4 मई का दिन है और नतीजे आए हैं, लेकिन मैं 4 जून 2024 को भी आपको याद कराना चाहता हूं। जनता के मन में हमारे नेतृत्वकर्ता को जो समर्थन और जो विश्वास दिया था, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं उनके मन में एक कसक रह गई थी। और आज जब 4 मई को प्रचंड बहुमत, प्रचंड जीत अगर दी है, तो 2024 की उस कसक को पूरा किया है। और उसके बाद के हुए चुनाव में, 2024 के बाद जब चुनाव हुए, हर राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड जीत देने का काम किया, नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व के प्रति आस्था व्यक्त की, विश्वास व्यक्त किया है। और आज जब पश्चिम बंगाल, असम, पुडुचेरी, इन तीनों राज्यों के जो चुनाव के परिणाम आए, उन परिणामों ने यह स्पष्ट किया कि आज देश की जनता का अटूट विश्वास, देश की जनता का अटूट समर्थन हमारे नेता, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के प्रति है। मैं देश की जनता को इसके लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। लेकिन साथ ही साथ दक्षिण भारत में भी जिस प्रकार से सशक्त उपस्थिति हमारी पार्टी को मिली है, आने वाले समय में दक्षिण भारत भी भाजपा के कमल से खिलेगा। हम आज के इस चुनाव परिणाम के बाद अपने सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को, अपने शीर्ष नेतृत्व को, जिन्होंने अथक परिश्रम किया, और आज उनके अथक परिश्रम का, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम का परिणाम है कि उनकी तपस्या रंग लाई और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक प्रचंड जीत मिली है। मित्रों, ये जीत काफी संघर्षों के बाद, हम कह सकते हैं कि वर्षों तक वामपंथ के पूरे पश्चिम बंगाल को जिस प्रकार से हिंसक वातावरण में तृणमूल की सरकार ने जिस प्रकार से तानाशाही रवैये में वहां की जनता को रखा था, एक पूरा भय का वातावरण वहां के लोगों के बीच में बना हुआ था। आज हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो प्राणों की आहुति दी, जो बलिदान दिया, और हम कह सकते हैं हमारे माताओं और बहनों ने जो पुत्र और पति को खोया, आज उन सब को मैं नमन करता हूं और उन सब के समर्पण को अभिनंदन करता हूं। और मैं मानता हूं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से उस भय के वातावरण से नरेंद्र मोदी के भरोसे के वातावरण में जनता आई है, हम स्पष्ट रूप से अपने नेतृत्वकर्ता का अभिनंदन करते हैं। मित्रों, पूरे देश में लोग कहते हैं चुनाव के समय में कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी होता है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकारों का और नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व का यह परिणाम है कि आज प्रो इनकम्बेंसी की फैक्टर पर चर्चा होती है। और यही कारण है असम और पुडुचेरी में लगातार हमारी सरकारें रिपीट हुई हैं। ये दिखाता है कि अगर जनता के बीच में आप विकास के वादों को पूरा करेंगे, मोदी की गारंटी को, सपनों को हकीकत की आईने में बुनेंगे, तो जनता आपके साथ खड़ी होती है। और यही कारण है कि देश में कई राज्यों में जब चुनाव होते हैं, चाहे गुजरात हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, बिहार हो, हमारी सरकारें रिपीट होती हैं। ये कारण है कि हमारे नेतृत्व के प्रति और हमारे नेतृत्व का कथनी और करनी में अंतर नहीं होता है। यही कारण है कि आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सरकारें लगातार राज्यों में रिपीट होती है। मित्रों, आज हम इन परिणामों से जनता ने फिर स्पष्ट किया है कि हम भरोसे के साथ तो चल ही रहे हैं। हम अपने नेतृत्वकर्ता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के प्रति जो विश्वास और जो स्नेह देखने को मिला पूरे चुनाव के कैंपेन में, मैं मानता हूं कि आज पूरे देश में जो स्थितियां हैं उस पे ये जो समर्थन मिला है हम सभी को, वो स्पष्ट संकेत देता है कि 2024 के परिणाम के बाद भी, आज भी 12 वर्षों के बाद भी नरेंद्र मोदी के प्रति वही विश्वास, वही प्रेम और वही स्नेह जनता के बीच में कायम है। गंगोत्री से लेकर गंगा सागर तक एनडीए भाजपा की सरकार बन रही है मित्रों। ये केवल भौगोलिक विस्तार नहीं है, ये हमारे प्रति, हमारे नेतृत्व के प्रति विश्वास और उसके विचार का भी विस्तार है। मैं आज यहां पर पश्चिम बंगाल के उस जीत को कई मायने में अहम मानता हूं। हमारे प्रेरणादायी पुरुष जहां हुए बलिदान मुखर्जी, वो कश्मीर की बात हम करते थे। 370 धारा से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उस कश्मीर को पूर्ण रूपेण भारत के लोगों के साथ जोड़ दिया और उस बलिदान की भूमि को भारत का भूमि बना दिया। और मैं आज कहता हूं कि आज उसी श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी जी के जन्म स्थान पश्चिम बंगाल को भी भाजपामय कर दिया। ये इसकी बधाई मैं पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता को भी देता हूं। मैं आज के दिन ये जो पूरा चुनाव हुआ, मैं मानता हूं ये नाकामी किसी और की नहीं, इंडी गठबंधन के नेता राहुल गांधी की है। और मैं आज आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, इस चुनाव के परिणाम के बाद इंडी के गठबंधन ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर जाएंगे, क्योंकि इन्होंने जनता के साथ अन्याय किया है। और आज मैं कहता हूं, जिस प्रकार से नारी वंदन अधिनियम को तिरस्कार करने का काम, अपमान करने का काम किया है, जनता ने उसका सीख सिखाने का, जनता ने सबक सिखाने का काम किया है। और मैं आज के दिन अपने प्रिय नेता और पूरे देश के
Bengal in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party and Union Minister, Mr. Pradhan joins us. Mr. Pradhan, बधाई हो आपको. Fantastic day, historic day for the BJP as well as, of course, for BJP also in Assam, not just in Bengal, in Assam and of course in Puducherry, the NDA. So great day overall for you. But Pradhan ji, thank you for speaking to us. Your first reaction on the performance of the BJP in Bengal, sir.
My all salute to the decisive voters of West Bengal. For a long time they are intending, they have a desire, strong desire to change the ruling pattern in Bengal, be it 34 years of late regime or be it 15 years of TMC's regime. There was a pattern to govern. The pattern's primary condition was to create fear psychosis, intimidate voters, do atrocity on people. By creating that fear, you own the election. This time, my biggest take of this election is due to impartial approach of election commission. People of West Bengal has come out in a big way. They have reposed faith and leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, policies and program of Bharatiya Janata Party, because since last 2.5 decades, we are a natural party of governance in many states. That belief extends to Bengal also. I am grateful to people of Bengal for reposing their faith in Prime Minister Modi and BJP, and they have given a decisive mandate of misrule, misgovernance of Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
प्रधान जी, अगर आप टीएमसी का वर्जन सुने तो काफी अलग है. वो कह रहे हैं कि तमाम बीजेपी ने एक किस्म से षड्यंत्र रचा था हमारे खिलाफ, ईसी को भी इन्वॉल्व किया, सेंट्रल पुलिस फोर्सेस को भी लेके आए, कई दिक्कतें पैदा की कि पूरा जो इलेक्टोरल फील्ड है अनइवन हो जाए. इस पे आपकी क्या राय है?
देखिए, मैं पहले चुनाव आयोग की निष्पक्ष और सुव्यवस्थित चुनाव के लिए उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं. मैंने जैसे कहा कि पिछले लगभग 50 सालों में बंगाल की जनता
माता की, भारत माता की. भारत माता की। जो लोग मुझे देख नहीं पाते हैं, उनसे मेरी प्रार्थना है कि आप जहां है वहीं से सुन लीजिए, किसी को आगे पीछे करने के चक्कर में मत पड़िए। भारत माता की। भारत माता की। आज का ये दिन ऐतिहासिक है, अभूतपूर्व है। जब वर्षों की साधना सिद्धि में बदलती है, तो चेहरे पर जो खुशी होती है, वो खुशी आज मैं देश भर के भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता के चेहरे पर देख रहा हूं।
मोदी मोदी मोदी।
आपको तस्वीर नीचे रखिए, पीछे लोगों को परेशानी हो रही, नीचे रखिए, नीचे रखिए। एक कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते मैं भाजपा के हर कार्यकर्ता की खुशी में शामिल हूं। साथियों, आज का ये दिवस कई मायनों में खास है, विशेष है। ये देश के उज्जवल भविष्य की उद्घोषणा का दिन है। ये भरोसे का दिन है। भरोसा भारत के महान लोकतंत्र पर, भरोसा परफॉर्मेंस की पॉलिटिक्स पर, भरोसा स्थिरता के संकल्प पर, भरोसा एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना पर। साथियों, मैं बंगाल की जनता का, असम की जनता का, पुडुचेरी की जनता का, तमिलनाडु और केरलम की जनता का आज आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मैं उन सबको वंदन करता हूं। मैं आज बीजेपी के कोटि कोटि कार्यकर्ताओं का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। भाजपा के हर छोटे बड़े कार्यकर्ता ने एक बार फिर से कमाल कर दिया है, कमल खिला दिया है। आपने नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष श्री नितिन नवीन जी द्वारा अध्यक्ष पद संभालने के बाद ये पहले विधानसभा चुनाव थे। इन चुनावों में पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं का, हर कार्यकर्ता को उनका जो मार्गदर्शन मिला, वो मार्गदर्शन इस विजय में बहुमूल्य रहा है। साथियों, आज विभिन्न उपचुनावों के परिणाम भी अत्यंत उत्साहजनक रहे हैं। महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, नागालैंड, और त्रिपुरा में जो उपचुनाव हुए उसमें हमारे उम्मीदवारों को जनता जनार्दन ने आशीर्वाद दिया और इन राज्यों में भी जीत गए। एनडीए की नेता महाराष्ट्र की उप मुख्यमंत्री सुनेत्रा पवार जी ने भी बड़ी जीत दर्ज की है। मैं इन सभी राज्यों की जनता का उनके समर्थन के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, जय पराजय लोकतंत्र और चुनावी राजनीति का एक स्वाभाविक हिस्सा होता है, लेकिन 5 प्रदेशों की जनता ने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया है कि ये हमारा भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी क्यों है। लोकतंत्र, डेमोक्रेसी हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक तंत्र नहीं है, ये हमारी रगों में दौड़ता हुआ संस्कार है। ये हमारी रगों की संस्कार सरिता है। और आज सिर्फ भारत का लोकतंत्र ही नहीं जीता है, आज भारत का संविधान भी जीता है। हमारी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं जीती हैं, हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाएं जीती है। पश्चिम बंगाल में करीब 93% मतदान होना अपने आप में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। असम, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी और केरलम में भी मतदान के नए रिकॉर्ड बने हैं। इसमें भी महिलाओं की भागीदारी बहुत अधिक रही है। ये भारतीय लोकतंत्र की सबसे उजली तस्वीर बन रही है। साथियों, मैं आज चुनाव आयोग को, चुनाव आयोग के सभी कर्मचारी भाई बहनों को, जो भी मतदान से जुड़े प्रक्रिया के सारे कर्मी थे, साथ साथ विशेष तौर पर सुरक्षा बलों का भी मैं आज बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारत के लोकतंत्र की गरिमाओं को बनाए रखने में आप सबका योगदान इतिहास हमेशा हमेशा याद रखेगा। साथियों, पिछले साल 14 नवंबर को जब बिहार चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे, तब मैंने यही इसी जगह से बीजेपी मुख्यालय से आप सबको कहा था, गंगा जी बिहार से आगे बहते हुए गंगा सागर तक जाती है। आज बंगाल की जीत के साथ गंगोत्री से लेकर गंगा सागर तक कमल ही कमल खिला हुआ है। उत्तराखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार और अब पश्चिम बंगाल आज मां गंगा के इर्द गिर्द बसे इन राज्यों में बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार है। साथियों, 2013 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मुझे प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार के रूप में भी काम दिया और जब मैं काशी में अपना नामांकन भरने गया था और पत्रकारों ने मुझे घेर लिया तो स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरे हृदय से एक ध्वनि निकली थी और मैंने कहा था कि न मैं आया हूं न मुझे किसी ने भेजा है, मां गंगा ने मुझे बुलाया है। और आज मैं हर पल अनुभव कर रहा हूं कि मां गंगा के आशीर्वाद निरंतर हम सब पर अपनी कृपा बरसा रहे हैं। साथियों, गंगा जी के साथ साथ ब्रह्मपुत्र का भी हम पर बहुत आशीर्वाद रहा है, मां कामाख्या का आशीर्वाद रहा है। असम की जनता ने लगातार तीसरी बार बीजेपी एनडीए पर भरोसा किया है। हैट्रिक, तीसरी बार। असम के इतिहास की बहुत बड़ी घटना है। असम के टी गार्डन्स वाले क्षेत्रों में भी बीजेपी को अभूतपूर्व समर्थन मिला है। श्रीमंत शंकरदेव जी, महायोद्धा लसित बोरफुकन जी, बोडोफा उपेंद्रनाथ ब्रह्मा जी, भूपेन हजारिका जी, ऐसे अनेक महान व्यक्तित्वों से प्रेरणा लेते हुए असम अपने विकास की रफ्तार अब और बढ़ाएगा। साथियों, साल 2021 में हमने पुडुचेरी की जनता के सामने बेस्ट पुडुचेरी का विजन रखा था। पुडुचेरी की जनता ने उस विजन पर विश्वास जताया, हमें अपना आशीर्वाद दिया था। पिछले 5 वर्षों में हमारी एनडीए सरकार ने पूरी निष्ठा और समर्पण के साथ इस विजन को गति देने का काम किया और आज एक बार फिर पुडुचेरी की जनता ने एनडीए पर अपना विश्वास व्यक्त किया है। मैं पुडुचेरी के युवाओं को, मेहनती फिशरमैन साथियों को भी विश्वास दिलाता हूं, एनडीए सरकार आपके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए निरंतर काम करती रहेगी। पुडुचेरी के हर परिवार की समृद्धि यही हमारा संकल्प है। साथियों, आज देश के 20 से ज्यादा राज्यों में भाजपा एनडीए की सरकारें हैं। हमारा मंत्र है नागरिक देवो भव। हम जनता की सेवा में जुटे हुए हैं और इसलिए जनता भाजपा पर ज्यादा से ज्यादा भरोसा कर रही है। जनता साफ देख रही है, जहां भाजपा वहां गुड गवर्नेंस, जहां भाजपा वहां विकास। आप बीते 2 साल के ट्रेंड को देखिए। हरियाणा में लगातार तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार बनी, महाराष्ट्र में बीजेपी की जोरदार विजय हुई, दिल्ली में अभूतपूर्व जीत हासिल हुई, बिहार में भी हमें पहले से बड़ी विजय मिली और ये सफलता सिर्फ राज्यों के चुनाव में नहीं दिखी, ये सफलता लोकल गवर्नेंस के चुनाव में भी दिख रही है। साथियों, अभी 10 दिन पहले गुजरात के स्थानीय निकायों के परिणाम आए हैं। वहां बीजेपी 2.5-3 दशक से जनता की सेवा निरंतर कर रही है और हर चुनाव में जनता बीजेपी को आशीर्वाद के नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। गुजरात में इस बार बीजेपी को अब तक का हाईएस्ट वोट शेयर मिला है। ये भाजपा की गुड गवर्नेंस नीतियों की सफलता का बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। साथियों, आज भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में मेरे मन में बार बार एक और बात आ रही है और वो बात यह है कि डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी की आत्मा को आज कितनी शांति मिली होगी। उन्होंने 1951 में जनसंघ की स्थापना करके प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता को संदेश दिया था कि देश के लिए जीना है और देश के लिए मरना है। उन्होंने अपने जीवन से साबित किया कि राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि का मंत्र लेकर चलने वाले अपना जीवन देने में एक पल का भी संकोच नहीं करते। साथियों, डॉक्टर मुखर्जी ने पश्चिम बंगाल को भारत का हिस्सा बनाए रखने के लिए एक बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ी थी। उन्होंने जिस सशक्त और समृद्ध बंगाल का सपना देखा था, वो सपना कई दशकों से पूरा होने का इंतजार कर रहा था। आज 4 मई 2026 को बंगाल की जनता ने हम भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं को वो अवसर दिया है। साथियों, बंगाल के भाग्य में आज से एक नया अध्याय जुड़ गया है। आज से बंगाल भय मुक्त हुआ है। विकास के भरोसे से युक्त हुआ है। बांग्लाय परिवर्तन होए गेछे। साथियों, इस जीत के साथ साथ वंदे मातरम के 150वें वर्ष में भारत माता को और ऋषि बंकिम जी को बंगाल के लोगों ने अपना सादर नमन प्रेषित किया है। योगीराज श्री अरविंदो को भी मतदाताओं ने ऐतिहासिक श्रद्धांजलि दी है। साथियों, बंगाल में हमारे कितने ही कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपना जीवन इस जीत के लिए समर्पित किया है। भाजपा की कितनी महिला कार्यकर्ताओं को तमाम अत्याचार सहने पड़े हैं। आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते कि केरल में और बंगाल में भाजपा के हर कार्यकर्ता को कितनी मुसीबतें झेलनी पड़ी है, उन पर कितने जुल्म हुए हैं, कितने अत्याचार हुए हैं। मैं आज बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सफलता का श्रेय ऐसे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को, उनके परिवारों को देता हूं। मैं जीत बंगाल की जनता को समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, अभी 4 मई की यह शाम भले ही ढल रही हो, लेकिन बंगाल की पावन धरा पर आज एक नया सूर्योदय हुआ है। एक ऐसा सवेरा जिसका इंतजार पीढ़ियों ने किया है। भाजपा ने जितनी सीटें जीती वो महज एक चुनावी आंकड़ा नहीं है, ये उस अड़िग विश्वास की हुंकार है जिसने डर, तुष्टीकरण और हिंसा की राजनीति को जड़ से उखाड़ फेंका है। साथियों, आज से बंगाल के भविष्य की एक ऐसी यात्रा शुरू हो रही है जहां विकास, अटूट विश्वास और नई उम्मीदें कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलेगी। मैं आज हर बंगालवासी को भरोसा देता हूं, बंगाल के बेहतर भविष्य के लिए भाजपा दिन रात एक कर देगी। बंगाल में अब महिलाओं को सुरक्षा का माहौल मिलेगा, युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा, पलायन रुकेगा। पहली कैबिनेट में ही आयुष्मान भारत योजना को हरी झंडी दिखाई जाएगी और घुसपैठियों के खिलाफ भी सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होगी। साथियों, इस महाविजय की दहलीज पर खड़े होकर हम गुरुदेव टैगोर को भी याद कर रहे हैं। 25 बैशाख 9 मई का दिन दूर नहीं है। हमारा संकल्प भी वही होना चाहिए जो उनका स्वप्न था। एक ऐसा परिवेश जहां मन भय मुक्त हो और सिर ऊंचा हो। और बीजेपी बंगाल में ऐसा भय मुक्त वातावरण बनाकर दिखाएगी, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, बंगाल के ये चुनाव एक और वजह से बहुत खास रहे हैं। आप याद कीजिए, बंगाल चुनाव के समय कैसी खबरें आती थी। हिंसा, डर और निर्दोष लोगों की मौतें। लेकिन इस बार पूरे देश ने एक नई खबर सुनी। पश्चिम बंगाल में शांतिपूर्ण मतदान हुआ। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि चुनावी हिंसा में एक भी निर्दोष नागरिक की जान नहीं गई। लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व में बंदूक की आवाज नहीं, जनता जनार्दन की आवाज गूंजी। पहली बार डर नहीं, लोकतंत्र जीता है। साथियों, आज जब बंगाल ने परिवर्तन के नए दौर में प्रवेश किया है, तो मैं बंगाल के हर राजनीतिक दल से एक आग्रह भी करना चाहता हूं। बंगाल में बीते दशकों में राजनीतिक हिंसा की वजह से न जाने कितनी जिंदगियां बर्बाद हो चुकी है। मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है कि आज से बंगाल की चुनावी जो आदतें फैली हुई हैं, उसमें बदलाव आना चाहिए। आज जब भाजपा जीती है, तो बदला नहीं, बदलाव की बात होनी चाहिए। भय नहीं, भविष्य की बात होनी चाहिए। मेरी सभी राजनीतिक दलों के कार्यकर्ताओं से अपील है, आइए हिंसा के इस अंतहीन चक्र को हमेशा के लिए खत्म करें। किसने किसे वोट दिया, किसे नहीं दिया, उससे ऊपर उठकर बंगाल की सेवा के लिए काम करें। साथियों, इन राज्यों में चुनाव और उसके नतीजों की राजनीतिक एक्सपर्ट्स अपने अपने तरीके से समीक्षा कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इन नतीजों की एक और बहुत अहम बात है इनकी टाइमिंग। आप देख रहे हैं कि जब इन राज्यों में जनता वोट डाल रही थी तो इसी दौरान विश्व में क्या कुछ नहीं चल रहा था। जगह जगह युद्ध के सायरन बज रहे थे, अस्थिरता और अराजकता का माहौल रहा, वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्थाएं संकट में दिखी और उस दौरान भारत का जन जन स्थिरता के लिए वोट दे रहा था। साथियों, आज पश्चिमी एशिया में चल रहे संकट का पूरे विश्व पर बुरा असर पड़ा है, लेकिन भारत पूरे सामर्थ्य से इस संकट का सामना कर रहा है। इस चुनाव परिणाम ने भी दिखाया है कि भारत इस चुनौती में भी एकजुट है, एक मत है, एक लक्ष्य से संकल्पित है, और वो लक्ष्य है विकसित भारत। विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य लेकर के हम निकले हैं। साथियों, विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि में पूर्वोदय का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। जब भारत समृद्ध था, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक और सांस्कृतिक सामर्थ्य के चरम पर था, तो उसके 3 मजबूत स्तंभ थे। ये स्तंभ थे अंग, अंग यानी आज का बिहार, बंग यानी आज का बंगाल, और कलिंग यानी आज का उड़ीसा। कलिंग उस समय हिंद महासागर के समुद्री व्यापार का एक छत्र सम्राट था। कलिंग के बंदरगाह पूरे एशिया तक भारत के उत्पादों को पहुंचाते थे। वही अंग सूत, रेशम और अन्य व्यापार के साथ साथ नालंदा और विक्रमशिला जैसे एजुकेशन सेंटर्स का भी हब था। और बंग वो सांस्कृतिक धरती थी जहां से भारत की आत्मा की आवाज उठती थी। साथियों, गुलामी के कालखंड में जैसे जैसे समृद्ध भारत के मजबूत पिलर कमजोर होते गए, भारत का सामर्थ्य भी क्षीण होता गया। इसलिए विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए इन तीनों स्तंभों का फिर से मजबूत होना बहुत आवश्यक है। और मुझे बहुत गर्व है कि अंग, बंग और कलिंग ने इस महाअभियान के लिए बीजेपी को चुन लिया है, एनडीए पर भरोसा किया है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के निर्माण का एक और महत्वपूर्ण पिलर भारत की नारी शक्ति है। नारी शक्ति अब विकसित भारत के निर्माण में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है, लेकिन नारी शक्ति की इस रफ्तार को कांग्रेस और उसके सहयोगियों ने कुछ दिन पहले रोकने का काम किया है। इन नारी विरोधी दलों ने संसद में नारी शक्ति वंदन संशोधन को पास नहीं होने दिया और इसलिए मैंने कुछ दिन पहले कहा भी था कि महिलाओं के आरक्षण का विरोध करने वाले ऐसे दलों को महिलाओं का आक्रोश झेलना पड़ेगा। आज कांग्रेस, टीएमसी और डीएमके को बहनों बेटियों ने सजा दी है। केरल में लेफ्ट के 10 सालों के कुशासन का फायदा कांग्रेस को जरूर मिला है, लेकिन मुझे विश्वास है केरल की बहनें भी अगले चुनावों में कांग्रेस को जरूर सबक सिखाएगी। साथियों, जिस समाजवादी पार्टी ने संसद में महिला आरक्षण को रोका है, उसे भी यूपी की महिलाओं का आक्रोश सहना पड़ेगा। महिला विरोधी समाजवादी पार्टी कुछ भी करके अपने पाप को कभी धुल नहीं पाएगी। साथियों, आज हम भारत की राजनीति में एक और बड़ा बदलाव देख रहे हैं। आज पूरे देश में एक भी राज्य ऐसा नहीं है जहां कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी की सरकार हो। एक भी नहीं है। ये सिर्फ सियासत का बदलाव नहीं है, ये सोच का बदलाव है। ये बताता है कि विकसित होता हुआ भारत किस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना चाहता है। आज का भारत अवसर चाहता है, विकास चाहता है, विश्वास चाहता है। आज का भारत प्रगति चाहता है, स्थिरता चाहता है और आज का भारत ऐसी राजनीति चाहता है जो देश को आगे बढ़ाए। लेकिन साथियों, दुर्भाग्य से आज की कांग्रेस बिल्कुल विपरीत दिशा में चल पड़ी है। ऐसे समय में जब पूरा देश कम्युनिज्म से किनारा कर चुका है, कांग्रेस उसी विचारधारा को अपनाने में लगी है जिसे देश ने ठुकरा दिया है। जो माओवाद जंगलों में समाप्त हो रहा है, वो अब कांग्रेस में अपनी जड़ें मजबूत कर चुका है और इसलिए कांग्रेस अर्बन नक्सलियों का गिरोह बनती जा रही है। कांग्रेस को एक बात नहीं भूलनी चाहिए, जिस विचार को जनता ने ठुकराया उसे जो अपनाएगा जनता उसे भी ठुकराएगी। साथियों, आज देश का हर राज्य भी एक दूसरे से लड़कर नहीं, एक दूसरे के साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ना चाहता है। इन चुनावों ने इस संदेश को भी बहुत स्पष्ट किया है। बंगाल, तमिलनाडु और केरल में जिन 3 सरकारों को जनता ने सत्ता से बाहर किया, उनकी एक समान पहचान थी, विभाजन की राजनीति। यही उनकी पहचान थी। उनकी राजनीति जोड़ने की नहीं, तोड़ने की थी। कभी भाषा के नाम पर विवाद खड़ा किया गया, कभी खाने पीने की आदतों को लेकर समाज को बांटने की कोशिश हुई, और कभी अपने ही देश के लोगों को बाहरी तक कहा गया। लेकिन भारत की जनता ने इस राजनीति को साफ जवाब दिया है। देश ने बता दिया है कि उसे विवाद नहीं, विकास चाहिए, विभाजन नहीं, विश्वास चाहिए। साथियों, आजादी के बाद कांग्रेस ने देश के करीब करीब हर राज्य में सरकारें बनाई। ये आजादी के आंदोलन का जो इमोशंस था, उसका उनको लाभ मिला था, उसमें से उपजा हुआ जनादेश था। लेकिन जैसे जैसे आजादी के आंदोलन का इमोशन से आगे निकल करके देश धरातल के काम पर लौटा, वैसे वैसे कांग्रेस जनता का भरोसा खोती चली गई। बीते दशकों में देश ने युवाओं की अनेक पीढ़ियां जोड़ी है, लेकिन कांग्रेस घटती ही चली गई है। कांग्रेस देश की संस्कृति को नहीं समझ पाई, देश की संवेदनाओं को समझ नहीं पाई। कांग्रेस एस्पिरेशंस की राजनीति जानती ही नहीं है। साथियों, बीजेपी के लिए भारत और भारतीयता के भाव से बड़ा और कुछ भी नहीं है। हमारे लिए भारत सब कुछ है, भारतीयता सब कुछ है। और बीजेपी सिर्फ नेशनल पार्टी है, इतना ही नहीं है, ये रीजनल एस्पिरेशन से नेशनल एम्बिशंस को पूरा करने वाली पार्टी है। इसलिए बीजेपी अपने विचार, विजन और विकास के विश्वास पर खरा उतरकर देश की पसंद बन रही है, जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद प्राप्त कर रही है। भाजपा परिवार की नहीं, जमीन से जुड़ी राजनीति करती है। इसलिए आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट भाजपा से जुड़ता है। इसलिए आज पूरा आदिवासी अंचल बीजेपी को इतना प्रचंड जनादेश दे रहा है। इसलिए देश के मछुआरों का भूतपूर्व समर्थन बीजेपी के साथ है। इसलिए देश के किसानों की पसंद बीजेपी है। साथियों, लोकतंत्र में जनता की आकांक्षा सर्वोपरि है। तमिलनाडु की जनता ने एक नया प्रयोग किया है। मैं यूडीएफ को भी बधाई देता हूं। मैं तमिलनाडु और केरलम की जनता को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि भारत सरकार इन राज्यों के विकास के लिए भी कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलेगी। साथियों, हम बंगाल, असम और पुडुचेरी की जनता की हर उम्मीद, हर अपेक्षा को अपनी सेवा से पूरा करेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ बंगाल, असम और पुडुचेरी में एक बार फिर से बीजेपी एनडीए को विजयी बनाने के लिए, लोकतंत्र को विजयी बनाने के लिए मैं सभी नागरिकों का, सभी मतदाताओं का और सभी देशवासियों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और सर झुका करके उनका ऋण स्वीकार करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे।
A measured, weighed and a confident speech by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at a time when the NDA finds itself with the biggest ever footprint across Bharat since 2014, when it was present across 6 states. 2013, 2014 to now, they now encompass nearly 80% of Bharat's population. That's the big win in Bengal. That's the big win in Assam. That's the win or staying on in Puducherry. That is what it has brought the BJP after a few decades of struggle in Bengal and at least 12 to 15 years of pushing through. The BJP going from 0 to 7 to 77 to a whopping 207 on the leaderboard at this point. There are still a few seats that are not yet settled, but what is settled is that the Janta, the people, the voter of Bengal has given an overwhelming mandate and a big thumbs up to Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Das Modi, who has dedicated this victory to the struggles of the Bengali Karyakarta, to the struggles of Shama Prasad Mukherjee, to the struggles of those who pushed a nationalist ideology in Bengal at a time there was no space or acreage for the same. Prime Minister also assuring the winners or the victors in Kerala, the UDF, in Tamil Nadu, the TVK, that there will be full and open support from the centre. He's also commended what's happened in Assam, a return of the BJP, a big glowing thumbs up to the incumbent and a massive approval to the leadership of Hemanta Biswa Sarma or the stewardship. The Prime Minister saying what's happened in Assam is historic, and it is, viewers, because never before has a party ever crossed 100. And this time the BJP plus has. They are 102 on the leaderboard at the moment. The BJP is jubilant and perhaps the most ever after the disappointment because of not making the numbers on their own in Lok Sabha 2024.
Bengal in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party and Union Minister, Mr. Pradhan joins us. Mr. Pradhan, badhai ho aapko. Fantastic day, historic day for the BJP as well as, of course, for BJP also in Assam, not just in Bengal, in Assam and of course in Puducherry, the NDA. So a great day overall for you. But Pradhan ji, thank you for speaking to us. Your first reaction on the performance of the BJP in Bengal, sir.
My all salute to the decisive voters of West Bengal. For a long time they are intending, they have a desire, strong desire to change the ruling pattern in Bengal, be it 34 years of late regime or be it 15 years of TMC's regime. There was a pattern to govern. The pattern's primary condition was to create fear psychosis, intimidate voters, do atrocity on people. By creating that fear, you own the election. This time, my biggest take of this election is due to impartial approach of election commission. People of West Bengal has come out in a big way. They have reposed faith and leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, policies and program of Bharatiya Janata Party, because since last 2.5 decades, we are a natural party of governance in many states. That belief extends to Bengal also. I am grateful to people of Bengal for reposing their faith in Prime Minister Modi and BJP, and they have given a decisive mandate of misrule, misgovernance of Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
प्रधान जी, अगर आप टीएमसी का वर्जन सुने तो काफी अलग है। वो कह रहे हैं कि तमाम बीजेपी ने एक किस्म से षड्यंत्र रचा था, हमारे खिलाफ ईसी को भी इन्वॉल्व किया, सेंट्रल पुलिस फोर्सेस को भी लेके आए, कई दिक्कतें पैदा की कि पूरा जो इलेक्टरल फील्ड है अनइवन हो जाए। इस पे आपकी क्या राय है?
देखिए, मैं पहले चुनाव आयोग की निष्पक्ष और सुव्यवस्थित चुनाव के लिए उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैंने जैसे कहा कि पिछले लगभग 50 सालों में बंगाल की जनता को एक निष्पक्ष चुनाव की अवसर कम मिला था। ऐसे नहीं कि बिल्कुल मिला नहीं था, कम मिला था। जब चुनाव आयोग ने सारे कारणों को ध्यान में रखते हुए सुप्रबंधन किया, ये चुनाव आयोग की काम है, हमारे भारत की संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है, उनके अधिकार की विषय है। एसआईआर क्या पहली बार हुई है क्या? देश में पहले भी एसआईआर हुई, होनी नहीं चाहिए क्या? भारत की मतदाता सूची में भारतीय रहेंगे या रोहिंग्या रहेंगे, क्या घुसपैठिया रहेंगे, यह मुद्दा था। क्या देश में गो तस्करी होनी चाहिए? क्या देश में ड्रग माफियाओं का राज बननी चाहिए? क्या बंगाल के मंत्रियों के घर में नोट की पहाड़ दिखना उचित है? क्या उनकी डजन भर मंत्री और प्रमुख नेता जेल के अंदर नहीं रहे? क्या बंगाल के सारे भ्रष्टाचार की तार ममता जी के घर तक, उनकी भाईपो अभिषेक बनर्जी तक नहीं पहुंचता था? प्रजातंत्र कभी भ्रष्टाचारियों को, अत्याचारियों को, क्या ममता जी ने आर्जिकर घटना हो या संदेशखाली घटना हो, उस समय में संवेदनहीन और रुचिकर मंतव्य नहीं दिया था महिलाओं के प्रति? ये सारे के कारण है उनकी पराजय।
जमीन पे आपकी रणनीति क्या थी प्रधान जी?
जमीन में रणनीति था गिलहरी जैसे लोगों के घर तक पहुंच के सेतुबंध बांधने के लिए बालू डालो। हम घर घर तक पहुंचे। मैं असंख्य बीजेपी की और हमारे विचार परिवार की तमाम कार्यकर्ताओं को, बंगाल के नौजवानों को, महिलाओं को, किसानों को, आदिवासियों को, दलितों को, वंचितों को, पिछड़ों को आभार प्रकट करता हूं। ये विजय बंगाल की सब जनता ने लड़ा। चुनाव बंगाल की जनता लड़ रहे थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी अकेला नहीं लड़ रहा था, चुनाव प्रत्याशी नहीं लड़ रहा था, जनता लड़ रहा था। ये सभी का श्रेय है इस नतीजा।
बंसल जी भी आपके साथ जुड़े हुए थे, आरएसएस का भी इसमें काफी एक किस्म से उनका भी कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा। इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, जो तालमेल था बीजेपी और आरएसएस के बीच में।
देखो, समाज में तालमेल था ममता जी को हराने के लिए। निश्चित रूप में हमारे संगठन की जो सारथी थे, वो बंसल जी हो या भूपेंद्र यादव जी हो या मंगल पांडे हो या अमित मालवीय हो, ये सब लोग प्रमुखता से कई सालों से बंगाल की रणनीति को बना रहे थे। सर्वोपरि हमारे गृह मंत्री और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष दोनों की पौनी नजर बंगाल पे था, और सर्वोपरि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बंगाल की जनता की हृदय तक पहुंचे, जनता की, लोगों के दिलों में रहे, अनेक मेहनत किए, भरोसा जताया, भरोसा दिया तो वो लोगों ने भरोसा जताया। बीजेपी कोई भी चुनाव को बड़े गंभीरता से चुनाव लड़ता है। बंगाल के विचार परिवार के लोग असंख्य त्याग किए हैं, अनेक उनकी बलिदान हुई है। बंगाल की बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता अनेक जगह में हम घूमते हैं तो शहीद परिवार हमको मिलते हैं। किस चीज की शहीदी? बंगाल
Back live, it's the lotus that's blooming in West Bengal as the helicopter rotates here at the CNN News 18 studios. Tech meeting human viewers, but there is big news coming in. Sarasha Halim, Shubir Malik and Shubir Bhamik. We've got Sumansi Raman and Amitabh Tiwari in studio. We'll have our other guests also joining us, but there's big news. The story is on the leaderboard as of now at the bottom of our screen. You see the BJP at 209. It could become 210 if they complete the counting in Bhavanipur, and there's high drama. Ms. Mamata Banerjee is making a huge allegation. They are not allowing me into the strong room. But when after 16 rounds, Suvendu Adhikari is leading with 53,932 votes compared to Mamata Banerjee's 53,970 votes. So it's neck and neck. It's neck and neck. Let's listen into Mamata Banerjee. A very slender lead for Mamata Banerjee right now.
And cheated. And this election commission is a BJP commission. Time to time complaint lodge করেছি, even Manoj Agarwalকে complaint lodge করা আছে. I get my complaint at 4 o'clock. I complained CEO West Bengal. Even I sent all the SMS to Manoj Agarwal, but they are not doing anything. Even they didn't allow me. You see my card? They are not allowing me also. Do you think it is winning? It's a immoral victory, not moral victory.
So Mamata Banerjee is saying, I have the card, they're not allowing me in. Kamalika joins us with an update that right now Suvendu Adhikari is leading by 563 votes. What is happening on ground? Kamalika.
563 vote is the margin in which Suvendu Adhikari leading Bhavanipur. And that is something which is, I think, the biggest. Anand, we have always been discussing that Bhavanipur in this entire match, Bhavanipur in this entire Mahabharat, Bhavanipur has always been the Kurukshetra, and in this Kurukshetra, 563 lead by Suvendu Adhikari. Clearly, this is something which is definitely, which is I think the big story of the day. And right now, Mamata Banerjee has left the counting center, and she was very much rattled by saying that people are trying to make her lose, they have hit her and all those allegations, and literally angry and rattled Mamata Banerjee. The mood that we saw of Mamata Banerjee from the very first day and also on the election poll day, and that's a reflection. And here is the Suvendu Adhikari's car out here. He is inside and all the supporters are just waiting. If Suvendu Adhikari, and that's what is likely, wins, that's going to be the biggest win. A second time, Suvendu Adhikari, not only there is a Parivartan in Bengal, but Suvendu Adhikari for the second time will be wearing the badge of defeating none other than Mamata Banerjee. So a very, very different mood. All the supporters are waiting outside for the final declaration. Youth security deployment everywhere, but it's definitely a very different and a Parivartan mood in Bengal.
Yeah, what is different, Kamalika, is where are the Trinamool Congress cadre? Where are the supporters around Mamata Banerjee? She is all alone, it seems, and she's left that place after 16 rounds, another 3 or 4 more rounds to go of counting, and it is Suvendu Adhikari who's leading. So, is there any merit to the allegations that Mamata Banerjee is making, or has she finding it difficult to resign to the fact that in the heart of Kolkata, in Bhavanipur, where she's never even had to campaign actively, she is actually going to lose? Or could lose, if I may say that.
This is, I think, the biggest set. Absolutely, Anand. This is the biggest setback that Trinamool Congress will be facing when the final results comes out, and if in the final result Suvendu Adhikari wins Bhavanipur, it is an equal blow to Trinamool Congress. They are out from the power. That is obviously a biggest blow that they are having today, of Parivartan blow. Apart from that, Mamata Banerjee losing not in Nandigram, not in any other place, but in her home turf. If she loses and if the final number comes out like that, so that is definitely going to be a biggest embarrassment for Trinamool Congress, no doubt.
Right, Abhijit Iyer Mitra with us, Sanju Verma with us on this broadcast in the battle for the states. Thank you very much. Namaste. What song comes to mind? Saira Shah Halim. Ye kya hua, kaise hua?
Absolutely. No, I will come up with a Bengali song. Ban esheche mora gange dhorte hobe na.
We have to respect the people's mandate, and I think all said and done, we need to agree that we need a very strong opposition. Otherwise, it's not democracy anymore. So it's time for opposition also to introspect and also reclaim this space, you know, in the state as well as in the center. Yeah, a lot of unfair practices were there. However, this has been an overwhelming mandate, so we need to respect people's wishes, and also it's time for the opposition to recoup themselves, re-energize and re-strategize about the next plan of action.
True. Sometimes does this denial actually, is it counterproductive? When you muzzle the media in the state, when you try and ensure and bulldoze your will, then you lose touch with reality. Had there been an open fora, there perhaps could have been a different story. The other thing, and Amitabh Tiwari is with us, Sanju Verma, before we come across to you, just want to commend this gentleman to my right for his diligence and the fact that Vote 5 and at CNN News 18 on New Matrix were perhaps the only platform they broke out the SIR deletions. We were able to highlight the 33 seats, especially in phase 2, that were really vulnerable, and across the board, even in phase 1, where the BJP could score. And when Amit Shah said they're going to score 110 seats in phase 1, how will they get those seats? We were able to break that down. But that's post-mortem later, or going back and patting our backs. But Amitabh,
thank you so much,
somebody like Mamata Banerjee to stand there in Bhavanipur and show her card like that and said, "Mere ko andar nahi jaane de rahe hain." You feel bad for a towering woman, for a towering leader like that. You know, for a decade and a half, 2 decades, she took on the might of the left also. So,
इस पे एक मुहावरा याद आता है
जी,
सबे दिन जात न एक समान,
सबे दिन जात न एक समान.
ठीक है, टाइम
is
the most
In
powerful.
Bengali also there is চিরদিন কাহারও সমানো নাহি যায়।
সমানো নাহি যায়।
আজিকে যে রাজা ধীরাজ কালি সে ফকির হয়।
फकीर है, correct. हाँ, पर होई सोई जो राम रची रखा. Sanju Verma, big win for the BJP. So badhai there, and Anga Banga Kalinga, as Prime Minister said, but add Pragjotish on the other side. So that's a big victory in Assam too.
Thank you, Anand. I just want to make a couple of points. The most important one being that Amit Shah plus Narendra Modi, or should I say Narendra Modi plus Amit Shah, that equals force multiplier. We have been so consumed by the SIR deletions in West Bengal that people simply forgot that lawlessness, which has become the DNA of the TMC, it was running riot in West Bengal, and her hua to hua model of being completely brazenly dismissive was not called out. Even by neutral anchors. Arjikar rape and murder, she said hua to hua. South Kolkata Law College rape, her attitude was hua to hua. Durgapur rape horror, she said hua to hua. Jalpaiguri rape, she said hua to hua. Finally, this hua to hua attitude, I think this brought about her nemesis, and I always say that the silent voter has spoken the loudest and has spoken resoundingly, fair and square. And most importantly, I will say this, I'm not going to hold back my punches.
Right.
If Muslim appeasement, if Tushtikaran ki Rajniti is bona fide, then I think this time reverse polarization and Hindu consolidation has won the day, and I'm not going to be apologetic about it. But most importantly, this result in West Bengal is a rejection of fear, rejection of bhai ki Rajniti, as Prime Minister Modi has been reinforcing on more than one occasion. And before ending, I want to also just say one thing, Anand. In 2021, BJP got how many seats from South 24 Parganas? 0. ZERO 0. And look at a stupendous performance. I mean, from a strike rate of 0, having a strike rate of 72%, where there was supposedly going to be Muslim polarization happening. That tells you that people have voted for BJP lock, stock and barrel. Even Muslims have voted for BJP. Because everybody said, 84 seats though is the catchment vote base of Mamata Banerjee. 28% vote share के advantage से Mamata Banerjee शुरुआत करती है. So BJP has to start, thinking beyond that.
Let's look at, I'm going to walk across to the magic wall and just look at some of the important markers, some of these seats that she mentioned. Allow me to please walk. Let's look at Bengal, and she said phase 2, right? This was the vulnerable area. So in the state of Bengal, if you look at phase 2, look at the performance of the BJP. Phase 2, the last time around, Amitabh Tiwari, the BJP was
Only 18.
18. They had 18. This time they have actually got 93. So they've added 74 seats in phase 2. The other part, the women, how the women have voted. Let's also look at the women voters. If we look at the higher women population, let's look at the women voters at this point. The women voters, where there is a higher women population, the BJP has won 35 out of the 39 seats. So overwhelming vote that has gone to the women voter. Also, if you look at some of the other filters, the Muslim dominated areas, 50% plus Muslim population, let's look at, and here again, the BJP has gained 4 seats. So it's won 4 seats there, and there are others who have won 4 seats. So the Trinamool overall has lost 9 seats even in the Muslim dominated areas. So that means even the Muslim people or the voters, although they vote in a block sometimes against the BJP, they were also tired of what the Trinamool Congress was doing, and the Congress seems to have benefited from it. The others seem to have benefited. Now the most important, viewers, and this is something which Suvendu has been speaking about, this is the border areas. Look at how the border areas have voted. In the border areas, the BJP has won 28, the Trinamool Congress has won 14, and top to bottom. In fact, it's just phenomenal. Let's just quickly go across. We'll come back to border in a bit. We've got a victor with us, so let's go straight across to him and congratulate him. Swapan Gupta ji, namaste.
Namaskar.
Congratulations. What a win.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, it was quite an emphatic victory for our
Congratulations.
party. 200 seats. It's quite stupendous. It is quite stupendous.
आपको एक बात बताऊं स्वपन जी, that day when we spoke on the polling day, you were looking very circumspect, and the way you were answering our questions, members in the studio were worried. स्वपन दा ऐसे बात कर रहे हैं तो कुछ गड़बड़ तो नहीं हो गया है. But what you said, the first response आपका बहुत interesting था जब आपने कहा the Hindu in Bengal is feeling an existential need, an emotional one. That was very insightful. Ji, please.
See, the point is, one can always exaggerate and build up a great hype. But you see, the point is, the voters were terribly taciturn this time. They were supportive, but in a very quiet and withdrawn sort of way, partly because of the fear factor. But you could sense that all of them wanted a change. But what was unsure in our part was to say that what is the how would we be able to bring about a massive shift in the existing Trinamool vote? Because of various factors, because perhaps we didn't have the necessary organizational clout, perhaps because of the fear factor, etc. But I think if I was to extrapolate from my own personal experience, I would say that people didn't give a damn about whether you had the organization, whether your posters were being thrown out, or whether you had enough flags there. They just went and voted because they saw in us as the alternative to someone who will provide a respite from this 15 years of completely, I think, the descent into irrelevance which had become a hallmark of Bengal, West Bengal. So that is what people voted against. They voted for us partially, but they also voted against a type of politics which had come to characterize both the CPM first and now the Trinamool Congress. So my sense of this mandate is that this is a mandate for redefining Bengal and for having a very new type of politics in this state.
True.
A politics which is based on development, which is based on people's aspirations, and not an overweight of politics. I think this over-politicization of Bengal, which we saw first under the Reds and then under the Trinamool, is something which we must break out from. And I think the people of West Bengal want a respite from that culture of that political culture.
How very articulate. I hope you're going to continue to pen your columns as you always do. And 2 elections ago, you were in our 2 elections ago, you were in our studio as our esteemed as part of our August panel, and now you are the MLA elected from Rajasthan.
Yeah, I know, on the other side.
Yeah, you're on the other side.
We are looking at as next education minister, I suppose. But can I ask you a question?
Are we? No, let him answer that. Let him answer.
No. I think
that Shubir asked.
I don't know who asked that question.
Shubir Mohammed.
But I mean, okay, he is not the appointing. I think he is not the appointing authority. But in any case, I think today we are. We have about 200 MLAs, lot of talent, and I think a lot of young people, and I think which is we should be able to provide a decent administration for Bengal, which keeps in mind the different regional impulses, etc. You know, we must. North Bengal has been neglected for a very long time. Some of the tribal areas, Adivasi areas have been neglected for some time. And Bengal, Kolkata, the urban character of Calcutta has also got to be accommodated in a way. They all voted for us very resoundingly. And I think this is something which we must keep. So let's not jump the gun about who is going to be made minister of what. Let's just go about it now.
Right. Now, just before Shubir asks his question, I have another. आपके बगल में जो भवानीपुर है, वहाँ पर ममता बंदोपाध्याय is trailing by about 500 odd votes to Suvendu Adhikari, and they have now alleged that the EC, the BJP, and the CRPF are together trying to defeat her.
It's a very elaborate conspiracy theory, if I may say so. I think it's not that. I think what is very important, if we look at the ECI's role, ECI facilitated one of the highest polling in Bengal, which was a polling which was done without a single loss of life. To my mind, and most people in Bengal would say that is a stupendous achievement. Secondly, as far as the central paramilitary forces are concerned, they certainly played a very big role in getting the hoodlums off the streets, people who intimidate voters, etc., and giving that overall environment whereby people could go out fearlessly and vote. You know, one of the things which really struck me and which I explained my victory in a Trinamool bastion is that there were huge people who had never voted before who just came out and voted. And it's not that these are people who are illiterate or something. These were well-heeled people who actually said, we didn't have the security, we didn't feel the confidence, we didn't have the necessary connect with any of the parties to be able to do it. So we came out and voted. And at least as far as the security and arrangements were concerned, I would credit the Election Commission as well as the central forces.
Central forces. Now,
so I don't know what Mamata Banerjee's own experience. Mamata Banerjee's own experience is probably at variance with mine and with the rest of Bengal.
Well, you had at least a 20% vote share surge or voter turnout surge in Rajbihari itself, and right now after 16 rounds, Suvendu Adhikari leads Mamata Banerjee by 1,004 votes. 1,004 votes, Swapan Das.
This is a stupendous achievement. Look, Suvendu has managed to bring a lot of energy into the campaign. He has fought a campaign with a degree of single-mindedness, which is a phenomenal attribute in politics. And I think Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool took South Kolkata, which includes Bhavanipur, which includes Rajbihari, which includes some other parts, as their zamindari, as their fiefdom, and they took the people of South Kolkata for granted. And I think the reaction to that is being felt in Bhavanipur, just as it was felt in Rajbihari.
Is Suvendu your pick for the next Chief Minister?
These are issues which, I don't think we answer on television studios. I think the
see, in our studio, some of them have picked you.
No.
In our studio, some of them have picked you for the job. Yeah.
Yeah, tell.
Saira Shah Halim is there. She said you should be one. Subir Bhaumik said, "Agar CM nahi to kam se kam education minister."
Well, I mean, Saira, thanks. I want to thank Saira, but Saira belongs to the CPIM. Fortunately, unfortunately, they don't have very much of a say in.
Right. So just a suggestion. Now I've got Abhijit here, Swapanji. So I'm going to ask the Mitra part of him to ask the question, not the Iyer part. So yes.
So congrats,
No, go on. As long as he's polite.
Pollsters, I told you all the pollsters were saying you were going to win, and may the fourth be with you. So the fourth is with you.
With you.
So congrats.
Well, thank you for being such a soothsayer, and thank you for reminding me of Star Wars. But what's the question?
Well, the question is, did you see a shift in women voters, urban women voters towards you in your constituency? Because I remember you were saying you saw Hindu consolidation. I'm curious about women consolidation.
Yes. Yeah, there was. Women's security was definitely a factor. But I think women voted just like any other thing. They were feeling that frustration of, Bengal becoming a dead end in terms of aspirations, in terms of their children leaving, in them not seeing their grandchildren. Everybody, sort of Bengal was a very nice place to get out of. That was the attitude.
Okay.
And like a lot of other people, they voted quite resoundingly against that idea. They wanted to restore the relevance of West Bengal in national life.
Phenomenal. Final question. Subir Bhaumik has been waiting.
Swapanda, taking off from what you just said, and you talked about depoliticization, overweight of politics should end. Would education and law and order machinery, that is police reforms, be an important part of this depoliticization process, so that police becomes a professional force and Bengal reclaims its primacy as far as education is concerned? Would you prioritize them?
Absolutely. I think you're dead right in identifying the overweight of politics in education, in law and order, administration of law and order. I would go far as to go say culture. I would also go into say even how sports, clubs like East Bengal and Mohun Bagan have become politicized.
Yeah.
I would say how institutions like Durga Puja have become politicized. All of this, entire civil society as well as civil society in West Bengal needs that toxic element called politics taken out of its system. It wants to restore it. Let the people get a chance to breathe. Then you'll see creativity come back to West Bengal.
Right.
I think Bengal has to be redefined and rescued from this politicized tyranny which has been affecting it for the past 50 years.
True. So we need Bhadralok like you in the thick of things. Abhi aapka आरंभ प्रचंड है. It's a long innings, Swapan ji. So wish you all the very
Thank you.
Some vision is required.
Yeah, vision is also required. All the very best. Thank you for speaking with us. Now, quickly, we're going to quickly shift focus, but compelled to take a very short break. We got Pradeep Gupta ji with us. Pradeep ji, ये break हमें लेना पड़ेगा. Please, आप हमारे साथ रहिए. थोड़ा तमिलनाडु पे बात करेंगे. Request all our guests also to stay on. Please, thank you very much. Please stay with us.
Bengal in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party and Union Minister, Mr. Pradhan joins us. Mr. Pradhan, badhai ho aapko. Fantastic day, historic day for the BJP as well as, of course, for BJP also in Assam, not just in Bengal, in Assam and of course in Puducherry, the NDA. So a great day overall for you. But Pradhan ji, thank you for speaking to us. Your first reaction on the performance of the BJP in Bengal, sir?
My all salute to the decisive voters of West Bengal. For a long time they are intending, they have a desire, strong desire to change the ruling pattern in Bengal, be it 34 years of late regime or be it 15 years of TMC's regime. There was a pattern to govern. The pattern's primary condition was to create fear psychosis, intimidate voters, do atrocity on people. By creating that fear, you own the election. This time, my biggest take of this election is due to impartial approach of election commission. People of West Bengal has come out in a big way. They have reposed faith and leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, policies and program of Bharatiya Janata Party, because since last 2.5 decades, we are a natural party of governance in many states. That belief extends to Bengal also. I am grateful to people of Bengal for reposing their faith in Prime Minister Modi and BJP, and they have given a decisive mandate of misrule, misgovernance of Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
प्रधान जी, अगर आप टीएमसी का वर्जन सुने तो काफी अलग है। वो कह रहे हैं कि तमाम बीजेपी ने एक किस्म से षड्यंत्र रचा था, हमारे खिलाफ ईसी को भी इन्वॉल्व किया, सेंट्रल पुलिस फोर्सेस को भी लेके आए, कई दिक्कतें पैदा की कि पूरा जो इलेक्टरल फील्ड है अनइवन हो जाए। इस पे आपकी क्या राय है?
देखिए, मैं पहले चुनाव आयोग की निष्पक्ष और सुव्यवस्थित चुनाव के लिए उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैंने जैसे कहा कि पिछले लगभग 50 सालों में बंगाल की जनता को एक निष्पक्ष चुनाव की अवसर कम मिला था। ऐसे नहीं कि बिल्कुल मिला नहीं था, कम मिला था। जब चुनाव आयोग ने सारे कारणों को ध्यान में रखते हुए सुप्रबंधन किया, ये चुनाव आयोग की काम है, हमारे भारत की संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है, उनके अधिकार के विषय है। एसआईआर क्या पहली बार हुई है क्या? देश में पहले भी एसआईआर हुई, होनी नहीं चाहिए क्या? भारत की मतदाता सूची में भारतीय रहेंगे या रोहिंग्या रहेंगे, क्या घुसपैठिया रहेंगे, यह मुद्दा था। क्या देश में गो तस्करी होनी चाहिए? क्या देश में ड्रग माफियाओं का राज बननी चाहिए? क्या बंगाल के मंत्रियों के घर में नोट के पहाड़ दिखना उचित है? क्या उनकी डजन भर मंत्री और प्रमुख नेता जेल के अंदर नहीं रहे? क्या बंगाल के सारे भ्रष्टाचार की तार ममता जी के घर तक, उनके भाईपो अभिषेक बनर्जी तक नहीं पहुंचता था? प्रजातंत्र कभी भ्रष्टाचारियों को, अत्याचारियों को, क्या ममता जी ने आर्जिकर घटना हो या संदेशखाली घटना हो, उस समय में संवेदनहीन अरुचिकर मंतव्य नहीं दिया था महिलाओं के प्रति? ये सारी की
Back live, and that's a phenomenal victory for the TVK. See Joseph Vijay on the Vijay path, and Tamil Nadu has decided that they will cast the Vijay vote. And what a phenomenal performance by the TVK, but they are not past the post on their own. They will need support, even as the outgoing Chief Minister M.K. Stalin of the DMK has put out and conceded, saying that I congratulate the victor and really acknowledge and accept the verdict of the people. This even as Rahul Gandhi has said that I've had a chat, spoke to Vijay on the phone, and I have congratulated him, and we will extend all the support. That's the tone of the entire conversation. And this is just after we had reported here at CNN News 18 that there is a letter and a recommendation already dashed off to the High Command from Tamil Nadu that if we get the opportunity to help Vijay form government, we must back. That's the Congress mood. That's the Congress thought. Let's go across to Sanju Verma, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, our panelists here in the studio, and Pradeep Gupta ji, who is also waited. Pradeep ji, namaste. Congratulations on the prediction of TVK. लेकिन डीएमके वाला आपका थोड़ा गड़बड़ा गया था, उतना तो आप मानेंगे।
डीएमके वाला गड़बड़ा गया था in the sense we predicted DMK will be second position. They are on the second position. We predicted TVK to score 35% vote share. It is 35% vote share. We predicted 98 to 120 seats for the TVK. The midpoint was 109. At this point of time, I can see 107 seats. I mean, you can't ask better than this. And as far as the DMK and AIDMK, still the 20 seats gap is there. And as far as the vote share is concerned, DMK alliance is 32% versus the AIDMK alliance about 27.5%. Good 5 percentage points gap between DMK and AIDMK. I mean, I cannot do better than this, Anand, what to do that.
बधाई हो आपको, congratulations. Amitabh is also here at Vote Vibe, so I'll have to congratulate him also कि रुझान 3 के सही थे. We were perhaps the only one which put out our neck on the line and said DMK is not forming government this time around and nowhere in position to do that. So these things happen. But when you saw the results that were coming out, जो रुझान आपके पास आ रहे थे, were you surprised? Did it first say यार कोई तुम्हारा किसी का कॉलम जो टैबुलेशन आपकी टीम में कोई गलती तो नहीं कर गया है?
नहीं, there is no question of गलती, but one typo mistake was there, Anand. I must agree to that, which is the Brahmins. It was actually general category plus Brahmin. In the space that Brahmin took and general got disappear. So this was that among the demography where the caste equation we were discussing the other day, it was general category plus Brahmin put together 9%. That is what we have, polled in our sample. There is no question galti when we predicted 35% vote share and it is 35% vote share for the party which is contesting first time. So I mean, it's a full credit to our Access My India team and our processes. The most important is our processes and the data science. It's not only the Tamil Nadu, all 4 states, if you see, the vote share and the seat share is spot on. I mean, I don't think it can be better than this.
Right.
Access My India is anyway known for this. Before this election, we have predicted 81 elections so far and called accurately 74 elections, including US election recently concluded Trump win. I mean, we were among the two agencies who predicted Trump win. 23 were predicting Kamala Harris win. I mean, this is the same process as we followed even in US.
Right, phenomenal. Because clearly there has been a vote for change and this vote for change has been brewing for a while. Sanju Verma, would you on hindsight believe that the BJP should not have allied with the ADMK? Were you one of those who said, "Arey, why aren't we fighting alone after we did such a hard work, such a lot of work in 2024?
Anand, I'm not going to take the easy route and say you win some and you lose some. Anand, why are you asking me about Tamil Nadu? After we won the civilizational war in Bengal and we had a stupendous victory by way of Assam 3.0, we won Puducherry, we've increased vote share in Kerala. Let me take your tough question. Let me take the bull by the horns and just say this. Yes, ideally, I would have loved to see the NDA taking Tamil Nadu. Am I disappointed? Yes. But I see a silver lining. The silver lining is that Tamil Nadu in the future is not necessarily going to be limited to Dravidian politics.
Yeah.
The space has increased for newer players. And if Vijay has won so handsomely, so be it. It also tells us that barring a Pradeep Gupta, you can never call exit polls, till the last vote is cast. And I also think that this gives time for us to redraw the map in Tamil Nadu. We've breached the eastern frontier of Mamata Banerjee. Ab aage Tamil Nadu, Kerala, these are the states that the BJP will focus on. And if you know us, Anand, you're a seasoned anchor. After we were limited to 240 in Lok Sabha 2024, और मैंने भी कहा था वहां अब की बार 400 पार. And people had a hearty time laughing at us. We were the butt of jokes. But look at this stupendous comeback. Bihar, Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi. Delhi तो हर कोई कहता था जो भी कर लो अरविंद केजरीवाल को डिसलॉज करना मुश्किल ही नहीं नामुमकिन है. But here we are. We've had a strike rate of more than 72% in all the state assembly elections that went into polls after June 2024. So is there hope for BJP as a standalone? Forget about being in alliance with anybody. In Tamil Nadu, oh yes. Is there hope for BJP in Kerala? which Prime Minister Modi alluded to during his victory address? Oh yes. But yes, many congratulations to Vijay. I think that was a stupendously unbelievable victory. I did not see it coming.
True, okay. But there were a few things that I must credit Amitabh also for seeing it coming, because we started the vote tracker in March. We did 3 trackers. We were the first to actually say that the DMK is on the wane. And we'll be honest here on CNN News 18 that there was a huge backlash to the extent of intimidation that came through, saying how dare you say that, and of course personal allegations against Amitabh. We were the first to say that the Trinamool is under the pump and the BJP is on the rise in Bengal, and again the same thing happened. We put out the numbers and stuck out our neck saying that yes, the BJP is taking Bengal, unlike an Axis India or a Pradeep Gupta who did not put those polls. So that is also there. So he didn't put those numbers out. आपने क्यों नहीं किया प्रदीप जी? वो प्रश्न उस प्रश्न को भी तो मुझे आपसे पूछना है.
पूछिए, जरूर पूछिए. मैंने कहा जैसे एक्सिस इंडिया वी स्ट्रांगली बिलीव इन आवर प्रोसेसेस and we could talk to only 30% of the people, 70% of the Bengal people didn't speak, and my 5 surveyors spent 24 days in Damdam jail in Kolkata. We bailed them from Kolkata High Court. The kind of across all the police stations in across the state of Bengal, that any surveyor come, you bring them here in the police station and we will send them to the jail.
So आपकी तरफ से आप senior हैं in terms of psephology, but you should also compliment Amitabh because they're the only guys. He's the only one who's got the SIR deletions data. He's the only one who first put out the numbers and also said that the BJP is going to get 160 plus seats, and was able to put out a poll prediction for Bengal. So some credit is also due there. Whereas, like you said, because of the intimidation or other reasons, you backed out of putting out the numbers for Bengal.
Yes, I mean, until unless I have a conviction, there is no question of putting me number, because we always believe in data and what people say. It's not what Pradeep Gupta thinks or the guts or anything else. It is the purely the methodology, the science, the data science and the processes we believe. So no point half-hearted, half-cooked food we serve to the people of India.
Psephology is not physics. It's not a perfect science anyway.
No, but it is. But it takes some guts and gumption also to put out the numbers and the data. So that SIR data, Amitabh, we have to. We were the ones who highlighted the 33 seats that are vulnerable. Those are vulnerable. The SIR deletions, the impact that will have on new matrix. And I was there with him doing it. That's why I know this exercise. And the 110 seats, the arithmetic of how Amit Shah has come out and claimed those 110 seats. And that's been done despite intimidation. That's been done despite the kind of backlash that came through.
I think all of us owe an apology to Pradeep ji, because last 3 days, most of us in Tamil Nadu have spent time saying why Pradeep Gupta will be wrong. And why his poll, there were all kinds of analysis coming out, so we owe you an apology, Pradeep.
And I think I told Pradeep ji the thing that it's not about Vijay getting the seats, it's about the projections on the caste that did not apply. 42% 1 years, and of course that column of Brahmins, that was the one that perhaps dislodged everything. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Suvendu Adhikari currently leading by 6,000 votes in Bhavanipur. 6,000 votes in Bhavanipur. Now, what a statement this, and perhaps this is something that Mamata Banerjee is going to find it difficult to come back from.
She has taken it.
Look, the thing about Bengal is number 2 remains number 2. We saw this when the communists were in power, Congress could never become number 1. When TMC was in power, the communists could never become number 1. And now number 2 is going to be TMC. They're going to remain number 2 for a very, very long time to come. The issue is this has been 70 years of ossification of Bengal. The BJP's process of fixing the state will be very slow and painful. You know, the infiltration of TMC into every level of government. I mean, you saw the kind of outrageous actions that government functionaries were taking. Right. And they all had to be suspended by the election commission and things like that. How long is that going to take? What is the kind of pain, the short-term pain and the gain, the pain versus gain strategy? Let's see. I can honestly tell you, Anand, I never expected this to happen. We all saw it coming the last 7 days. This one, I did not in my wildest dreams, and I'm so happy to have been so spectacularly wrong.
Nobody expected Himanta Biswa Sarma and the BJP to touch 100. They have. Nobody expected the UDF to touch 100. They have in Kerala. Nobody expected the PVK to win. They have or be the single largest party in Tamil Nadu. They are. And nobody expected the BJP to cross 200 and get such an overwhelming mandate. So what an election, and salute to the voter. We're going to take a very, very short break. Thank you to all our guests. The coverage continues with Rahul on the other side. Stay with us.
Bengal in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party and Union Minister, Mr. Pradhan joins us. Mr. Pradhan, badhaiyo aapko. Fantastic day, historic day for the BJP, as well as, of course, for BJP also in Assam, not just in Bengal, in Assam and, of course, in Puducherry, the NDA. So, great day overall for you. But Pradhanji, thank you for speaking to us. Your first reaction on the performance of the BJP in Bengal, sir.
My all salute to the decisive voters of West Bengal. For a long time they are intending, they have a strong desire to change the ruling pattern in Bengal, be it 34 years of late regime or be it 15 years of TMC's regime. There was a pattern to govern. The pattern's primary condition was to create fear psychosis, intimidate voters, do atrocity on people. By creating that fear, you own the election. This time, my biggest take of this election is due to impartial approach of Election Commission. People of West Bengal has come out in a big way. They have reposed faith and leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, policies and program of Bharatiya Janata Party, because since last 2.5 decades we are a natural party of governance in many states. That belief extends to Bengal also. I am grateful to people of Bengal for reposing their faith in Prime Minister Modi and BJP, and they have given a decisive mandate of misrule, misgovernance of Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
Pradhan ji, अगर आप टीएमसी का वर्जन सुने तो काफ़ी अलग है. वो कह रहे हैं कि तमाम बीजेपी ने एक किस्म से षड्यंत्र रचा था हमारे खिलाफ, ईसी को भी इन्वॉल्व किया, सेंट्रल पुलिस फोर्सेस को भी लेके आए, कई दिक्कतें पैदा की कि पूरा जो इलेक्टरल फील्ड है.
साथियों, 2013 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मुझे प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार के रूप में भी काम दिया और जब मैं काशी में अपना नामांकन भरने गया था और पत्रकारों ने मुझे घेर लिया, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरे हृदय से एक ध्वनि निकली थी और मैंने कहा था कि न मैं आया हूं न मुझे किसी ने भेजा है, मां गंगा ने मुझे बुलाया है. और आज मैं हर पल अनुभव कर रहा हूं कि मां गंगा के आशीर्वाद निरंतर हम सब पर अपनी कृपा बरसा रहे हैं. साथियों, गंगा जी के साथ साथ ब्रह्मपुत्र का भी हम पर
Viewers, 1 in 5 Indians voted. India's power map shifted. It's easy to be swept up tonight, viewers. It's easy to talk up the significance of this round of assembly elections. Polls in 5 geographies, 4 states, and one union territory amount to a virtual mini referendum. Viewers, the same number of people who voted in the US election, in the US general election in 2024 have voted in just this round of elections here in India. India is the mother of all democracies, viewers. And all of these numbers translate into a huge 1 in 5 Indian voters speaking across 21% of Lok Sabha constituencies. These voters showed up in record numbers, only to topple 3 chief ministers in one day. The carnage is unprecedented. The India bloc has borne the brunt. Even in Tamil Nadu, it lost to a rank outsider. A Tollywood superstar, harkening back to an age 2 generations of Tamils don't remember. Those are the pictures of Vijay. Vijay viewers mobbed. Vijay is coming out of nowhere. N.T. Rama viewers, who founded the TDP. It takes us back then, 70s. The BJP-led NDA has spared itself this ignominy that the India bloc has subjected itself to. The BJP has returned to power in Assam. Its ally has dodged anti-incumbency in Puducherry. But it is in Bengal that the BJP has scored a polity resetting triumph. After Anga and Kalinga, Banga has fallen under its sway within a year of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And no wonder today, viewers, the man in the middle of your screens, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is saying that this is a vote for BJP's governance, that it is the only party in this country that is elected back into office because it does somewhere meet the aspirations of the voters. Listen in to the Prime Minister.
साथियों, पिछले साल 14 नवंबर को जब बिहार चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे, तब मैंने इसी जगह से बीजेपी मुख्यालय से आप सबको कहा था, गंगा जी बिहार से आगे बहते हुए गंगा सागर तक जाती है। आज बंगाल की जीत के साथ गंगोत्री से लेकर गंगा सागर तक कमल ही कमल खिला हुआ है। आज मां गंगा के इर्द गिर्द बसे इन राज्यों में बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार है। जनता साफ देख रही है, जहां भाजपा वहां गुड गवर्नेंस, जहां भाजपा वहां विकास। आप बीते 2 साल के ट्रेंड को देखिए। हरियाणा में लगातार तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार बनी, महाराष्ट्र में बीजेपी की जोरदार विजय हुई, दिल्ली में अभूतपूर्व जीत हासिल हुई, बिहार में भी हमें पहले से बड़ी विजय मिली। और ये सफलता सिर्फ राज्यों के चुनाव में नहीं दिखी, ये सफलता लोकल गवर्नेंस के चुनाव में भी दिख रही है। साथियों, अभी 10 दिन पहले गुजरात के स्थानीय निकायों के परिणाम आए हैं। वहां बीजेपी 2.5-3 दशक से जनता की सेवा निरंतर कर रही है और हर चुनाव में जनता बीजेपी को आशीर्वाद के नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है.
Well, viewers, new records are being set. The BJP has expanded in the east, reshaping the opposition's balance of power and emboldening the centre ahead of 2029. Look at the geographic spread of the Bharatiya Janata Party today, viewers. It rules over a vast swath of India. Almost 74% of the population, viewers, is governed by the NDA, the BJP and its allies. The BJP's win against Mamata Banerjee catapults it into an orbit of its own. It's like the Congress in the 50s and 60s. It is now the default party of governance. The NDA governs states representing roughly 75% of India's population, transcending fault lines that once fractured mandates. This expansion narrows alternatives and risks ossifying politics. Yet, a growing BJP may also be less monochromatic as it adapts to diverse coalitions, diverse social coalitions. In the near term, Hindu consolidation remains decisive. Bengal will test whether this can endure without backlash. The next big election, viewers, is in 2027, and that's Uttar Pradesh, the citadel, the cradle of Indian democracy. Let's go straight across to Amit Malviya, who joins me one-on-one. Amit Malviya has, of course, been somebody who has invested lots of time, viewers, to see this day. He has also been the worst targeted, let me tell you, by the entire mob of TMC supporters and some full-throated voices who err on the side of shrillness, who got nominated or elected to the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, respectively, viewers. So this individual has had a trial by fire of his own. Amit Malviya, let me ask you this. What do you think is the reason for the BJP's triumph here in Bengal? This one last barrier that stood before you, it was quite like, viewers, the Indian cricket team that had a problem against the Australians. And finally it breached that big wall in Australia, and after that the dams burst open, viewers. It's quite the same. How did you breach this citadel?
Rahul, thank you so much. This victory is indeed special. It's a historic moment. The BJP has formed its first government in West Bengal 79 years after independence. And the credit for this goes entirely to Prime Minister Modi's leadership. The bharosa, as we said, people of West Bengal have put in his assurances and his leadership and his term as Prime Minister. Of course, Home Minister Amit Shah, who had put Bengal squarely in focus of the BJP when he was the national president of the party. Having said that, I think Bengal was going through perhaps one of its worst phases, with a government in power that had completely abdicated governance. Law and order was a big issue. Women were unsafe. Sexual crimes had shot up, and invariably it was the Trinamool leader who was behind it. Mamata Banerjee's complete apathy towards what was happening. Scams, corruption, the communal polarization that we saw, the relentless Hindu-Muslim conflict that happened in bordering areas, the unchecked infiltration, and in fact, tacit support by the administration to ensure that the border districts were completely infiltrated, and they had found themselves on the voter roll, not just in those districts but across the state, which could effectively help the Trinamool to alter the mandate. So clearly, the government in office did not reflect the will of the people of Bengal, but were powered by the illegal and fake voters who had been brought into the role over the last decade. Clearly, once the SIR process happened, which incidentally happened under the watch of the Calcutta High Court on the instructions of Supreme Court, and therefore that makes it all the more credible because it was the judicial officers who eventually looked at the electoral roll and the process of cleanup, unlike the other states and union territories where SIR was happening simultaneously.
Well, let me tell you, Amit Malviya, even as we speak, Mamata Banerjee is out. Not just down, but out in Bhavanipur, viewers. This is colossal. It's a massive, massive setback. It's an existential crisis for the TMC. Viewers, it's a churn in Indian politics. It will have national repercussions. Mamata Banerjee, after 15 years of lording it over West Bengal and hoping that she is going to be the next Prime Minister of this country, has bitten the dirt in Bhavanipur, viewers. And she has lost to Suvendu Adhikari. He chased her out of Nandigram, and now, viewers, he has trounced her in Bhavanipur, the citadel within a citadel. It was really, viewers, the crown jewel in her empire, so to speak. And I'm using these words because over the last 10 years, Mamata Banerjee has ruled like a monarch. People have been treated shabbily, viewers. They have been taken for granted. The press has been quashed. Any opponent, any critic, even a cartoonist has been packed off to jail. Her troll armies have gone after people. And all of this now, viewers, has come back to haunt. And it has come back to haunt in a spectacular fashion. I'm going to try and get across to Komolika, but Amit Malviya, massive. This is now anti-incumbency threefold. Yes, Mamata Banerjee is claiming that you rigged the election, that she was leading. How could she have lost by 11,000? She's been at that polling center. 8 other ministers in her government have lost, including Shashi Panja, who laid siege 2 days ago to the counting center. How do you respond?
Well, Mamata Banerjee should have read the writing on the wall in 2021 when she lost Nandigram, which she became chief minister through a backdoor entry. Perhaps people of Bhavanipur have put her out this time, and decisively so. Now let's understand that this anti-incumbency was not limited to certain leaders of the TMC. It started at the top. I mean, even through this election cycle, we heard Mamata Banerjee and we heard her higher apparent Abhishek Banerjee threaten the people, the electorate, saying we will see you on 4th May if you don't vote for us. I mean, the people have given such a decisive mandate that there is no way these people in the Trinamool can do anything at all. And at the end of the day, in a democracy, you don't take people for granted. You don't speak the language that Mamata Banerjee and other Trinamool leaders were speaking. And like I said, there was no semblance of governance in West Bengal, and it's not very surprising that Mamata herself has lost from Bhavanipur a seat that she held for 15 years. It should just tell you how deep the rot was. It should tell you that the people of Bengal really are looking forward to the change. And as the Prime Minister said today in his address, we are going to do everything possible to ensure that we give it the governance that it deserves.
Well, Amit Malviya, BJP co-in charge, West Bengal, speaking to us there. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you. Well deserved. Hard work. 10 years of toil. He's given his life, viewers, and it's had a impact on his health. But viewers, at the end of the day, he's passed the test. His party has passed the test. The Prime Minister, Amit Shah, have all come out with flying colors, and there you can see them right there. I want to go straight across to Pallavi. Pallavi, this is a moment, completely new power shift taking place in Indian politics. I just want to open this up. Let's bring in some of our guests. Massive power shift, massive. Chetan Bhagat is here with me, witness to history. David Frawley is here with me. Shadat Poonawala is here with me. Tehseen Poonawalla is here with me. Tehseen Poonawalla, who has been, of course, holding the flag for the TMC, for the India bloc, doesn't quite know where to hide his face tonight. But that's okay. That's okay.
I think the Election Commission has a lot to answer.
Okay, we'll come to you. We'll come to you, sir. We'll come to you. We'll come to you. But Chetan Bhagat, put this into perspective for us.
Well, firstly, a couple of things I'll say, and thanks for giving a chance with less arguments here, because today, end of the day,
more arguments, more time.
What an interesting election. Firstly, you know, we had every angle, pro-incumbency, anti-incumbency, new player, established player. There's something for BJP, something for Congress. Big guys have been dislodged, new stars born. I think there are two big moments. One is, of course, Vijay, who's man of the match, but BJP's team of the series. I think in Bengal, Didi had it coming. I don't know why people don't see it. Go back to 2021, Assam and Bengal, two sisters. One gave BJP a chance. The other said, no, we'll give Didi a third chance. And then what happened in Assam today? They said BJP again with a much bigger mandate. So that means they liked what they saw there, and they are neighbors, and there's a lot of cultural connections. And you know, what is the TMC known for today, Rahul? Okay, let's be the good things. They are known for Didi, they are known for women power, fine, we give them that. But then they are also known for lawlessness, corruption, intimidation, not being business and investment friendly, therefore not creating jobs, women's safety issues. Maybe other states also have issues, but the perception of TMC is like this. And to not address it in your third term, when BJP had a pretty high, close to 40% vote share even in the previous election, they just needed a little more, and which is what they did this time. And to win and to make it all about Sir, clearly the difference in vote share, the amount of vote share TMC has lost today, 14 points. Sir doesn't explain it. I mean, even if like Sir was perfectly manipulated, it doesn't explain it. It's only the TMC has to look within and say what happened.
Yeah, because the excluded voters, if you just done the maths, and I know that you've been doing it through the day, 5%, that doesn't mean that all those 5% were in fact TMC voters. That could have been
even
a half
if 4% were, it just doesn't, even if 80% were, it doesn't work.
Yes.
And I think that's where ultimately people want performance. Just saying keep him out, I'm here to make sure this party stays out, I'm anti this party, it doesn't work. If you work, pro-incumbency also happens in this country. If you present hope, a Vijay also happens in this country. But if you take the voters for granted and feel entitled and feel it's your birthright, कि यहाँ तो हम ही जीतेंगे, I mean there is just no way anybody's going to come, I don't think that works forever. And that's what happened, and you know the hard work paid off. It's as simple as that.
Okay, it's as simple as that. It's so simple. Tehseen Poonawalla, why are you complicating it? David Frawley is also there with us. I'm going to go across to Pallavi, but not before I go to Shahzad Poonawalla. Yes, very quickly, Tehseen Poonawalla, don't grumble today. Don't try to be like Trump. Populists playing to those galleries, suggesting that, you know, this election has been stolen. Don't do that. Respect the mandate.
Thank you for having
me. Be
me.
humble.
Thank you for having me on the show, Rahul. Let me just give you the data because Chetan gave data and the data will answer it all. 27 lakh people have been left out for adjudication. The difference between the TMC vote and the BJP vote is 30 lakhs, which is the same. Out of this 27 lakh people, the only people adjudicated were 1608. And 99.9% of them came back into the list, which were wrong deletions. These are not Bangladeshis. These are people deleted because of the Election Commission's mistakes. Shouldn't the Supreme Court immediately call off this election and have fresh elections? If 30 lakh people have been deleted, 27 lakhs, and the difference in the two parties is 30 lakhs.
On what basis are you saying this?
Because the Honorable Supreme Court itself said it.
Where is the figure that the difference between the two parties?
Count the votes.
No,
just count the
we
votes.
don't have those numbers as yet.
You must do it right away.
In fact, even the vote share is still settling. So I don't know where Tehseen Poonawalla has got, which EVMs he's opened and counted what, so I don't know. But anyhow, let me just bring in Shahzad Poonawalla on this. Shahzad Poonawalla, again, even EVM bahana, na SIR bahana.
No, I thought Tehseen would be little circumspect to use that bahana simply because SIR and EVMs both happened in Kerala and they have won handsomely. And there neither KC Venugopal nor Shashi Tharoor nor Satishan nor Chennithala are saying that the SIR was a problem or the Election Commission or the EVMs. So suddenly this has become a problem only in another state of West Bengal or in Assam. By the way, have you noticed one pattern that in Assam, Gaurav Gogoi, the entitled dynast, has lost? In West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, the queen of entitlement, has lost. In DMK, in Tamil Nadu, DMK Stalin has lost. So people are punishing arrogance and entitlement, and yet these people continue to be anti-Sanatan, anti-people. They question the constitutional institutions. Also another point, look at the BJP. 10 years ago, it was nowhere in the scenario in Bengal. It only had 2 seats, less than 10% vote share. But on the other hand, because of the thing that we have done in the other parts of the country, looking at that performance, people in Bengal were assured that this is the party that can actually give Bengal a new vision, a new direction, which the TMC has not been given in the last 15 years. Also in Assam, our government has repeated the third time. We are the only party in this election cycle whose governments have repeated. In Puducherry and in Assam, both places pro-incumbency vote has come because of the BJP's performance. And on the other hand, the other 3 state governments have been lost because the anti-incumbency they could not tackle. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP governments are actually an antidote for anti-incumbency. They equal pro-incumbency.
Okay, just stay on with me because we're also being joined by Sanjeev Sanyal. But before that, I want to quickly dip across to Pallavi. Pallavi, monumental. Monumental. What we're witnessing is history. You told me first when you went to Bengal that there is change on the ground. You've been reporting it. You said this time Mamata is in trouble. We didn't know that she was in so much trouble that the people were so angry that they'd even pluck her out and cast her aside.
Well, you remember the stories of Arvind Kejriwal losing or even Sheila Dixit losing. Look, when people are angry, the face of the government are the first ones to be booted out. That's exactly what has happened with Mamata Banerjee. And this is huge because I remember I had interviewed Suvendu Adhikari in Nandigram and he had told me that, mark my words, Didi, she is going to lose in Bhavanipur as well. Nandigram is going to be repeated in Bhavanipur as well. So this is a huge setback to her. It is going to have ramifications. One, I immediately see that the Trinamool Congress is going to begin to wither away. Second, in the India bloc, if she was hoping to take on the Prime Minister in 2029, I don't see that happening immediately. So this is a huge setback. Obviously, the usual cries will come from her that, you know, the SIR and there was a cheating taking place. I was made to lose. But the fact is that she's lost.
She lost. Yes, let's open this up. Sanjeev Sanyal also here with us. Mr. Tehseen Poonawalla, it was Rahul Gandhi who first said that she has opened the door to the BJP in the state. And the reason he said was not because of SIR, viewers. He said because of corruption. He said, viewers, because she's polarized the electorate. In fact, if you look at the TMC's tally right now, it's 78. That's the same number of short seats where the Muslim population exceeds a certain number, which automatically helps the TMC. So the TMC has really won fundamentally on Muslim support, viewers, tonight. I'll tell you the extent of the rage. The mother of the RG car victim has won. Sandesh Khali victim, she has won. Ms. Patra, all of them have won, viewers. And this in a state run by a woman. It's the woman voter who says, Mamata Banerjee, you didn't read the writing of the wall in Nandigram where we were telling you where are the jobs. So we made that the test case for you and you didn't listen. That was her litmus test and she failed it. Tehseen Poonawalla, wake up, stop making excuses. Rahul Gandhi will be next. Let me tell you that. Uttar Pradesh is next on the block and it's going to be the SP's turn.
So that shows very categorically that the Congress must take the lead in the India alliance when the regional parties try and play polarizing politics. For example, Humayun Kabir, who was a BJP agent who got CRPF security, Mamata Banerjee failed to arrest him. And that is where centrist parties like the Congress suffer. And all of these regional parties must realize that they
centrist party?
should.
Who tied up with the AUDF? You know what that is?
Did they tap this election?
Party. Nothing
did they tap in this election?
Let me ask you.
No, did they tap in this election?
Let me ask you,
so
sir.
BJP
who shared a
PDP?
stage with the ISF? Who shared a stage in Uttar Pradesh, sir?
PDP?
Who shared a stage with the one individual, viewers, and a political party in Uttar Pradesh? It was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, the most sectarian leader, pulled up by the Supreme Court for hate speech. Yes, Shahzad Poonawalla raising his hand. Go ahead, Shahzad Poonawalla.
Tehseen has forgotten that in this round of election, Congress has allied with Jamaat in Kerala and no less than Pinarayi Vijay has called them out. So I don't know which center, center of Islamic radical politics. Is that the centrist party you are? Because on the one hand you have allied with Furfura Sharif in Bengal at one point of time. Now you have standing alliance with Muslim League and with people from Jamaat who want Islamic Republic. So perhaps you mean centrist of the Islamic
secular
movement.
When the BJP goes with the Tripura Liberation Front, that is secular.
Rahul,
the fact of the matter is BJP does it. The entire polarization. Just 1 second. 1 second. I'll just take one line. Just one line. Suvendu Adhikari and all the BJP leaders.
Rahul, I want to
let him make his point.
Just one line.
No, hang on. Listen, don't try to paint yourselves in some noble light, sir. You have done. No, hang on. You have done. Sir, please. Should I tell you what Rahul Gandhi said about Mamata Banerjee polarizing politics? You tell me that Rahul Gandhi was being mischievous. You tell me that he was burying the hatchet in Mamata's back and siding with the BJP. We didn't say that, viewers. Not the press.
Rahul.
Yes.
Can I just complete the point I wanted to make?
Please.
Rahul, this victory, actually everybody is seeing it as 22nd victory for NDA, one more chief minister of BJP. Actually it is not that. This is a civilizational battle for BJP. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, our founder, came from Bengal, and Bengal has been at the forefront of this onslaught of demographic transformation, for the lack of a better word, which some parties have been doing for a long period of time for vote bank politics. This was a battle to save the soul and character of Bharat and not allow it to be overrun at the altar of vote bank politics. There was something far larger at stake here, and therefore for the BJP this is actually a victory that matters more than many other victories. And then to top it, there is a victory of Rekha Patra and the victory of the RG Kar victim's mother, Devnath ji, which also shows that what kind of situation women were facing in West Bengal. So in true sense, this victory is a victory of Bharat and Bharat's betis, and it is also a slap on the face of those who have opposed women's reservation. It is also a slap on their face.
Well, the political principles, viewers, are speaking, and they are painting a definitive reason for the TMC's loss. But there's an economic argument also, viewers, and I'll focus on that with Sanjeev Sanyal in just a few minutes. But I want to go quickly across to Komolika. Komolika, who joins me from the ground. Komolika, it's been a long vigil. Just tell our viewers a little bit about the conditions under which you have reported over the last 5-7 years. Let's be honest tonight. Put your hand on your heart and tell me about the pressures you have faced as a reporter. The repression, viewers, unleashed on free speech. Had only Mamata Banerjee heard, allowed herself to hear, maybe she wouldn't have been in this position. Am I wrong, Komolika?
Sir, Rahul, absolutely, you are not wrong, not at all, because you know the inside story, you know my stories, and you know the 5-year story which I have been, a lot of people have been facing, and it is a definite squad of people who had access to the highest point. And if you are criticizing about anything, then you are just BJP. So that is something which reporters out here faced. A lot of reporters out here faced. So that was something which was there. Right now, I would just like to also show you the historic win of none other than Suvendu Adhikari, winning 2 seats, and Bhavanipur, that to more than 15,000 margin, is something which is historic, unprecedented, and you can see the hero of the day will be coming out in few seconds from now, and the entire, his supporters, BJP workers, and these are those workers who have been jailed, who have been beaten up, who have been, got so many cases, and lot of other operations which they have gone through. I was speaking to the chief electoral agent of Suvendu Adhikari, Suryanil. He said that they have faced a lot of things, even in the strong room, even today till the last ball Mamata Banerjee tried to play out. But this is Suvendu Adhikari clearly. This is not only the unprecedented win of Bharatiya Janata Party,
the Parivartan out here, but also the biggest story is Suvendu Adhikari now will be wearing a badge with a 2 times defeat. He has been defeating Mamata. He has defeated Mamata Banerjee twice. Mamata Banerjee, who was Suvendu Adhikari's Gurudev, and I call him as a curtain of this Mahabharat. And now he has become Sri Krishna, and you can see the celebrations, Rahul.
Yes, we will come back to you.
These are those people,
We will come back to you. I'm going to keep these visuals on screen. Komolika will be there. The moment Suvendu Adhikari comes out, he's going to say something. He's going to respond to Mamata Banerjee. She's been completely on a tirade. Let me go straight across to Sanjeev Sanyal. Mr. Sanyal, there is also an economic aspect. There is a civilizational aspect which we will explore with David Frawley, viewers. But Sanjeev Sanyal, there is an very clear economic aspect, a vote by aspirational classes. The Sensex has reacted positively. Yes, the political principles are giving their reasons. Put this into perspective for us from an economic standpoint.
Well, this is my home state, so this is an emotional moment, of course. But let me say that West Bengal has now been in economic decline for over half a century. So if you went back to the 1950s, West Bengal was the 3rd largest economy in India, accounting for about 11% of the economy. Since then, it has gone into continuous decline, so much so that today it accounts for a little over 5% of the national GDP. Once upon a time, Calcutta Chemicals, all these companies were not just in Calcutta, but they were Bengali owned and Bengali built. And from there, we have come down to a stage where, at least 2 generations of Bengalis have left Kolkata for jobs. As I said, we are mocked these days as providers of household help in Bangalore and Gurgaon. Now, that is a sort of a decline of a people that, that really we feel. And so in a sense this mandate in a sense is one of aspiration, but also one about rebuilding Bengal to where it used to be.
Let me tell you, Mr. Sanyal, a BJP win by itself won't lift Bengal out of the economic doldrums, will it? Would it? Mr. Sanyal, can you hear me?
No, this is about long-term policy. This will take at least 10 years of hard work. But this is not only about Bengal. Do remember that the biggest sort of economic divide in India is between the eastern and western half of India. A lot is made about the north-south divide, but in fact, the real divide in India is east-west. And the eastern half of India is much, much poorer than the west. Whether it is Bihar or Odisha or West Bengal and so on. And I think here there is an opportunity, given that all these major states are now ruled by the same party that is in the center. You also have an opportunity of bringing back Kolkata as an economic hub, because do remember, high economic growth is ultimately an urban activity. Whether, if you look at South India, for example, much of the growth is basically driven by Chennai, Hyderabad and Bengaluru. In Western India, it's Pune, Mumbai, Ahmedabad. Or in North India, it's basically Delhi NCR. So getting Kolkata to fire again is an important part of what needs to be done, not just for West Bengal, but for all of Eastern India.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, stay on. Chetan Bhagat, I'm also going to bring you into this because we'll ask what it will take to effect a reset. Just a quick one, viewers. Look at the bottom of the screen there on the left. That's Suvendu Adhikari. He's just come out of that counting station. He's holding up his certificate. Let's try to boost the nat on those pictures and hear what he's saying.
जितना मुसलमान वोट देने के लिए निकला, सब ममता को वोट दिया और मुझे हिंदू, सिख, जैन, बुद्धिस्ट लोग ने आशीर्वाद देकर जिताया। ये जीत हिंदुत्व का जीत है, ये जीत बंगाल का जीत है, ये जीत नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जीत है। उन्होंने 15 राउंड तक थी। जब उनका मार्जिन खत्म करके मैं 536 वोट से आगे निकल गई, तब उन्होंने भागना चालू कर दिया। मुझे खास करके जो बंगाली हिंदू एरिया है चेतला 82 नंबर वार्ड, वो खुल के वोट डाल दिया। और सीपीएम का जो लूथ सपोर्टर है, हिंदू सपोर्टर, सब लोग वोट किया। सीपीएम का 14,000 वोट था भवानीपुर में, वो कम से कम 10,000 वोट मुझे ट्रांसफर कर दिया। मैं नीचे जो सीपीएम का वोटर्स है उनको भी आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। और चेतला में जितना भी बंगाली हिंदू है सब लोग खुल के वोट किया। इसका साथ गुजराती, जैन, मारवाड़ी, हमारी पूर्वांचली, सिख समाज, सब लोग खुल के वोट किया। मैं खास करके राजस्थान का 8 एमएलए को प्रणाम करता हूँ, राजेंद्र राठौड़ जी का नेतृत्व में। ये लोग बहुत काम किया मेरे लिए। और गुजरात से अशोक जी आया था, उन्होंने, उनका टीम भी बहुत मेहनत किया है। मैं सबको प्रणाम करते हुए एचएम साहब ने 2-3 बार फोन किया था, उन्होंने भवानीपुर लेकर थोड़ा कंसर्न भी था, मैं उनको बता दिया कुछ देर पहले। बाकी तो किसी का साथ बात नहीं हुआ। मैं तो फोन अलाउ नहीं था, इसलिए
There you go, viewers. Suvendu Adhikari saying that the Hindus consolidated behind him and even the CPM helped him because they transferred their votes. Everyone wanted to see the back of Mamata Banerjee. Let me bring in Sanjeev Sanyal very quickly on that point. Sanjeev Sanyal, what will it take now to effect a reset in Bengal economically? We know the problem. We know that the voters have also voted not just to reassert themselves as Hindus in a state that was racked by appeasement politics, but also because they want to see their prospects improve.
Well, first of all, you do need to bring investments here. For far too long, and I would say for half a century, Bengal was essentially not friendly to any kind of investment, whether local investment and domestic investment or foreign investment. In fact, a lot of the politics of this region was in fact actively against allowing large-scale investment, whether it's Singur or all the labor strikes of the 1980s and 70s and so on. So it's been a very long time since West Bengal has been a friendly place to large-scale industrial investment, and that has to change. There's an opportunity here to do this, but this mandate perhaps allows serious relook at economic policies at the state level that have for a long time been tilted in a sort of ultra left-wing kind of way. These can now be sort of pulled back into something much more sensible in one shot.
Sanjeev Sanyal, thank you very much. He's a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council and also, of course, viewers, a proud Bengali. And he is speaking to reclaim his own land from economic destitution. Chetan Bhagat.
You know, the irony is, I mean, I agree with what Sanjeev ji said, and the irony is that when Mamata Di came for her first term, she removed the communist parties and there was a surge, the blue surge in they said everything's going to change in Bengal now. Calcutta has everything going for it. It has smart people, it has intellectual, it has artists, it is low cost destination. Everything's going to move there. Real estate is going to boom, IT sector is going to move there. Bangalore there's going to be the new Bangalore.
And our finance minister was...
It was the hottest thing.
Yeah.
And then second term, things slowed down, and by third term, it just... I'm just shocked when TMC knew after the second term that BJP's #1 target is Bengal. It's personal almost, you could feel it. In the middle of COVID, hundreds of rallies were there, and BJP has taken 38 to 40% vote share. Why were they not understanding this? And when you come to power, removing the communist parties, how can you behave like them again? And create the same thing that people need to get rid of you now, to think that maybe now the BJP will do something. And it's not going to be that easy because it takes investor confidence, right? Okay, it's a good step that the BJP has come to power. They and other BJP states have investors coming in, but it doesn't automatically translate. There is still an image. That Sangrur thing, everybody keeps giving that Sangrur example. Tata Nano is gone now. right?
Yeah.
And it's not there anymore that, but that one withdrawal of by something as high profile as Tata, like a Tata could not do it. How will we do it?
In Gujarat? Is that factory working in
No,
Gujarat?
because Nano is no more there.
It's shut down.
What I'm saying is, but that one incident has created,
Have you ever
prevented
analyzed-
50 companies from coming there. And as far as you guys, I mean,
20
I think you are
years-
doing something right in Kerala, right? Why is it not happening, translating elsewhere?
No, something right, because the left was there. The Adanis built a port there. Otherwise, these guys would have said the Adani is chore. Don't allow him in. That's another problem.
For 20 years,
No, that's another
Bihar
problem.
has continued to lag behind the country, but the anti-incumbency doesn't come there. Kolkata is the safest city for women as per the NCRB data. So I think we are looking at it from a very perspective that we want to see. I think there's a lot more layered discussion.
Listen, I mean, Calcutta is not Patna. Calcutta was the capital of the country. It is seen as if you want to compare yourself to
state
Bihar, it's
GDP
fine.
is down. Let me just show you the economic numbers. Tehseen Poonawalla. Now you say the economic data is also fudged. That's the problem, viewers. They don't accept anything. Just look at that. West Bengal's share in India's GDP has been collapsing. It is worse off today, viewers, than a large number of North Indian states. We are talking about a state that had 10% of India's GDP. It's worse off than Bihar today.
Are you saying West Bengal is worse off than Bihar?
It's there, my dear friend.
If that is
Look
the
at the
argument,
numbers.
there's
I'll
nothing
show
to-
you the numbers. I'll give you the numbers. I'll show you the numbers. I talk
on
to
most
my head.
economic parameters,
Listen, I'm
including
talking
per
about
capita
GDP.
income.
I'm talking about share in GDP. Please, I'm being very specific here. I'm not
West
picking.
Bengal
I'm-
outpaces Bihar.
Okay, one second, very quickly. Sharat Poonawalla. Gosh, this is their viewers. Look at them. Look at them.
Actually, let me explain it in a more different manner. What has happened in the last 34 plus 15, 49 years in West Bengal is institutionalization of political violence and retribution and deep politicization of every institution. These two phenomena in such a deep manner have not taken place in any other part of India, irrespective of the political power which has come to power there. In West Bengal, both the left and the Trinamool Congress have legitimized political retribution to the extent that unless you take the product from my cartel, I will come after you. Unless you back me in the political field, I will come after you. And the fear of entire situation that has been created has dissuaded people from starting any enterprise. It has killed enterprise. Bengalis are most innovative, entrepreneurial, they are most creative people, but they have actually literally choked creativity and enterprise in Bengal because of these two phenomena. And this needed to break, and therefore the BJP has been brought in as a panacea for this deep institutionalization of political violence and politicization of every institution. Every institution is infiltrated with TMC cadre. It cannot work like that in a democracy.
Well, viewers, let me just tell you, East versus West. Look at Gujarat. Same amount of population almost. But the share, Gujarat GDP, viewers, is so much more than Bengal. And that's one of the reasons why you had this egress of business. Let's talk about one big, massive company to set up shop in Bengal in the last 10 years. No one will be able to name one, viewers. Not one person.
Rahul, I was on that Hindi show and someone from TMC was there and I said, what, look at iPhone, it went to the south of India, it will not come to Bengal. You know what he told me on live TV? He said, why should Apple make iPhone? Some public sector company should make iPhone. We will make it.
My God. That's the attitude.
I mean, what do you say?
That's the attitude. Now, I'll tell you also, viewers, Kerala, in fact, is nibbling, a communist state, communist-run state, Kerala for 10 years is nibbling at Bengal's heels. That's how the situation is. That's how bad the situation is. Let me just bring in David Frawley. Let's ask him a little bit about how he assesses the developments today in Bengal. You've heard the economic argument, Mr. Frawley. You've heard the political argument. What's your assessment? How is it that the BJP has been able to breach the Diwani of Bengal?
It's obviously a wonderful day, and this is a monumental change in Indian politics. and particularly Bengal and Tamil Nadu, it's hard to say which is more important, but certainly a new era has come, and I would say that Tamil Nadu has radically changed, and the DMK is not coming back. They have been looting the state for decades. They have been damaging temples. They have been disturbing all the local people. So that is a wonderful thing to see. And Bengal, where the Indian independence movement began, had become under Mamata a movement towards Bangladesh, no longer a part of India. So it's very good to see that India and Bharat is rising again in Bengal, and Tamil Nadu, unbelievable, but a wonderful transformation owing to Narendra Modi and all the great work that BJP has done and will do for the future. The new India is there, and it is the Bharat revival is now going full forward.
Well, David Frawley, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But just look at those pictures, viewers. Those are pictures. Suvendu Adhikari, a little earlier today, just about 10-15 minutes. Thank you, David Frawley. Let's go back to some of our guests. I just want to make some closing comments before I bring in a very important guest, viewers. Walter Anderson, an individual who's written books on the RSS. But I just want to very quickly, viewers, tell you something that is quite significant. Look at the grid at the bottom of your screens. What do you see? You see the TMC at 77 and the BJP at 210.
Exactly what happened last time.
Exactly in reverse of the 2021 result, viewers. Exactly in reverse. The people of this country, you cannot fool them all the time, viewers. This is what it tells you. Closing comments. Shadad Poonawala, 77 is where the TMC is. It's almost poetic justice as far as the BJP is concerned. 3 to 77 was the BJP to 210, and the TMC going in exact opposite direction. Mr. Poonawala, can you hear me? Shadad Poonawala there? Can you hear me? Okay, I think we might have lost him there. Viewers, let's go straight across to Chetan Bhagat on that point, and of course Tehseen Poonawala. Yes.
You know, the closing lessons from today is, if you are new, you offer hope, you will be given a chance. Like Vijay has been given a chance, in 2014 Prime Minister Modi was given a chance, and then Arvind Kejriwal was given a chance. But then once you are in power, today there is a minimum expected standard of governance. Whatever you might say about BJP, you may say they have 100 flaws, no political party is perfect. Very few BJP states have a reputation of misgovernance, that things are going absolute mayhem, you know, chaos is going on, and that's the minimum standard India has come to expect now. I'm not saying BJP is the ultimate, others can't do it better, of course they can, but once you've been in power, you have to work hard to stay in power.
I think the freezing of the frame is done in the BJP spokesperson. I think the frame freeze is done.
Okay, 77 viewers is where the TMC has landed. The TMC is exactly at the number where the BJP was 5 years ago. It's been a complete mirror image flip. That's what's happened here. That's how comprehensive the losses of the TMC. Even Mamata Banerjee has bitten the dust, viewers, along with 6 or 7 of her cabinet ministers. Wipe out, viewers, is going to have massive implications for national level politics. The polity in this country has shifted dramatically, and it's all happened in the run up to the Uttar Pradesh elections, which is, viewers, 11 months away. The campaigning will begin in about 10 months. The preparations have already begun, let me tell you. The BJP has already begun seeding the ground and preparing. 2029, viewers, the BJP enters the frame as a much stronger NDA. And one of the people who can take credit for that is on your screens, right in the middle of it, viewers. I'm going to now go across to Walter Anderson for getting a deeper perspective on how politics is changing in this country. Let's go straight across. I spoke to him just about an hour and a half back. Let's listen in. We're joined by Walter Anderson, an academic who has written extensively on the RSS. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for speaking to us here on CNN News 18. I'm Rahul Shivshankar, your host this evening. Mr. Anderson, what a day, a watershed day in Indian politics. After Bihar, after Orissa, also retaining power in Assam, the BJP has pushed another frontier. A region of our country, Bengal, where many felt that the BJP would never be able to establish itself. The NDA today is stronger than it was after the 2024 general election. Talk a little bit about this leap, really, into this new frontier.
I was up all night, given the time change between India and the US, watching the results. And yes, it was a real leap by the BJP in West Bengal. And they increased their margin in Assam as well. And they had, I think 3 seats. Now, I had to sort of shut off before the final results came in, but I think it's 3 seats they have in Kerala, which puts a footprint there almost for the first time. What I was going to comment is on the international response. It's a little too early, for much of the international response, but what you do get is interesting. It's that the Prime Minister was strengthened by the results in these elections. You have the large state of West Bengal that is now in the BJP camp. You have the BJP gaining elsewhere as well. And the sense is, at least is represented in much of the press that writes about these things, is that Modi and India, when they engage in international relations, will engage in a strengthened position because of the stronger position of the BJP at home. I think there's a second thing I'm beginning to hear, is that this is an encouragement for people to invest in India. You have a strong, stable central government in a region that has many unstable governments. And beside that, there's a lot of prospectus for, Indian manufacturing and development. So my guess is this is going to also result in a stronger Indian push to get people to invest here.
What do you think has really led to this transformational victory of the BJP in Bengal? Many people are putting it down to a Hindu civilizational assertion, a fatigue with appeasement politics of the kind that is assumed now to be part and parcel of the secular tradition of this country.
I think that I've heard that many times, and many commentators say that it was the BJP had appealed to a Hindu sentiment. To a certain extent, that's true, that it had, but there's much more than that. But let's get to that first, since that's what you raised, is sort of the Hindu sentiment. What I have seen is that along the border districts of West Bengal with Bangladesh is where the BJP has done particularly well. And the reason I've heard, and I have had contacts in India, which I've been in touch with, is that the violence against Hindus in Bangladesh has had impact in West Bengal and elsewhere as well. That people are quite angry at that, and there's a sense that parties like Mamata Banerjee's parties and others haven't really done an effective job in speaking out for Hindus, whereas the assumption is that the BJP will certainly do that. So that's, I think, an important consideration to keep in mind in terms of West Bengal. Now, there are other reasons in West Bengal that it did well. There's a certain anti-incumbency in these elections, as you probably have seen, where Mamata Banerjee's party does very poorly, or considerably poorly, in West Bengal. You also have a similar situation in Tamil Nadu, particularly. That's a very interesting case in Tamil Nadu, where you have Joseph Vijay and his party, TVK party, winning. And the two places where there wasn't a huge change were the two BJP ruled areas, Pondicherry and Assam, where the BJP stayed in power, in fact gained. So what you had, I think, is more Indians expecting more from their government, and I think you see that in West Bengal, where they felt the government wasn't really effective in developing and encouraging development in the state. My guess is that you're going to have the Prime Minister is going to push to have more development in West Bengal and other areas which have not, really kept up with the development situation. And I think, India is going to be a more interesting place as a result of all of this. And I think you're going to find that in Kerala as well, that the central government is probably going to encourage people to invest in West Bengal.
Can I ask you, sir, to cast an eye a little bit slightly from a distance and tell us how important was this victory for the BJP in the larger scheme of things in becoming really the default party of governance? And we're also going to be joined by Mr. Shashi Tharoor, who will be speaking with Nabila Jamal in just a few moments. But Mr. Anderson, yes.
I think this was important for the BJP as a party, governing party, and Modi as the prime minister, because it strengthens his position in New Delhi. The parties that did poorly were parties that had joined together partly with the Congress to provide an opposition, both to him and his policies. That's going to be much weakened. He's going to go into the next few years at least, with a strengthened position. And you have elections coming up, and this is probably going to help the BJP as well in those elections. So I think it's going to help him domestically. It's also going to help him internationally, as I was saying before. You're going to have people looking at India, which has a stable government, a strengthened central government, which is able to do things and construct a policy without having to worry that its issues are going to be undermined by an opposition, because you have a much weakened opposition who are no longer in a position to sort of gang up against him or the BJP in any significant way.
We've seen that the RSS has really done a lot of work. Mr. Bansal of the RSS joined hands very closely with Amit Shah. There's a spectacular photograph of them that's doing the rounds from a time and an era before. But the RSS doing a lot of preparatory work going into this election over the last few years, if not even a decade. Talk us a little bit about the RSS contribution here in arousing what many people say is a Hindu consciousness that had perhaps got eroded a little bit under communist rule and then after Mamata took over.
Well, I think that's true. There is a certain appeal of the BJP as a party that has an orientation in Hinduism, but it is not a religious party as such. It doesn't advocate any sort of Hinduism is much too complex to have a single religious orientation. It's more cultural than religious, but it is certainly, it's identified as a party that supports Hindu causes, and that's why I brought up the notion of the border districts of West Bengal with Bangladesh, because the BJP did well there, and the RSS helped in that. The RSS has a number of shakas and local units in West Bengal and elsewhere, and these local units in election time often provide the workers for the BJP. BJP in that sense has an advantage that no other Indian party does. The communists used to in the past, but no longer can they rely on a group that's attached to it, which they support. The BJP does, the RSS. Now, the RSS is separate from the BJP, and they get very upset if you sort of compare the two, but they do support the BJP in many ways. One is supplying them with workers during election time, and that was true this time. They have no problem getting workers to get people out to vote and to advertise what the BJP is standing for. Other parties in India do. They don't have the workers. BJP has an infrastructure that is missing in many other parties.
Walter Anderson, my final question to you, I want to ask you, what does this mean nationally for the Bharatiya Janata Party now and for Indian politics as such, specifically ahead of Uttar Pradesh? Remember, in just about 12 months, UP will go to polls. It's very significant. The gateway to Parliament, the gateway to 2029 is Uttar Pradesh. What does this mean nationally?
Well, nationally, of course, it strengthens the BJP, gives it more self-confidence about where it's going. And you mentioned Uttar Pradesh. In fact, I spoke last night with a friend of mine in the BJP from Uttar Pradesh. And they're already using the results of the elections to advertise themselves, that they are the party of the future and that they can do much for India. And of course, there are a lot of Bengalis who live in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, in many ways, the the clerical upper class in the UP cities are Bengalis, and they will be influenced by the results of these elections. In fact, the person I spoke to is a Bengali himself who has lived in Allahabad for a long time, and there's a large Bengali community in Allahabad. So I think you're going to have a more self-confident BJP because of this, and you're going to have others looking at what they did and how they're going to rule. In fact, I'd be curious to see who their chief minister is going to be. I have a sense who it might be, but it's going to be interesting. I don't think any of the prospective chief ministers has been chosen yet, though there's an assumption that some of them will step into either existing positions or official positions or party positions.
Walter Anderson, thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing that perspective. Extremely important and critical assessment.
मैं इन सभी राज्यों की जनता का उनके समर्थन के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, जय पराजय लोकतंत्र और चुनावी राजनीति का एक स्वाभाविक हिस्सा होता है, लेकिन 5 प्रदेशों की जनता ने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया है कि ये हमारा भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी क्यों है। लोकतंत्र, डेमोक्रेसी हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक तंत्र नहीं है, ये हमारी रगों में दौड़ता हुआ संस्कार है, ये हमारी रगों की संस्कार सरिता है। और आज सिर्फ भारत का लोकतंत्र ही नहीं जीता है, आज भारत का संविधान भी जीता है। हमारी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं जीती हैं, हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाएं जीती है। पश्चिम बंगाल में करीब 93% मतदान होना अपने आप में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। असम, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी और केरलम में भी मतदान के नए रिकॉर्ड बने हैं। इसमें भी महिलाओं की भागीदारी बहुत अधिक रही है। ये भारतीय लोकतंत्र की सबसे उजली तस्वीर बन रही है। साथियों, मैं आज चुनाव आयोग को, चुनाव आयोग के सभी कर्मचारी भाई बहनों को, जो भी मतदान से जुड़े प्रक्रिया के सारे कर्मी थे, साथ साथ विशेष तौर पर सुरक्षा बलों का भी मैं आज बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारत के लोकतंत्र की गरिमाओं को बनाए रखने में आप सबका योगदान इतिहास हमेशा हमेशा याद रखेगा। साथियों, पिछले साल 14 नवंबर को जब बिहार चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे, तब मैंने इसी जगह से बीजेपी मुख्यालय से आप सबको कहा था, गंगा जी बिहार से आगे बहते हुए गंगा सागर तक जाती है।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into our non-stop coverage here on Verdict Day, and if you've missed what an exhilarating day this has been here, it is 3 out of 5 for the BJP and an exhilarating day at least for the Saffron Party as they made inroads, breached fortresses that they never have up until now. If you haven't been able to catch any of those developments through the day, we'll take you through all of them over the next 1 hour. But first up, the headlines. Emphatic mandate for the BJP in West Bengal, over 200 seats across TMC strongholds. CM aspirant Suvendu Adhikari likely in Delhi tomorrow.
Prime Minister Modi ushers in the era of Parivartan in West Bengal, says politics of fear and appeasement will be replaced by aspirations of Bengalis.
Suvendu Adhikari is the giant slayer once again after Nandigram in 2021, now defeats Mamata Banerjee in Bhavanipur with over 15,000 votes.
The BJP scores a hat-trick, wins again in Assam under Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Gaurav Gogoi himself loses his Jorhat seat by over 20,000 votes.
It's a blockbuster like no other. 100 mark crossed in his debut election. Vijay set to become the next Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
Congress rides on anti-incumbency against Pinarayi Vijayan, scores in a century in Kerala, wins about 100 seats. Now fight for the CM's chair begins with multiple contenders.
West Bengal has turned saffron. The wave predicted by the BJP leadership has been made official. It's a landfall victory. BJP has expanded in the east. It's reshaped the opposition's balance of power. It's emboldened the centre ahead of 2021. The BJP's win against Mamata Banerjee catapults it into an orbit of its own. Bhavanipur has gone the Nandigram way. It is Mamata Banerjee losing out to the same man once again, and that's Suvendu Adhikari. In 2021, Suvendu beat Mamata in Nandigram. Now that's repeated in Bhavanipur.
Well, we did see Mamata Banerjee right after she found out that she was trailing. She came out to say that this is foul play, that she also claims that she was assaulted. She remains defiant, alleges vote loot by the BJP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also, who came to the BJP headquarters in Delhi to celebrate, gave out a speech, a pep talk to the BJP cadre, seemed very happy to be winning 3 elections, that is West Bengal, Assam and Puducherry out of the 5. He said that this is a landmark moment for the nation. Dressed in a traditional dhoti kurta, you saw the Prime Minister there, he was wearing a dhoti kurta, beaming, and was all pride. The BJP swept victory in West Bengal. He called it a triumph of democracy and constitutional bodies.
साथियों, पिछले साल 14 नवंबर को जब बिहार चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे, तब मैंने इसी जगह से बीजेपी मुख्यालय से आप सबको कहा था, गंगा जी बिहार से आगे बहते हुए गंगा सागर तक जाती है। आज बंगाल की जीत के साथ गंगोत्री से लेकर गंगा सागर तक कमल ही कमल खिला हुआ है। आज मां गंगा के इर्द गिर्द बसे इन राज्यों में बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार है। भाजपा ने जितनी सीटें जीती वो महज एक चुनावी आंकड़ा नहीं है, ये उस अड़िग विश्वास की हुंकार है जिसने डर, तुष्टीकरण और हिंसा की राजनीति को जड़ से उखाड़ फेंका है। जहां विकास, अटूट विश्वास और नई उम्मीदें कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलेगी। मैं आज हर बंगालवासी को भरोसा देता हूं, बंगाल के बेहतर भविष्य के लिए भाजपा दिन रात एक कर देगी। बंगाल में अब महिलाओं को सुरक्षा का माहौल मिलेगा, युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा, पलायन रुकेगा। पहली कैबिनेट में ही आयुष्मान भारत योजना को हरी झंडी दिखाई जाएगी और घुसपैठियों के खिलाफ भी सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होगी।
Suvendu Adhikari is that giant slayer who's beat Mamata Banerjee once again. Bhavanipur, another bastion that the Mamata Banerjee and the TMC held, has been lost. 15,000 plus votes is the margin of victory for Suvendu Adhikari. He's gone on to say that Hindus have defeated this TMC's reign of terror, which is why Mamata Banerjee lost this seat. He's also gone on to respond to the allegations that Mamata Banerjee made about BJP stealing this election.
ये बहुत जरूरी था, ममता बनर्जी का हराना बहुत जरूरी था। ममता बनर्जी का राजनीतिक संन्यास अभी हो गया है। 21 में नंदीग्राम में हारी, इस बार हार गया। इस बार भी हारा 15,000 से ज्यादा वोट से। उनको खुल के मुसलमान वोट दिया। वार्ड नंबर 77 में जितना मुसलमान वोट देने के लिए निकला, सब ममता को वोट दिया। और मुझे हिंदू, सिख, जैन, बुद्धिस्ट लोग ने आशीर्वाद देकर जिताया। ये जीत हिंदुत्व का जीत है, ये जीत बंगाल का जीत है, ये जीत नरेंद्र मोदी।
You have Amit Shah, who's responded to Bhavanipur's victory for the BJP and Suvendu Adhikari. He says, hats off to the people of Bhavanipur. Their mandate has made it clear that fate awaits an anarchic ruler. Well, this is Amit Shah, who's been the man to strategize West Bengal elections time and again. And this time he praises the people of Bhavanipur for making a decisive choice. He says, this time the people of Bhavanipur, their mandate has made it clear what fate awaits an archaic ruler, an anarchic ruler. All right, we have our reporters joining us, Pallavi, Kamalika, for a little more. All right, we also have Purnima, Neetu, Arun, Mayuresh and Ganapati. In fact, Kamalika, let me come to you on Suvendu Adhikari winning this Bhavanipur seat. What a big blow to Mamata Banerjee for the second time, and a whopping number 15,000 lead. That's embarrassing for the TMC, to say the least.
Oh, I think that's the biggest thing. Not only Parivartan is the biggest story, but the biggest story definitely is that Suvendu Adhikari now for his entire life will be wearing a badge where he will have that badge of defeating Mamata Banerjee not only once but twice, not only in Nandigram but also in Mamata Banerjee's bastion by over 15,000 votes. Let me tell you, I was doing his campaign trailing, I was covering Bhavanipur from the very first day. I still remember the first day when Suvendu Adhikari came to campaign in Bhavanipur, and from that very day he was super confident about Bhavanipur. Not only that, on the poll day we really saw Suvendu Adhikari a type of sledging Mamata Banerjee. When Mamata Banerjee was sitting in Dharna, Suvendu Adhikari was just roaming around, laughing and just going to the TMC camp, having cold drinks, talking to the people, and there was no tension in Suvendu Adhikari's face. Today also, when he entered this Sakhawat Memorial School in the afternoon, and just now he left this Sakhawat Memorial School, he was super confident. That is something where he was, this Hindu votes will be consolidated. That was something which was very much known to Suvendu Adhikari, it seems, and obviously thumbs up to the entire BJP's organizational technique and organization acumen, where they put Suvendu Adhikari, none other than Amit Shah came for his nomination, because this is Mamata Banerjee getting defeated in her own bastion, that too in Bhavanipur, is something which is absolutely, it was unbelievable.
And by her close ally, that's the most interesting part, that Suvendu Adhikari was once part of the TMC, her closest aide turned foe.
Once a lieutenant, now the arch rival and a giant slayer really. Will he be the next chief minister of West Bengal? Is that the reward that awaits him from the BJP? Kamalika, do stay on with us. In fact, we have more information that's now trickling in, and this is a reaction from Rahul Gandhi, Congress Member of Parliament and the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi has now gone on to sound this vote chori raga. He's talking about Assam and West Bengal, and he says that these are clear cases of election that are being stolen by the BJP. Rahul Gandhi says, we agree with Mamata Banerjee, more than 100 seats were stolen in West Bengal. Pallavi now joins us, getting us more details on this. Pallavi, does this sound all too familiar?
Well, yes, absolutely. But two quick points over here. I find it a little bit of an irony, because when Rahul Gandhi had come here to campaign, one of his most fiercest attack was against Mamata Banerjee, where he accused her of running a corruption syndicate and thereby making it easier for the BJP to come to power. So she clearly blamed corruption as the reason why the BJP could win. Now, this is in stark contrast to a line he has taken. He did speak to Mamata Banerjee earlier today, and now he's made a list of state elections where the Congress or opposition has lost out. Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Haryana, and we've seen his PPTs where he has tried to give proof to show that how not just SIR but even otherwise the voter rolls, they are rigged, EVM machines are hacked, and so on and so forth. I think tomorrow when Mamata Banerjee is going to do that press conference at 4 p.m. in Kolkata, she's pretty much going to make this point that this was an election which was stolen. She was forced to lose. She hasn't lost. It was not just about SIR, but it's also the election commission working in cahoots with the government, which is why the BJP keeps on winning elections. This could emerge into an axis of the opposition parties, or a kind of revival, I would see, of the India bloc on this issue of vote chori.
All right, Pallavi, thanks very much. Do stay with us, our reporters. Let me quickly introduce on CNN News 18, Leander Paes, world's most iconic tennis player who joined the BJP a little before elections, but Leander decided not to contest. Though he seems like the lucky mascot indeed. Leander, welcome.
Hi Nabila, thank you so much for having me on. Our lotus is blooming in West Bengal tonight.
Could you call yourself the lucky mascot?
No, our lucky mascot is our team leader, our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji. He is the powerhouse. He is the one who inspires us. He's the one who empowers us. He's the one who motivates us. And it is because of Shri Narendra Modi ji, Bengal has not whispered this time. Bengal has roared. It's a decisive mandate, a clear message, no confusion, Nabila, no doubt. This is the voice of the people who want progress, who demand for a better future. And to be led by the Prime Minister, who is really a phenomenal leader, to be sitting with him and him telling you that दुनिया भर का ताकत जो हमारे हाथ में है, मैं आपके हाथ में देता हूँ. You have to motivate and empower the youth of the nation. That is 745 million children in this country through sports education. To me, that is the greatest honor to play with the Tiranga and to make sure that the lotus blooms in Bengal, in Assam, and throughout our country. We've got a phenomenal leader in our Prime Minister, and it's a great honor to work under him and with him. Also,
right. You know, may I ask you, you've been stressing on how you want to create sporting opportunities for youngsters in West Bengal. You haven't contested though. I'm only guessing that you might just be the new sports minister. Is a ministry coming your way? Could I ask you that?
I play with a team. I've always played for a team, and we have a great captain and a great leader in Shri Narendra Modi ji. So whichever portfolio, whichever department that he wants me to work in, whichever way that we can work towards Viksit Bharat, through growing the country and making it a superpower across the world, I will put my best foot forward. I've built some great teams with Navrati Lova and Mahesh and with Martina Hingis, and I look forward to building a great team here in the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji to make India a superpower through sports and sports education.
Leander, you spoke about teams, so I want to ask you this. Before your entry into the BJP, you were aligned with the TMC for some time. What made you change that? What was it that you saw coming? And do you think that's something that the people of West Bengal also saw coming, which is why we've seen this kind of emphatic victory for the BJP?
You know, what you talked about was in Goa, because I come from a Bengali mother, a Hindu Bengali mother, and a Goan Christian father. And that is my Indianness. For me, just as in tennis, India was not someone who won Wimbledon. India had not won an Olympic medal in tennis. So just like that in politics in Goa, I needed to come in and see how the people took to me, to see whether I fit the role of being in there. My passion is governance. My passion is not to get into a position where I'm only stuck in a state. I want to work for all of India. I've played for all of India across the world. I've won 20 Grand Slams for India. I've got the world records in Davis Cup and the Olympics for India. So for me to play for every single citizen of India, it does not matter whether you are Hindu, Muslim, Christian or Sikh. It does not matter what caste you come from. It does not matter if you're Gujarati or Punjabi or Bengali or Haryanvi. हम सब हिंदुस्तानी हैं और मैं हिंदुस्तान के लिए खेलता हूँ.
What made you choose the BJP? I mean, of course, Prime Minister Modi, you were enamored by his aura. You've said that many times. But to choose the BJP right ahead of elections in West Bengal, and also your take, you can answer this in two parts, on Mamata Banerjee losing her very seat of Bhavanipur.
So your first question, it's not just about being enamored by our Prime Minister, right? When you're sitting in front of the Prime Minister of India, there's a huge aura of the man. I think that he is a saint. I think that he is a godsend to be able to empower India. Just look at the crises that he's dealt with. Today, geopolitically, the world is in a vulnerable place. If you look at India today, we've got a great opportunity, not just of how in the last 13 years, Shri Narendra Modi ji has made us the 4th largest economy in the world, but we've got a great opportunity now to become a superpower. There is no doubt, Nabila, that the top 3 countries that perform in the Olympics are also the top 3 countries that have the largest economies in the world. My focus is there, is Viksit Bharat, is the Khelo India movement, is to bring the Olympics to India and then have a good showing. So to answer your first question, I think that the legacy that my Baba and myself have created over 2 generations of Olympic champions, I would like, through the Khelo India movement, to empower 500 million children under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji to make India a superpower across the world.
You spoke about playing for Team India and not for a particular region, religion or a state. Would you be open or would you want to be considered for a role that's outside of West Bengal in the near future as well?
Wherever our team leader Shri Narendra Modi ji wants me to work, I will work. I have not seen a finer outfit or a more professional unit than the BJP political unit. The way that we work professionally, the way that in the last 5 weeks of working with the party, the leadership of Amit Shah ji, the leadership of Nitin Nabin ji, the leadership of Suvendu Adhikari ji here in West Bengal, the leadership of the BJP party across the country is what the people believe in. Narendra Modi ji is a phenomenal face and leader of our team. People believe in him. People trust him. I trust him. I believe he is the man who will make India a superpower, not just in politics, but in governance, also in sport, in sports education, in making sure every woman can be a leader. Every child is empowered to be great leaders for India across the world. My passion right here is for Mother India. It always has been, it always will be.
You know, can I ask you the infrastructure when it comes to sporting facilities in West Bengal? It's abysmal. And we saw Lionel Messi coming to West Bengal. He was so cheesed off coming to Kolkata. Though he has the largest fan base and you know, Kolkata loves football. But yet we don't see national level seasoned players coming in from that state.
That program of Leo Messi coming to West Bengal was a complete shambles. It showcased, unfortunately, I feel sad to say this, my own city where I grew up and where I was born, in the worst way. It showcased India in the worst way. I feel if an athlete was in charge of that sports program, the first thing we would do is to protect the athlete. The first thing we would do is to protect the reputation of our country and our people. I feel that when it comes to the difference between politics and governance, it's chalk and cheese, it's night and day. For me, governance is not just about talking. It's not just about shouting and screaming and saying things on a mic that you don't follow up. To me, our work starts now. In West Bengal, the people have believed in us. The people have voted us in. 205 seats. I had predicted 215 5 weeks ago.
Did you catch that pulse on the ground when you were campaigning?
I visited parts of Bengal I've not visited in the last 50 years of my life. Going there and interacting with the people. And this is something I'd learned from Goa. When I went down into the roots, into the markets, into people's houses, sat with them on their ground, shared their sattu with them or shared chai with them and spoke to them. You hear what the people need. Governance is about giving what the people need. And here in West Bengal, over the last 15 years, the decline has been so much that just bringing good law and order would show us in great light. Just empowering the education system would show us in good light. As you rightly said, Nabila, we've got a Sports Authority of India sitting 500 meters away from where I am, my home right now. If we can use that Sports Authority of India, of empowering the youth through sports education, putting food on their table, putting roofs over their head, putting shoes on their feet, giving them a chance to empower themselves and their families, empowering every girl child. That if you play for Mother India, you are looked up to, you are respected. जब मैं बचपन पे खेलते थे लोग पूछते थे औकात क्या है तेरा? I used to go out there and say मैं Wimbledon जीतेंगे. लोग कहते थे पहले खेल के दिखाओ. Can you imagine empowering 500 million children over the next 20 years through sports and education? This is the mandate that Sri Narendra Modi ji is empowering me with, and I will do this to the best of my ability.
Leander, one last question before I let you go. You know, the BJP was always painted as an outsider party for West Bengal. That's something that TMC tagged you as well when you joined the BJP ranks not too long ago. Do you think all of those people within the TMC and otherwise have been silenced for good?
I don't think you can silence people in politics. They're going to get a mic somewhere and they're going to shout and scream. I figure that as long as we do our good governance under our leadership of Sri Narendra Modi ji, the people will see. Our work starts now. I'm a perfect example of a person who's got Bengali Hindu genetics from my maternal side. I've got Goan Christian genetics. Hence, I've got a mix of what Mother India stands for.
Amazing.
We are one of the most secular countries in the world. We're also one of the most secular states in the world. Bengal, West Bengal, has a mix of communities. What I don't like is people jumping across the border, illegal immigrants, coming here, taking jobs that our Indians can use, taking passports that are illegal. and then doing Gundaraj here in our state. I don't like that. It's not safe for our women. It's not safe for our children in West Bengal. And I guarantee you, on our leader, Shri Narendra Modi ji's first agenda is going to be law and order. It's going to be safety for our children, safety for our women.
All right.
I want to give a big shout out to the CISF, to the CRPF guys who have come in. The last elections that were there 5 years ago, they suffered. There were deaths. There was bloodshed. The last 15 years has had that. This election, we have won. We are not out in the streets causing riots and havoc. We are out there looking at what our next agenda is. Viksit Bharat.
Leander, you know,
West Bengal a state that is led by example through our leader Shri Narendra Modi ji.
we're so happy for you and happy for the party, and we wish you a very best for your future endeavors. Hope you turn around the sporting infra in West Bengal and henceforth even in the country if you get those opportunities. Really appreciate you joining us. Yeah, thank you.
Jai
Well, voices within the India Bloc alliance and the opposition ranks seem to be coming out together in unity to back what Mamata Banerjee has been claiming. Akhilesh Yadav is the latest one to come out and attack the BJP. He says, and I quote, "In the name of the electoral system, the misuse of central forces that has happened today in Bengal during counting of votes is exactly the kind of rigging that was carried out in most places in 2022 during the UP elections." Pallavi is now with us, getting us more perspective on this. Pallavi, Akhilesh Yadav too echoing what Rahul Gandhi and Mamata Banerjee have been saying. He has in fact even cited some of the examples from 2022 UP elections.
Yes, Poonam is clearly building up to, I think, the India Bloc's plan to take on, one, the Election Commission. There's a second impeachment notice already pending in Parliament, but the India Bloc, which seems to have been divided, this is one issue which possibly could bring them together once again. So we'll have to wait to see what happens in Delhi, possibly next week. But tomorrow, not just Mamata Banerjee, but also Abhishek Banerjee are doing a joint press conference, and they're sure to raise this issue about vote chori, how SIR, and all these factors were brought about by the BJP only because they were desperate for a win, and that how the Trinamool Congress actually didn't lose, they were made to lose. Akhilesh Yadav's point is very similar to that of Rahul Gandhi, that there have been cases of vote chori or about the election commission is compromised, and the BJP is winning elections not because people are voting for them, but it is because they are snatching those votes, legitimate votes, away from the people and giving it to themselves.
Absolutely. So those kind of opposition voices will continue. We'll keep a track of that and how the BJP and the Election Commission most importantly responds to that. But for the moment, Pallavi, thank you so much. Shifting focus now to Tamil Nadu, where too history has been scripted. It delivered the most unexpected verdict. It indeed was a hero moment for actor turned politician and debutant Vijay. The state has delivered one of its most dramatic political verdicts in this entire recent history. It's a state that has long been defined by entrenched Dravidian dominance. We've seen a seesaw between the AIADMK or the DMK, but this time around there is a new force that has emerged at the top, and that is the TVK led by Vijay. It has secured the largest vote share in the very first electoral outcome.
Well, Vijay has started his party in 2 years ago. He promised and vowed that he's never going to ally with another party, and that's precisely what's happened. Without an alliance, Vijay has managed to get or become the single largest majority party in the state. He barely needs about 10 seats to cobble up that majority mark. Now, who is he going to take help from? That we've got to wait and watch. But Vijay's entry has not merely added a third player, it certainly redefined the contest in itself. As you know, he's really moved Tamil Nadu out of the Dravidian party phase, where Dravidian parties like the AIADMK and DMK have been the only two parties that have thrived in Tamil Nadu's political history. So this is the first party that has its name without the word Dravida. So, well, at the heart of this surge here lies the powerful convergence of cinema and politics. Undeniably, the factor here has worked like magic for Vijay. He has a fan following, and that seems, as much as one would think that the fans wouldn't turn into his vote base, it seems like that's precisely what's happened. Voter fatigue also, anti-incumbency, people being put off with the DMK regime, and well, it appears that the Gen Z has decided to give Vijay their mandate. Vijay has successfully positioned himself and his party as a fitting alternative to the AIDMK and the DMK. So the young, energetic, aspirational Tamils have decided to vote for Vijay. Purnima joins us for more on that. Purnima, never did we imagine this kind of victory. Surely he was a kingmaker, one assumed, but to be the king really, he needs 10 more seats to cobble up a majority there. What do you think is going to happen next?
Well, all eyes on parties like the Congress, the PMK, the left, whether they will form an alliance or offer support to TVK, we'll have to wait and see. Tamil Nadu Congress leaders off the record say that they are open to a post-poll alliance with TVK. Remember, there were speculations of TVK Congress before the DMK and Congress decided to contest together. There was a strain between the DMK Congress relationship when speculations were rife that TVK Congress may perhaps join hands. Several leaders from Tamil Nadu also made certain statements that did not go down well with the DMK, and now once again some of the leaders tell us that they are open to a post-poll alliance with TVK. So Congress, left, PMK, these are the parties to watch out for. Next 24 hours will be crucial. We'll have to wait and see what really happens. More statements expected from some of the smaller parties tomorrow on whether they will support the TVK. So all eyes on those developments over the next 2 hours. It's going to be a very crucial one as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned.
Okay. Great. Thanks very much, Purnima. In fact, I have with me joining us here Karthi Chidambaram, who's a member of parliament, and he seems to be the man responsible for the Congress's doings in Tamil Nadu. Really has the party on his shoulders. Thanks very much, Karthi, for joining us. How do you read Vijay's resounding victory?
Yeah, it's a spectacular win for a new political party to face an election without alliance and to not to follow the conventional pattern of political parties. It's a spectacular win. This is a win for him personally and for his party. Candidates hardly mattered. He did not follow the protocols of other political parties. He just did about 7 rallies, never addressed the press. But people wanted a change. It's very clear. The young wanted a change, and they wanted a change, and they voted for a change. They didn't want the two status quo parties, and they voted for a change. It's very, very clear, and we respect that verdict of the people. And I hope he puts together a working majority and gives good government.
Okay. Okay, now that TVK is short of about 10 seats, there's buzz and chatter that they might be looking to the Congress for an alliance. Is the Congress warming up to this possible alliance with TVK? Are you open to it?
I don't think it's going to be very complicated for him to put together a majority. He's only maybe about maybe half a dozen seats short, or maybe 8-10 seats short. So I think the mandate is for him. It's very clear. And so we have to respect that, and I'm sure that he'll come up with. There will be some parties which will give him support, but it's not my place to talk what the Congress party will do. But we've been in a long-standing electoral alliance with the DMK, but I don't think it's going to be too complicated for him to put together a working majority.
But what about the Congress in itself? How do you, in fact, assess the Congress's performance overall in Tamil Nadu this time?
No, we haven't. I think we have won. We are in the running to win about 5 seats, which is only out of 28. So obviously, see, this is not a reflection of us. What has happened is the alliance has been rejected. I mean, it's not only the alliance, the two fronts have been rejected, and we are collateral damage. There is no rejection of the Congress party, or there is no kind of a negative feeling towards the Congress party. So I think we should not take this that way at all. We've been part of a formation which the people did not want, and they did not want the two established formations, and they've gone for a new political party which they want to lead the state. So that's the mandate, and we have to respect that. This is a reformasi, agralaya, June kind of a June uprising like in Bangladesh, or what happened in Nepal. That kind of thing in a very silent and in a democratic manner, it's happened in Tamil Nadu.
I want to press you a little on the TVK alliance that the Congress party could or could not have. But the TVK was exploring an alliance with the Congress. Many within the Congress unit in Tamil Nadu actually wanted that alliance. What do you think went wrong on that front?
We had very free-ranging discussions within our party. All options were discussed, all options were placed on the table. But you have to understand our relationship with the DMK goes back to 2004, and they have been an integral part, and they are an integral part of the India Alliance. So a decision to sort of to look at other alternatives is not so simple. Every factor was considered, and the alliance continued. And this was not a decision taken by one person. This was a collective decision, and everybody bought into it, and candidates happily faced the election in that alliance. But I am not privy to any personal meeting between the leader of the opposition and the TVK president, Mr. Vijay. I am not privy to it. But I am sure conversations, formal, informal conversations have been happening between various political parties, and there was loud thinking within the party. There's no secret about it. But all factors were considered, and a decision was taken by the leadership. And to be fair to the leadership, everybody's opinion was taken. And I was privy to those conversations, and to say that somehow the decision to continue the alliance was somehow thrust by the leadership is wrong. In fact, they took a lot of feedback before they came to that decision, and that whatever data was placed in front of us, whatever factors were taken in, that was the right decision perhaps at the time. But in hindsight, everybody is a genius.
In hindsight, it's always 2020. But do you think Congress missed an opportunity there? Had it gone the TVK way, maybe the story would have been different?
See, naturally, if you see this result today, you do have a tinge of regret. But the point is, it's not so easy to break a relationship which has been there for 20 years, 22 years. And with an alliance which has been consistently winning most of the elections, and which is an integral part of the India Alliance. So it's not so simple. I mean, you don't base a national party can't take these kind of decisions in isolation. They need to take things they have to look at the whole spectrum of issues which was in place for it. As I said again, this was not a decision taken by one person. Wide consultation was done. Everybody was heard, and then there was a consensus, and that was the decision which was implemented. So can't be faulting anybody right now, but in hindsight, everybody is a genius. I'm saying that.
But did Congress underestimate Vijay's political appeal? In that sense, a regret.
No, he's not. He's the single largest party. What I anticipated him to get significant votes. I've consistently said that. I've said that internally, and I've said that publicly. What I didn't anticipate was the surge in the momentum in the end, especially when he did not have a proper structured organization and did not really put candidates. This is not an election where candidates have won. This is an election where he and his party has won. In fact, most candidates did not even conduct traditional campaigns. Or they don't have any strongholds in their own constituency. So this is a completely candidate agnostic electoral victory. So yes, nobody anticipated the surge and momentum to keep up. Yes, they thought there will be a plateauing at some point of time. Obviously, the plateauing did not happen, and that is a misreading by many of us, including me.
Okay, so considering that now the TVK is thinking of a post-poll alliance, and there's word that they may be approaching you, is it constitutionally viable? Because the Congress and the DMK are allies, and they fought as allies in the last gone Lok Sabha elections. So is it constitutionally viable that you move away from DMK and ally with the TVK?
No, that is, of course, we are a separate political party. DMK is a separate political party, and we are a separate political party. That's all. We are not in government together, and that's it. We are independent political parties who take decisions based on our own interests and in the interest of the state and the nation.
So speaking of those interests, Vijay is short about by 10 seats. The numbers are still flipping there, but if he wants to ally with the Congress, could Congress become that crucial ally for him?
The DMK can also align with the TVK. Technically, there is no bar to that. If you're asking me a constitutional bar, there is no bar for the DMK to align with the TVK as well.
Okay.
Well, finally, we want to take your take on what the Congress's win in Kerala means. BJP's performance in West Bengal. How does the Congress look at that?
I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be complicated at all. The mandate is for him, and I'm sure he'll be able to find political formations which will be helpful, which will be willing to support him. I don't think that's going to be complicated at all.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you joining us on that. Neetu is with us, our reporter who's been there and toiling and bringing us all the updates from the ground. Neetu, take us a little more on Kerala. Pinarayi Vijayan has resigned. Just a few hours ago, news came in that he's formally resigned. Who's going to be the Chief Minister from the UDF?
Oh, that's a big question. Everyone is asking who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Kerala, because there are three front runners even at this point. Opposition leader V.D. Satishan, who led from the front, who gave such a massive victory for the Congress and UDF. This is one of the biggest victories that the Congress and the UDF has seen, 102 seats. Ramesh Chennithala, senior leader and former opposition leader, is also in the fray. But not just these two, but KC Venugopal, the organizational secretary, AICC secretary, is also a top contender for the Chief Minister's post. What we are learning through sources is that within the MLAs, majority might support KC Venugopal as a Chief Minister candidate. So definitely with such a huge mandate, 102, V.D. Satishan leading from the front, he will also not be backing down. He will also be making his case before the High Commands on what he has done for the state of Kerala, for Congress in the state of Kerala. So that is going to be a big decision that the Congress will have to make. They will have to appoint the observers, the CLP, the observers will meet with the CLP, and only after that they will take the list to the High Command and the final decision will be made there. So KC Venugopal's camp is hoping that the majority of the MLAs will say his name. V.D. Satishan also not backing down. Ramesh Chennithala is also in this fray. So finally, who will make it? When we posed this question to KC Venugopal, he said that we'll get answers soon. When I asked him whether it's going to be a week, he said no, we will be giving you answers before that, maybe within 2 days. So this is what KC Venugopal has said.
Interesting, because KC Venugopal will perhaps also be one of those people that actually is vying for that job. We'll have to see what exactly happens.
Yeah, but he's V.D. Satishan seems more entrenched in Kerala local politics, isn't it?
Oh, that's correct, because V.D. Satishan has been in the state of Kerala, in Paravur, his constituency. This is his 6th term that he is winning from Paravur constituency. So he has been in this state spectrum and also leading from the front, giving such a huge victory for the Congress and the UDF.
Thank you so much, Neetu, for joining us on that. All right, we have breaking news coming in from Baramati by-polls. Sunetra Pawar wins by a record 2.18 lakh margin. Sunetra Pawar, the wife of late Ajit Pawar, has won the by-poll in that very bastion of Baramati. Do remember that all political parties had come on board, agreed, accepted to support Sunetra Pawar for this win. All right, Prime Minister Modi has spoken. Let's hear it. He's hailing the victory.
चुनावों के परिणाम भी अत्यंत उत्साहजनक रहे हैं। महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, नागालैंड और त्रिपुरा में जो उपचुनाव हुए, उसमें हमारे उम्मीदवारों को जनता जनार्दन ने आशीर्वाद दिया और इन राज्यों में भी जीत गए। एनडीए की नेता, महाराष्ट्र की उप मुख्यमंत्री सुनेत्रा पवार जी ने भी बड़ी जीत दर्ज की है। मैं इन सभी राज्यों की जनता का उनके समर्थन के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Mayuresh, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Mayuresh, it was pretty much a unanimous victory. I mean, there were some votes that were polled in favor of the opponents, but barely any.
Absolutely, and if you remember that even Congress had basically said that they will be contesting this election, they had given the candidate, but after much deliberation and even all political parties supported Sunetra Pawar, Congress also basically took back their candidate, and it was almost Sunetra Pawar versus few others who stood independent. But if you see the vote margin, she had won with 2.18 lakh votes, and others have got very few votes. So it was a very clear win. Even early in the morning when the counting started, Sunetra Pawar, when she got the initial lead, that time also she tweeted about it. She said that the faith which Baramati people have posed in Ajit Pawar, I will continue that and I will continue to work for the Baramati. So certainly this was the first election which Sunetra Pawar contested for the state. Earlier she had contested the Lok Sabha. But now the next step for Sunetra Pawar is to resign as a member of parliament and continue as the member of Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra and Deputy Chairman of Maharashtra.
Right, Mayuresh, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. Multiple victories there coming in as far as the NDA camp goes. For the Congress, there is a silver lining in Kerala. There is going to be an uphill battle of choosing who the next Chief Minister is going to be. We'll track all of that and much more here on CNN News 18. But for now, a quick break.
मैं इन सभी राज्यों की जनता का उनके समर्थन के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, जय पराजय लोकतंत्र और चुनावी राजनीति का एक स्वाभाविक हिस्सा होता है, लेकिन 5 प्रदेशों की जनता ने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया है कि ये हमारा भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी क्यों है। लोकतंत्र, डेमोक्रेसी हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक तंत्र नहीं है, ये हमारी रगों में दौड़ता हुआ संस्कार है। ये हमारी रगों की संस्कार सरिता है। और आज सिर्फ भारत का लोकतंत्र ही नहीं जीता है, आज भारत का संविधान भी जीता है। हमारी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं जीती हैं, हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाएं जीती है। पश्चिम बंगाल में करीब 93% मतदान होना अपने आप में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। असम, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी और केरलम में भी मतदान के नए रिकॉर्ड बने हैं। इसमें भी महिलाओं की भागीदारी बहुत अधिक रही है। ये भारतीय लोकतंत्र की सबसे उजली तस्वीर बन रही है। साथियों, मैं आज चुनाव आयोग के सभी कर्मचारी भाई बहनों को, जो भी मतदान से जुड़े प्रक्रिया के सारे कर्मी थे, साथ साथ विशेष तौर पर सुरक्षा बलों का भी मैं आज बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारत के लोकतंत्र की गरिमाओं को बनाए रखने में आप सबका योगदान इतिहास हमेशा हमेशा याद रखेगा। साथियों, पिछले साल 14 नवंबर को जब बिहार चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे, तब मैंने यही इसी जगह से बीजेपी मुख्यालय से आप सबको कहा।
But Mr. Tharoor, all the miseries of Kerala can't be attributed to the LDF. It's largely seen a revolving door sentiment in Kerala. Once the UDF, then the LDF, and vice versa. So, where did the Congress fall short in creating jobs, opportunities? Because the unemployment rate in Kerala is the highest across the country.
I think we have the highest youth unemployment in Kerala in the whole of India after Kashmir. So it really is very, very grim that youth are so unemployed that they feel they have to leave the state. And this is what we want to change. We want to be generating jobs in Kerala. To do that, we need to bring in investment, because only investment will generate jobs and generate growth as well, which in turn will help the revenues of the state, which is otherwise broke. This is a state government that literally is so completely immersed in debt that it runs out of money by September, October, has to borrow to pay salaries and the Onam bonus every year. It's a disgrace. So we really have to fix the finances of the state very, very seriously.
No, but I do want to stress and ask you yet again, why did the Congress effectively fail to bring in those policies?
Nabila, this is why I spoke about a 1991 moment. Just as 1991 under Dr. Manmohan Singh and Prime Minister Narasimha Rao was a break from the business as usual policies even of previous Congress governments, so also 2026 must make a break from all the previous approaches which worked at one time, have failed to work in recent years, and which have left the state in the present disastrous condition it's in.
Okay. Well, of course, a question you may be diplomatic about, but who's the CM face for the UDF? We know you have a few faces, but we want to hear it from you.
Of course, we have plenty of faces. And the good thing about the Congress is it's no shortage of talent. There are lots of faces in the party, people with tremendous abilities and experience who can contribute significantly to the future of Kerala. And I think they're ready now to be given a chance to work their magic in the state. And I do believe that whoever the High Command picks after, of course, consulting the elected MLAs, whoever does it will have a very strong team to work with. And the result should be a transformative government coming into office in the next few days.
But we need some names, Mr. Tharoor. Give us some names. K.C. Venugopal, we hear the Chanakya for Kerala this time we hear. V.D. Satheesan, the oldest face of the Congress, who the IUML wants to be made as CM. And let's say yourself, maybe?
Why maybe? Not at all. You've added me, I'm just an MP in Delhi, and you've left out Ramesh Chennithala, who was the former PCC chief in LOP, and he's also one of the contenders. You've left out Muralidharan, who was a former PCC chief here. You've left out a number of bright young people, including the current PCC chief, Sunny Joseph. So I'd say there's absolutely no point throwing, picking names out of a hat. Leave it to the High Command. They will know what they need to do to get Kerala back on track.
Okay. Let's speak of BJP quickly. Whatever said, your win is impressive, but the BJP's breakthrough is fairly impressive. They've managed 3 seats in the latest that we saw. Did you expect it?
No, the specific seat that Rajiv won has been recognized for some years now as a BJP seat. It was won by Mr. O. Rajagopal in the 2016 elections. That is the grand old man of the BJP. He won that seat already in 2016. He lost it in 2021 and Rajiv has reclaimed it in 2026. But it's been a very, very strong BJP seat, and as the MP from Thiruvananthapuram, even when I had a lack majority, for example, in the 2019 elections, that one MLA constituency I could not win. So I can tell you that Nemam is not a surprise. I think Chatanur is a bit more of a surprise, and that there may be local factors one would have to look at as to why the BJP candidate did as well as he did. But you know, frankly, in an assembly of 140, will 2 MLAs make that much of a difference or have any impact on governance? You have to tell me honestly, Nabila. We have a huge majority, a clear mandate from the people of Kerala, and I don't think we need to be deterred by whether the BJP has 1 or 2 or 3 MLAs. They can certainly, congratulate themselves on having broken their duck. There was 0 up to now in this last assembly, but I'm not sure that alone is worth the kind of attention you were giving it in this conversation.
Okay. Since you're speaking frankly, may I ask you the little friction that I hear within the UDF? There are claims that the IUML is calling shots. The claims are that IUML is holding the Congress so tight that without them you can't do. And they're asking for a big share of the cabinet berth. They're pushing for a chief minister's face, that's V.D. Satisan. So some factions within the UDF not very happy with this equation.
No, look, let me stress very, very strongly that every party in the UDF will have to be accountable for its own leadership choices. And we don't express views on other parties' leaders, and we don't expect that they would express views on our leadership. When it comes to the UDF government, obviously the allies will be consulted because it will be the chief minister of all the parties. But don't forget that Congress winning something like 62 seats so far suggests that it will have a whole, such an astonishing weight in.
मैं इन सभी राज्यों की जनता का उनके समर्थन के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, जय पराजय लोकतंत्र और चुनावी राजनीति का एक स्वाभाविक हिस्सा होता है, लेकिन 5 प्रदेशों की जनता ने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया है कि ये हमारा भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी क्यों है। लोकतंत्र, डेमोक्रेसी हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक तंत्र नहीं है, ये हमारी रगों में दौड़ता हुआ संस्कार है। ये हमारी रगों की संस्कार सरिता है। और आज सिर्फ भारत का लोकतंत्र ही नहीं जीता है, आज भारत का संविधान भी जीता है। हमारी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं जीती हैं, हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाएं जीती है। पश्चिम बंगाल में करीब 93% मतदान होना अपने आप में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। असम, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी और केरलम में भी मतदान के नए रिकॉर्ड बने हैं। इसमें भी महिलाओं की भागीदारी बहुत अधिक रही है। ये भारतीय लोकतंत्र की सबसे उजली तस्वीर बन रही है। साथियों, मैं आज चुनाव आयोग के सभी कर्मचारी भाई बहनों को, जो भी मतदान से जुड़े प्रक्रिया के सारे कर्मी थे, साथ साथ विशेष
Viewers, 1 in 5 Indians voted. India's power map shifted. It's easy to be swept up tonight, viewers. It's easy to talk up the significance of this round of assembly elections. Polls in 5 geographies, 4 states and 1 union territory amount to a virtual mini referendum. Viewers, the same number of people who voted in the US election, in the US general election in 2024 have voted in just this round of elections here in India. India is the mother of all democracies, viewers. And all of these numbers translate into a huge 1 in 5 Indian voters speaking across 21% of Lok Sabha constituencies. These voters showed up in record numbers, only to topple 3 chief ministers in one day. The carnage is unprecedented. The India bloc has borne the brunt. Even in Tamil Nadu, it lost to a rank outsider. A Tollywood superstar, harkening back to an age 2 generations of Tamils don't remember. Those are the pictures of Vijay. Vijay viewers mobbed. Vijay is coming out of nowhere. N.T. Rama viewers, who founded the TDP. It takes us back then, 70s. The BJP-led NDA has spared itself this ignominy that the India bloc has subjected itself to. The BJP has returned to power in Assam. Its ally has dodged anti-incumbency in Puducherry. But it is in Bengal that the BJP has scored a polity resetting triumph. After Anga and Kalinga, Banga has fallen under its sway within a year of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And no wonder today, viewers, the man in the middle of your screens, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is saying that this is a vote for BJP's governance, that it is the only party in this country that is elected back into office because it does somewhere meet the aspirations of the voters. Listen in to the Prime Minister.
साथियों, पिछले साल 14 नवंबर को जब बिहार चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे, तब मैंने इसी जगह से बीजेपी मुख्यालय से आप सबको कहा था, गंगा जी बिहार से आगे बहते हुए गंगा सागर तक जाती है। आज बंगाल की जीत के साथ गंगोत्री से लेकर गंगा सागर तक कमल ही कमल खिला हुआ है। आज मां गंगा के इर्द गिर्द बसे इन राज्यों में बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार है। जनता साफ देख रही है, जहां भाजपा वहां गुड गवर्नेंस, जहां भाजपा वहां विकास। आप बीते 2 साल के ट्रेंड को देखिए। हरियाणा में लगातार तीसरी बार बीजेपी सरकार बनी। महाराष्ट्र में बीजेपी की जोरदार विजय हुई, दिल्ली में अभूतपूर्व जीत हासिल हुई, बिहार में भी हमें पहले से बड़ी विजय मिली और ये सफलता सिर्फ राज्यों के चुनाव में नहीं दिखी, ये सफलता लोकल गवर्नेंस के चुनाव में भी दिख रही है। साथियों, अभी 10 दिन पहले गुजरात के स्थानीय निकायों के परिणाम आए हैं। वहां बीजेपी 2.5-3 दशक से जनता की सेवा निरंतर कर रही है और हर चुनाव में जनता बीजेपी को आशीर्वाद के नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है।
Well, viewers, new records are being set. The BJP has expanded in the east, reshaping the opposition's balance of power and emboldening the center ahead of 2029. Look at the geographic spread of the Bharatiya Janata Party today, viewers. It rules over a vast swath of India. Almost 74% of the population, viewers, is governed by the NDA, the BJP and its allies. The BJP's win against Mamata Banerjee catapults it into an orbit of its own. It's like the Congress in the 50s and 60s. It is now the default party of governance. The NDA governs states representing roughly 75% of India's population, transcending fault lines that once fractured mandates. This expansion narrows alternatives and risks ossifying politics. Yet, a growing BJP may also be less monochromatic as it adapts to diverse coalitions, diverse social coalitions. In the near term, Hindu consolidation remains decisive. Bengal will test whether this can endure without backlash. The next big election, viewers, is in 2027, and that's Uttar Pradesh, the citadel, the cradle of Indian democracy. Let's go straight across to Amit Malviya, who joins me one-on-one. Amit Malviya has, of course, been somebody who has invested lots of time, viewers, to see this day. He has also been the worst targeted, let me tell you, by the entire mob of TMC supporters and some full-throated voices who err on the side of shrillness, who got nominated or elected to the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha respectively, viewers. So this individual has had a trial by fire of his own. Amit Malviya, let me ask you this. What do you think is the reason for the BJP's triumph here in Bengal? This one last barrier that stood before you, it was quite like, viewers, the Indian cricket team that had a problem against the Australians. And finally it breached that big wall in Australia, and after that the dams burst open, viewers. It's quite the same. How did you breach this citadel?
Rahul, thank you so much. This victory is indeed special. It's a historic moment. The BJP has formed its first government in West Bengal 79 years after independence. And the credit for this goes entirely to Prime Minister Modi's leadership. The bharosa, as we said,